If you're looking for a new career, Dollar General is looking for you. Hiring all positions and all shifts, they are looking for you with a starting pay up to $22 an hour with a $2,000 sign-on bonus. You can find details by going to dollargeneral.com/careers or by texting DG Warehouse to 25,000. Must be 18 or older, but again, starting pay up to $22 an hour with a $2,000 sign-on bonus. Contact them now, dollargeneral.com/careers.
in Hastings and finishing in Omaha. The Nebraska Schools Activities Association is interested in promoting good sportsmanship on the part of the coaches, student athletes, cheerleaders, and fans in all contests. As an NSA member school, Elkhorn North Public School firmly believes this outcome of this afternoon's game should be determined by the quality of play on the field, including the positive support of the spectators. Here's the format for today's district championship softball games. We will play a best 2 out of 3 series with the team that wins 2 games today will advance to the state tournament next week in Hastings, finishing in Omaha. And now, here are the starting lineups for this afternoon's contest. First, for the visitor on the scoreboard, the Wahoo Warriors. They'll lead it off with the shortstop, number 1, Sydney Smart. Batting second will be the left fielder, number 21, Adelaide Dunlap. Batting third, playing center field, number 17, Lily Harris. Batting fourth, third base, number 23, Ava Loster. Batting fifth, the catcher, number 24, Atlanta Hits. Batting sixth, playing first base, number 7, Madeline Snyder. Batting seventh, the pitcher, number 30, Cassidy Beavers. Batting eighth, the designated player, number 11, Lily Oberts. Batting ninth, playing second base, number 2, Hannah Herrera. The flex player this afternoon will play right field. That's number 14, Miranda Vanek. Head coach for the Warriors is Trina Kristen. And now, the starting lineup for your Elkhorn North Wolves, as submitted by our head coach, Kelsey Maxwell. Leading it off will be the center fielder, number 3, Addie Maxwell. Batting second, playing second base, number 2, Ashlyn Caniglia. Batting third, the catcher, number 23, Reese Pearson. Batting fourth, playing third base, number 41, Grayson Coleman. Batting fifth, the shortstop, number 4, Reagan Pearson. Batting sixth, at first base, number 33, Kelsey Daubert. Batting seventh, the pitcher, number 5, Hallie Pricknow. Batting eighth, playing left field, number 17, Delaney Phelan. Batting ninth, playing right field, number 24, Michaela Maines. Our head coach is Miss Kelsey Maxwell. The assistant coaches are Carla Hamilton, Ashley Speak, Caitlin Wise, Caitlin King, and Sam Crowley. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time we ask that you please rise as we honor our great nation with the playing of our national anthem.
And thanks for tuning in to Saunders County Online. Austin McNorton here with you live for Wahoo Warrior Playoff Softball here on this very chilly, very windy Friday afternoon as your 12-seeded Wahoo Warriors travel to take on the Wolves of Elkhorn North. Sun shining, wind heavy out of the northwest, basically out of the direct north. The first play grounded over to third, over to first in time, and down goes Sydney Smart for Wahoo, 1 up, 1 down against the pitcher today for the Wolves, Hallie Pretnow.
Left field, number 21, Adelia Dunlap.
So Adelia Dunlap comes up and stands in the lefty box. I'm right here.
People just said you can't see the field.
It's there, man. Okay. No problem, no problem. Yep. This is as good as we can get it.
Yeah, you can. Can we do that without it? Actually, let's think about this. You're not going to broadcast that. We're paying to have that go up. Let's just leave. Cool. We'll just leave it in.
And welcome back to Elkhorn North High School. Austin McNorton here with you live on Saunders County Online. And Adelia Dunlap draws a great walk. And she's on the first base runner today for Wahoo after Sydney Smart grounded out to third. So it's 1 on, 1 out. And that'll bring up the center fielder for Wahoo, Lily Harris. Wahoo in the road golds today with blue pants, white helmets, and blue numbers. Elkhorn North in the all-white uniforms. White pants, white jerseys, and teal blue numbers. As the first pitch drops low, ball 1. Next pitch, called a strike on the outside part of the zone. Good pitch that time from Pretnow out there. Adelia Dunlap at first. We haven't seen her showcase her speed a lot this season for Wahoo. So next pitch is outside. Looked like a pretty similar location that time, not called a strike, but I think that one was a little bit outside. So it's 2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out, and 1 on here for Wahoo in the top of the first inning. Wahoo, the road team today. This is the best 2 games out of 3. That pitch also outside. And a good hitters count now here for Lily Harris after Adelia Dunlap walked earlier here in this inning. And this one's grounded up the middle. The shortstop there over to first. Oh, they got her barely. Boy, it was close. Harris almost legged it out, wasn't able to do so. Dunlap moves up to second, but 2 are away here for Wahoo in the top of the first, and that brings up the third baseman, Ava Losterer. The last time these teams met was back on August 24th, with Elkhorn North won it 4-3. But Ava Losterer was fantastic. She was 3 for 4 in the ball game with 2 RBIs for Wahoo, and now is an opportunity with a runner in scoring position here in the top of the first. This pitch swung on, driven out to deep center field, and it's gone! A Wahoo bomb sent over the center field wall. How about Ava Losterer? She only needed 1 pitch, and Wahoo's up 2-0. A Warrior bomb smoked over the center field wall. And I talked to head coach Trina Christen for Wahoo here before today's game, and she said with this wind, you're always in it. You're able to put a ball up into the air, and the likelihood of it getting over the center field wall is pretty likely. And how about Ava Losser? What a start to the day. The home run sent over the center field wall. Wahoo leads it 2-0 here in the top of the first. She knew it as soon as it left her bat. We had a pretty good view of it up here in the broadcast booth. And my gosh, what a start for the Warriors. And that brings up the 4-hole hitter. The 5-hole hitter, I should say, Lanta hits. She'll be in the catcher's gear today for Wahoo. Addie Maxwell had a good charge out there in center field, but that's a tall wall out there in center field as well here at Elkhorn North, and it soared over it. It would have been way gone in Wahoo with that short fence they have at Hackberry Park. But even here with the wind, Wahoo's on the board, and another walk drawn by the Warriors as Lanta hits. Watch that one drop in the dirt. Ball 4. The second walk given up by Hallie Pretnow. I believe I'm saying that right. Pribnow, sorry.
First base, number 7, Maddie Snyder.
That brings up Maddie Snyder to the plate now for Wahoo. She'll stand in the right-hand box. And Olivia Wesley will go over at first as the courtesy runner for Lanta hits. Olivia, we've seen her base running ability very similar to Sydney Smart. Aggressive. Look for her to maybe steal early if she can. And try and test the arm of Pearson behind home plate. So Maddie ready to go. Her first look at Prid now. Watch that one go high, and Wahoo is doing a good job of seeing a lot of pitches right now. The only one who hasn't been patient was Ava Losser, but that's because she saw a pitch right down the center and said, I'm going to take that. Thank you to everyone for tuning in to Saunders County Online here on this Friday afternoon. We got football later on tonight. That'll also be on Wahoo Public YouTube channel. As Wahoo will play host to Columbus SCOTUS. Live from Wahoo High School. Back-to-back home games for the Warriors. And there goes Wesley over to second easily as the ball got under the legs of Pearson behind home plate. You knew she was likely going to go just win. And she gets a good pitch to go on and gets there easily without a throw. And this one is blooped into left field and drops. Rounding third comes Wesley. She's safe. Sliding in. Diving back to first. She is safe. It's an RBI single for Maddie Snyder. Sliding back, no doubt, safely at first. And Wahoo leads it 3-0 here in the top of the first. And a perfectly placed blooper into left field. Dropped in front of the left fielder Phelan out there. And the Warriors keep the line moving, and good base running by Olivia Wesley to slide in. It was honestly a really great throw from the left fielder of Elkhorn North to get that back in. It pulled Pearson up in front of home plate just enough, though, for Olivia to slide in safely.
Cassidy Beavers.
And that brings up the pitcher for Wahoo, Cassidy Beavers. As Wahoo has walked twice and 2 hits. Both of those hits bringing in RBIs. And the Warriors lead it 3-0 here in inning number 1 of game number 1. So how this works in this district final is game here this morning at 11, game in the afternoon at 1. So it's a best 2 out of 3 series. And the third game will be at 3 o'clock if necessary. Beavers pops one up, and the wind takes it out to shallow right, and a great catch on the run made by Maines over there in right field because, my gosh, the wind certainly carried that. So it's 2 hits, 2 walks, 3 runs, and 1 left on base for Wahoo in the top of the first. You're tuned in to Warrior Softball on Saunders County Online.
If you're looking for a new career, Dollar General is looking for you. Hiring all positions and all shifts, they are looking for you with a starting pay up to $22 an hour with a $2,000 sign-on bonus. You can find details by going to dollargeneral.com/careers or by texting DG Warehouse to 25,000. Must be 18 or older, but again, starting pay up to $22 an hour with a $2,000 sign-on bonus. Contact them now, dollargeneral.com/careers. At Medicine Man Pharmacy, we aspire to be the pharmacy provider confidently chosen by our clients for their family's everyday health needs because of our expertise, integrity, and honestly, consistently exceeding their expectations. Reliability, bright spot, value, integrity, community building, and so much more can be found at Medicine Man Pharmacy of Wahoo.
Austin McNorton back here with you live at Elkhorn North High School here on Saunders County Online. Thanks everyone for tuning in here on a Friday morning. Thanks all of our sponsors who make it happen. As Wahoo has 2 hits, 2 walks, and 3 runs in their top of the first inning. The big hit was the Ava Losserer 2-run home run. And now it'll be Cassidy Beavers out on the circle for Wahoo here in game number 1. And she'll face the 1, 2, 3 hitters of the Wolves of Elkhorn North. And we'll pull up Cassidy's numbers on the circle this season as she faces the lefty 1-hole hitter, Addie Maxwell. Addie watched the home run from Ava Losserer go over her head and watches a pitch drop low for a ball. Again, it's all white uniforms for Elkhorn North and teal numbers. Wahoo's in the blue pants, gold numbers. Gold jerseys, white numbers. This pitch drops low and outside, ball 2. As Wahoo, in their top half of the first inning, did a good job of seeing a lot of pitches. They drew 2 walks, and Ava Losserer was really the only one who didn't see multiple pitches. Grounded to third, off of Losserer's glove, over to first, not in time. Ava Losserer couldn't get it cleanly. It would have been a close play at first anyway, but Addie reaches on the E5. So a leadoff base runner for the Wolves.
Second base.
And that'll bring up Ashley Caniglia. She'll stand in the righty box. She's over at second today defensively for Elkhorn North. As we will pull up Cassidy Beaver's numbers out on the circle this year for Wahoo. She's appeared in 14 games this year, and this one's bunted foul as the infield came in for Wahoo. But her pitching numbers, 14 appearances this year, a 3.27 ERA for Beavers. She's given up 77 hits, 49 runs, only 31 of those being earned runs, 17 walks, and she struck out 42 batters this season for Wahoo. 1 ball, 1 strike, nobody out, and 1 on for Elkhorn North here in the bottom of the first. This one drops low. The runner on first is Maxwell over there. You wonder if she'll try and be aggressive here early as Wahoo already leads it 3-0.
I mean, you got to be on play, not even on. You got to be on the play.
As this one's hit out into shallow right field, and Miranda Vanya can't make the catch. And so going to second, and that will be the key in today's ball game, is the outfielders. They will play the biggest role today by far for either team. That wind is so intense here on the hill of Elkhorn. They literally call this complex the hill. So the wind is kind of always a factor here, but today especially. And Miranda Vanya has that softball go in and out of her glove, and there's two batters on for the Wolves, both reaching on errors for Wahoo. Playoff softball, the nerves just that much more heightened, and you can tell immediately how much of an impact it makes. Bunt shown, laying down the first base line, over to first in time for the out, but effectively moving both base runners that time was Reese Pearson. So Caniglia goes up to second. Maxwell goes over to third. And that brings up the third baseman, Grayson Coleman. So Coleman an opportunity to get her team back into it with two runners in scoring position and only one out here for the Wolves. And the first pitch is called a strike.
What's the ride there?
Tonight.
21 hours.
I heard that this morning on the radio.
2 balls, 1 strike. This one's sent out into short. Caught by Smart. Stepped on second for the double play. Absolutely perfect for Wahoo. Sydney Smart draws the double play. There's no hits, no walks, no runs, and 1 left on base. And the threat for the Wolves proves to not be effective thanks to Sydney Smart. It's Wahoo 3, Elkhorn North 0. We head to the top of the second here on Saunders County Online, and we'll be right back.
Hot Oil and Propane is continuing to be family run and owned for 60 years. OOP Inc. is your Wahoo supplier for gas, diesel, propane, oil, grease, and products for your yard and acreage, including seed, fertilizer, and sprays to help keep your lawn and pastures beautiful. Find them online at oopinkwahoo.com, call 402-443-3563, or stop by 3288 Ponderosa Drive. OOP Inc. serving for 60 years thanks to you.
Austin McNorton back here with you live on Saunders County Online for Wahoo Warriors softball. Here's the district finals from Elkhorn North High School. It's Wahoo here in the top of the second, leading the Wolves of Elkhorn North 3-0. And due up for the Warriors are their 8-9 one-hitters. Lily Obert, the designated hitter, stands in the right-hand box. Her first look at Pribnow out there on the circle for Elkhorn North. After the Warriors had 2 hits, 2 walks, 3 runs in the top of the first. This one's grounded over to third. Coleman is there. Over to Dumart and Daubert, I should say, over there at first for out number 1. The same way the top of the first got started is the same way the top of the second gets started for Wahoo. A grounder over to third. And that brings up the second baseman for Wahoo, Hannah Herrera. But after the Warriors had a ground out to third, they then had a walk, a ground out to short, a home run, a walk, and a single. So most of the action, all of the action happened with 2 outs for Wahoo. And you know, Sydney Smart is itching to get another crack at it after she had a quick ground out her first time up. This one drops low. Two balls, 1 strike, 1 out here for Hannah Herrera.
That would have made more room for you, I think.
Very little added cost.
Very little. Now it'll cost more to expand it.
Next pitch goes way high, and it looked like it kind of slipped out of Pribnow's hand that time. Going up into the air, as it's not exactly where Pearson wanted it, which also helped draw the ball with her having to bring her glove from kind of down low in the zone to way up high. Next pitch outside, perfectly catches the outside part of the zone for strike 2. So the count's full, and what an at-bat right now for Hannah Herrera. She's seen a lot of pitches. So have many of the Warriors. Here's the pitch. It's high and popped up out into center field. The ball moves it crazy, and it's a good job out there by Maxwell to bring the ball into her glove. I mean, that ball was hit to straightaway center field and moved all the way to right field for out number 2. My goodness.
Number 1.
There are no easy pop-outs here in this game. That's definitely the theme today. No easy pop-outs. The next pitch just misses the top of the zone. Well, I thought it was a strike, too. It looked like, with how much break it had on it, that it dropped back down in. It just missed, and so Sydney Smart showing a little bit more patience here in this at-bat. Next pitch is smoked to the shortstop Pearson over to first in time, and this time it's a 1-2-3 inning for Wahoo. It's no hits, no walks, no runs, and nobody left on base. We head to the bottom of the second. It's Wahoo 3, Elkhorn North 0. You're tuned into Warriors Softball on Saunders County Online.
At Anchor Insurance, we know your personal life and business needs the right management and insurance to succeed and grow. Give Eric E.J. Hancock a call at 402-858-0557 or stop into his office at 136 East 5th Street in downtown Wahoo, Nebraska today for all of your insurance needs.
Stop at First Bank of Nebraska to get our new Wahoo Warrior branded debit card. Every transaction gives back to Wahoo Public Schools. All you need is a First Bank of Nebraska checking account and ask for the Warrior card. For more information, go to firstbankne.com. First Bank of Nebraska, serving our communities, investing in you. Member FDIC and equal housing lender.
Bottom of the second inning for the Wolves.
Austin McNorton here, back with you live on Saunders County Online. Thanks so much to everyone for tuning in to Wahoo Warrior Softball. It's postseason action. We are here in Elkhorn North High School today for the district final, where your Wahoo Warriors lead the Wolves here on their home field 3-0 here in the bottom of the second inning. And due up for the Wolves are their 5, 6, 7 hitters, and that will bring up the shortstop Reagan Pearson into the right-hand box. Her first look at Cassidy Beavers. After the Wolves reached on 2 errors in their bottom of the first, and then a bunt, moved both runners into scoring position, and then a line out to Sydney Smart, who stepped on second for the double play to end the inning. So the 2 runners on with only 1 out in scoring position threat proved to not happen for Elkhorn North. And Wahoo's back out there as it's a 1-ball, 1-strike count. Here for the Wolves, heart of the order. This one grounded down the third baseline and foul. Haven't seen a lot of foul balls here today. A lot of the batters for both teams have done a good job of seeing a lot of pitches, and when they get a good pitch, they've been able to at least put it in play and let the defense work, which today will definitely be the key for both teams, is how well the defenses play with this wind. I mean, truly, any normal routine pop-up that you would typically see is certainly not the case today here up high on this hill. Any ball hitting the outfield is just moving crazy. I mean, in that top of the second inning, a ball was hit squarely out to straightaway center field. And Maxwell, the center fielder for Elkhorn North, moved literally all the way over to right field to make the catch. Pearson, 2 balls, 2 strike. This one's popped up on the infield, and Herrera makes the catch for out number 1. That time the ball didn't move a whole heck of a lot, and a good play from Hannah Herrera to get a big out number 1 for Wahoo.
First base, number 33, Kelsey Dauber.
Now we'll bring up the first baseman now for Elkhorn North. With 1 out and nobody on here for the Wolves in their bottom of the second inning. Wahoo leading 3-0. This one drops low, called a strike. Just at her knees, says the home plate umpire. You wonder how much of a factor is, too. These teams typically not used to playing at this time of day either, so it's just kind of that. One getting up and getting ready. As this one's grounded over to short, Sydney Smart gets a glove on it. Long throw to first. She got her. Heck of a throw from Sydney Smart, and that's why she'll be going on to play at the next level, is largely due to her defense. She does not let much get by her. And when she does get a glove on it, she's able to get that arm over to first. Make it look easy when that's not an easy play. I mean, that was deep on the infield for Sydney, and she's out there keeping her arm loose. As that brings up the 7-hitter and the pitcher, Hallie Pribnow. Pitcher on pitcher here with 2 outs, and this pitch just a bit outside. Good location from Beavers that time as she catches the bottom left corner of the zone for a strike. With 2 outs and nobody on, as Cassidy Beavers is trying to go 3 up, 3 down, just the way the Wolves did in their top half of this inning. Next pitch misses outside. This one low, called a strike again. So both the pitchers here today have been able to get that bottom of the strike zone from the home plate umpire here in this playoffs. All of the batters so far have thought that it's been low. And from our vantage point up here, it looks a little bit low, but it's been called a strike all morning long. And the next pitch is fouled back off the backstop, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Elkhorn North looking for their first hit. Their first 2 batters reached on errors for Wahoo. And the next pitch, swung on and missed. Strike 3 And it's the first strikeout of the game for either team, and it belongs to Cassidy Beavers. So it's no hits, no walks, no runs, and nobody left on base. We head to the top of the third. It's Wahoo 3, Elkhorn North 0. You're tuned in to Warrior Softball on Saunders County Online.
The best deal in town is at the Wahoo DQ. Our $7 meal deals run all day, every day. For only $7, you get your choice of an original cheeseburger or a 3-piece chicken strip basket. Each option includes a regular order of fries, a medium drink, and a small sundae. Feeling hungrier? Upgrade that sundae to a small blizzard for an extra $2. The Wahoo DQ is located at 1122 North Chestnut Street and open 10 a.m. to 9 p.m. Sunday through Thursday. And then on Fridays and Saturdays, 10 a.m. to 10 p.m.
Wahoo State Bank gives you the home team advantage. From the beginning of your financial experience with Penny Partners, Kids Club with Richie Rover, to student checking for those age 15 through 25, offering a variety of benefits that make banking easy when you're home or away, or if you're looking to finance the future home. Wahoo State Bank has the home team to work with you through life. Member FDIC.
Austin McNorton here, back with you live on Saunders County Online. Thanks, everyone, for tuning in. Thanks to all the sponsors for making it happen here at Elkhorn North High School. It's district final action here on a Friday morning, and your Wahoo Warriors lead the Wolves of Elkhorn North 3-0 here in the top of the third, and Adelia Dunlap starts out the top of the third with a ground out back to the pitcher for out number 1. So she's 0 for 1 today. She walked in the first inning and came around to score on Ava Loster's 2-run home run. And that'll bring up Lily Harris. She's 0 for 1 today with a ground out to Pearson over at short. It's the 2-3-4 hitters due up here for Wahoo after the top of the second was 3 up, 3 down. The entire second inning was 6 up, 6 down for both teams. Pitch perfectly. Strike 1. It's Wahoo, for those just tuning in. With 2 outs, they had a 2-run home run from Ava Loster, a walk, and then an RBI single from Maddie Snyder to give the Warriors that 3-0 lead. Here in inning number 3. Since then, both pitchers have really kind of locked in as Cassidy Beavers, her defense allowed 2 batters to get on with a couple of errors, and then Sydney Smart had an incredible double play to end the bottom of the first inning. As this one smoked out into center field, and it's caught. Nice job by Maxwell out there in center field, fighting with the wind and backtracking as it was hit right at her. She was stuck with it, looking into the sun with the wind at her back for a big out number 2. And here comes up Ava Loster. The last time she stepped in the righty box, she saw one pitch and sent it over the center field wall for a 2-run home run. Next pitch she sees, drops low for a ball. So she has the big hit of the afternoon, and that's kind of been typical for her this season. She has a .362 average, but leads the team in RBIs with 23 coming into the day. Now has 25 on the year. Inside, called a strike 1. .58 at-bats, 21 hits, 16 runs, 23 RBIs, now 6 home runs. This one's grounded over to third. Coleman is there over to Daubert in time for out number 3. No hits, no walks, no runs, and nobody left on base for Wahoo in the top of the third. But Wahoo still leads it 3-0 as we head to the bottom half of the inning here on Saunders County Online. Don't go anywhere.
Stop in to say hi to the Rivalry team or go to rivalryapparel.com now to get your gear for fall sports. Then be on the lookout for winter sports apparel for your favorite local teams and schools. Rivalry is open Tuesdays, Thursdays 10 to 6, Wednesdays, Fridays 10 to 5, Saturdays 9 to noon. Call 402-870-0780 for any questions. The team at Rivalry Apparel wants to help you have a winning season. We are your biggest fan. Rivalry Apparel in Wahoo is excited to celebrate their 5th anniversary the month
South Haven Living Center in Wahoo is a proud sponsor of this broadcast. Recognized as a great place to work, the folks at South Haven know the importance of teamwork and the reward that comes from serving older adults. If you're looking for senior care or a rewarding career with a Nebraska-based company, give them a call or check them out online, southaven-wahoo.com. South Haven Living Center in...
Austin McNorton here, back with you live on Saunders County Online. Thanks so much for tuning in to Wahoo Warriors softball postseason action. As Wahoo is here in Elkhorn North today, battling the wind and the cold against the Wolves. As we head to the bottom of the third inning, it's Wahoo 3, Elkhorn North 0. As the Warriors plated 3 in their first inning, thanks to the 2-run home run from Ava Losser and the RBI single from Maddie Snyder. Due up here in the bottom of the third for the Wolves are the 8-9 one-hitters. And that brings out the left fielder Delaney Phelan, as she will have her first look at Cassidy Beavers, who's still out on the circle for Wahoo, as she has the only strikeout for both teams. This one's grounded to second. Herrera gets a glove on it, over to first in time for a quick out number 1. Nice job of being able to roll to her left, make a throw with the right hand to Snyder, and that brings up the 9-hole hitter and the right fielder, Michaela Maines. She made a good play to end the first inning for Wahoo, with a catch out in right field, battling that wind that pushes pretty much every ball popped up into the air her way. And she hits one to Hannah Herrera, who catches it right at her. She got her glove down just before it hit the dirt. 2 pitches, 2 outs for Hannah Herrera. And that'll bring up the 1-hole hitter back up, Addie Maxwell. She's 0 for 1 today, but she reached on an error and was left stranded at third in the bottom of the first inning on the double play by Sydney Smart. So her second time up, as the Wolves are looking for their first hit, swung on and missed for a strike. And Addie kind of has the approach of kind of walking up, or I don't know, a slap shot. Is that kind of the official phrase in softball, where you kind of walk up while making the swing? So she stands in the back of the batter's box and walks up towards the front of it and swings away, and she's down on the count 0-2. As this one's sitting back off the screen here down the first base side. The good hitters count here for Cassidy Beavers. This is one of the few times for either team that it's been an 0-2 count. Beavers gets the call from Lanta Hits, deals, and got her to swing, but she's able to foul it off down the third base side and stay alive. Just barely got a piece of it. She really had to reach out, as that pitch was way outside on the left side part of the plate, and the lefty was still able to make contact for Elkhorn North. And this one's grounded back to Beavers, over to first. It's a quick 1-2-3 inning for Wahoo. And it's no hits, no walks, no runs, and nobody left. As we head to the fourth inning, it's Wahoo 3, Elkhorn North 0. You're tuned in to Warrior Softball on Saunders County Online.
If you're looking for a new career, Dollar General is looking for you. Hiring all positions and all shifts, they are looking for you with a starting pay up to $22 an hour with a $2,000 sign-on bonus. You can find details by going to dollargeneral.com/careers or by texting DG Warehouse to 25,000. Must be 18 or older, but again, starting pay up to $22 an hour with a $2,000 sign-on bonus. Contact them now, dollargeneral.com/careers. At Medicine Man Pharmacy, we aspire to be the pharmacy provider confidently chosen by our clients for their families' everyday health needs because of our expertise, integrity, and honestly, consistently exceeding their expectations. Reliability, bright spot, value, integrity, community building, and so much more can be found at Medicine Man Pharmacy of Wahoo.
We've won 2 games this year by now.
Here we go, top of the 4th inning here on Saunders County Online. It's district softball. It's your 12-seeded Wahoo Warriors 3 and the 5-seeded Wolves of Elkhorn North 0. As due up here in the top of the 4th, where Wahoo will be their 5, 6, 7 hitters, I should say. And that brings up Lanta Hitz, looking for her first official at-bat. She walked her first time up and scored on the RBI single, or her base runner scored, Olivia Wesley, and she sends one over the center fielder's head, Maxwell. All she can get, though, is a single. I don't know if Hitz thought that it was going to get over her head or not, so she's left it first for a leadoff single for Wahoo on 1 pitch. So she's on for the second time today, and we wonder if Olivia Wesley will come in and run for her, or is it 5 or 6 out there? It's 5 again. So, yeah, it is Olivia Wesley again out there for Wahoo, running for Lanta Hitz so she can go put back on her catcher's gear.
Maddie Snyder.
And that'll bring up Maddie Snyder, who has an RBI single today in that first inning, which brought in Olivia Wesley, who stole second and was able to score on the blooper out into shallow left field. She stands in, shows bunt, pulls it back, and Olivia Wesley thought about going, but will kind of skip back to first and say, I'm not going to gamble yet. But Maddie Snyder did show the bunt. I think it was called a strike. See if she shows the bunt again. She does not. Swings away, and she's way behind it. Strike 2. Great pitch that time from Privnow. Just blew it right by her. It's Maddie Snyder this season for Wahoo, a .304 average, 14 hits, now 8 RBIs to her total. This pitch high and outside for a ball. It's Olivia Wesley not looking to go, as I think that first initial bunt try, I think kind of has gotten her aware that the Wolves are ready for her if she goes. She's being a little bit more cautious over there than we typically see her. Swung on and missed, strike 3, but she does have to go to first. Sliding into second safely is Wesley, and so both batters are on. The gamble that time from Pearson does not pay off for Elkhorn North as she tried to throw down to second to get the force out at second on Olivia Wesley. It does not work, and Maddie Snyder reaches first on the drive third strike. No, she is out at first. Yep, she is out at first. So 1 out, 1 on for Wahoo. But yeah, that's what I thought too. So she did drop the third strike as Beavers pops one up into foul territory on the right field line. It's dropped. A good effort over there by Maines, battling with the wind and the fence here in foul territory. But Cassidy Beavers lives. But yeah, so Maddie Snyder did get the drop third strike and did run down to first, but because of the fact that Olivia Wesley was there at first, the base was technically occupied, even though Olivia Wesley did go to second. So there's 1 on with 1 out as Beavers sends this one into deep right field. It's over the head of Maines. And Olivia Wesley will come in to score on the RBI double from Cassidy Beavers. How about these Wahoo Warriors sending balls out into the outfield and letting the wind take it where the Wolves defense can't get a glove on it, and Wahoo extends their lead. Cassidy Beavers is on for the first time with the RBI double as Olivia Wesley scores from second. It was honestly a really good throw from Maines out there in right field to get it back and make it a closer play than I was anticipating it being at home plate. But these Wahoo Warriors, the 12 seed, right now have jumped up early on the Wolves here on their home field 4-0. So that brings up Lily Obert. Obert is 0 for 1 today with a ground out to third to lead off the second inning, and her first pitch swung on and missed. And I think is it Karin Edie, number 6 out there? Yep, it's Karin Edie out there for Wahoo, running in place of Beavers. As Beavers will get ready to pitch in the bottom of this inning, as she extends her own lead with the RBI double. Next pitch is smoked down the first base line, but drops foul. The wind helped push that one. And Lily Obert is now found herself behind in the count 0-2. But the Warriors have done an exceptional job today. Only one strikeout, and it came in this inning. Warriors with 4 hits, 4 runs, and now 2 strikeouts. And that'll bring up Hannah Herrera with an opportunity to try and bring in Karin Edie over there at second. Hannah Herrera popped one out to center field, which ended up being right field after the wind helped push it. So she's 0 for 1, and that also came in the second inning. Her first pitch drops low and outside. Called a strike. Boy. That's a heck of a pitch if that caught that bottom right corner. My goodness. There's not much that Herrera would have been able to do with it anyway if she was even able to make contact with it. With how down and outside that was. That one's high and outside. And there's the ball. Thanks, everyone, for tuning in to Saunders County Online. There's probably some of you who said, with how windy and cold it is and being a Friday morning, we thanks everyone for being able to tune in. For those who didn't want to deal with the elements or had to work a real job, unlike me. Herrera's down 1-2 in the count now. As this pitch is outside, she swings and misses. Karin Edie stands at second for Wahoo. Hannah Herrera would like to bring her in or at least get on base and let Sydney Smart do so. That pitch misses. That was the exact same pitch that was the second strike of the at-bat. Wasn't it? It was pretty... that time was called a ball. Talking to Elkhorn North Athletic Director. He kind of laughs, thinking the same thing. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Grounded to short. It's under the glove of Pearson. And Karin Edie will come in to score. Now the question is, do you say it's an error or a hit? That took such a crazy hop. I don't. You say it's an error? And we're getting some extra confirmation. It's an E6 against the Wolves. And Wahoo adds another run to their total, now leading it 5-0 here in the top of the 4th as Hannah Herrera is able to bring in Karin Edie from second. On the hard hit grounder to Pearson at short, it went right under her glove out into left field. Edie scores and the Warriors extend their lead.
The order number 1, Sydney Smart.
And now here comes the top of the order for Wahoo, Sydney Smart, who has really been ineffective here today, rarely. She's 0 for 2 today for Wahoo. First pitch outside, and there's that strike call in the bottom right corner. Smart leads the team with a .464 average. She has 26 hits and 56 at-bats, 8 RBIs, 4 doubles, 2 triples, 2 home runs. has a runner on with 2 outs, and watch a pitch drop low, ball 1. It's 1 ball, 1 strike. Runner at first is Hannah Herrera. So Warriors have scored 2 here in this top of the 4th and lead it 5-0. This pitch is sent out to deep center field and over the head of Maxwell. And Sydney Smart will bring in an RBI with a stand-up double. And there, we called it. Sydney Smart wouldn't wait for long before she came alive in this game. It's the second RBI double of the inning for Wahoo as Hannah Herrera goes from first to home. And the Warriors add another run to their total and now lead it 6-0 here in the top of the 4th. And Elkhorn North might have a pitching change. As Wahoo now has 5 hits, 2 walks, 6 runs, and Sydney Smart stands at second with 2 outs here in the top of the 4th inning. And we'll see if it is, in fact, a new pitcher out there for Elkhorn North. I don't think it is. So they elect to stay out there with Privnow out there on the circle. And she will now face the 2-hole hitter, Adelia Dunlap. She's 0 for 1 today with a ground out to Privnow in the 3rd inning. And she also walked in the 1st inning and came around to score on Ava Loster's 2-run bomb. So now Sydney Smart in scoring position, and you wonder if she's aggressive enough to try and steal third. She's the most aggressive base runner that I've ever seen.
He doesn't get it to me, and I'm not reading it.
And Delia Dunlap's role throughout the most of the season has been to get Sydney Smart to second, but now with Smart already at second, expect Adelia to kind of swing away, and does, and grounds it over to first, flip over to the second baseman, Caniglia, for a big out, number 3. But the Warriors add more to their lead as they have 3 hits, no walks, 3 runs, and 1 left on. We head to the bottom of the 4th. It's Wahoo 6, Elkhorn North 0. You're tuned into Warrior Softball on Saunders County Online, and we will be right back.
Hot Oil and Propane is continuing to be family run and owned for 60 years. OOP Inc. is your Wahoo supplier for gas, diesel, propane, oil, grease, and products for your yard and acreage, including seed, fertilizer, and sprays to help keep your lawn and pastures beautiful. Find them online at oopinkwahoo.com, call 402-443-3563, or stop by 3288 Ponderosa Drive. OOP Inc. serving for 60 years thanks to you.
At Anchor Insurance, we know your personal life and business needs the right management and insurance to succeed and grow. Give Eric E.J. Hancock a call at 402-858-0557 or stop into his office at 136 East 5th Street in downtown Wahoo, Nebraska today for all of your insurance needs.
Austin McNorton here, back with you on Saunders County Online. Thanks so much for tuning in to Warrior Softball here on your Friday morning. As Wahoo here in the bottom of the 4th inning lead the Wolves of Elkhorn North here in this district final. 6-0. The Warriors with 5 hits, 2 walks, 6 runs, 2 batters left on. And due up here for the Wolves are their 2, 3, 4 hitters in the bottom of the 4th. And the Caniglia sends one over the head for the first hit of the day for Elkhorn North, over the head of Herrera for a leadoff single. The second time that Caniglia has been on today, the first time she reached on an error as it went out of the glove of Miranda Vonyek out there in right field. But it's the first hit of the day for Elkhorn North. And just their 3rd base runner of the Friday morning. And that brings up Reese Pearson as she lined out to Sydney Smart in a double play to end the 1st inning. Pitch back down to first, close, Lanta Hits likes to do that often. She's had a couple pickoff plays this season for the Warriors. But Caniglia gets her hand back at first and will stay there. Lanta Hits does not like base runners to lead off often. And now she's talking to the home plate umpire and her coaches and getting the sign again from Cassidy Beavers. So Reese Pearson nearly had a 2 RBI single in the first inning, but Sydney Smart robbed her of that and turned it into a double play. So she made good contact on the ball and would like to do so again here as the count's even at 1 with 1 out, with nobody out, I should say, and 1 on. Next pitch drops low. Throw back to first again. Lanta Hits, wants to keep Caniglia there. 2 balls, 1 strike, nobody out, 1 on here for Elkhorn North. That is the first time since the first inning that the Wolves haven't gone 1-2-3. This one's grounded to Smart. Steps on second. Over to first. She pulled Maddie Snyder off the bag. So almost an incredible double play again from Sydney Smart. But Reese Pearson reaches first on the fielder's choice. As Maddie Snyder got pulled off the bag at first and almost tried to lay the tag down.
Running at first base.
Wasn't able to do so.
Mia Turner.
And now it'll be Mia Turner over there at first, running for Pearson, who will run back into the dugout to put her catcher's gear on. As Wahoo leads 6-0 here in the bottom of the 4th inning. And it's Grayson Coleman who will stand in now.
At the plate, number 41.
She was actually the one who... Yeah, it was Coleman. Reese Pearson was the one who bunted in that first inning one was out. Grayson Coleman was actually the one who roped into the double play to end the first inning. She sent it right to Sydney Smart, who made the catch and then stepped on second to force out Caniglia, who was standing there at second. And she looks at a pitch outside, ball 1. 1 on, 1 out. Here for Elkhorn North, trying to get back into this game here on their home field in the wind. Grounded over to third, foul. Eva Losser had a good read on it. Wondered if the Warriors would have been able to try and stretch that for a double play, maybe. Trying to test Coleman's speed. One ball, 1 strike. Next pitch. Oh, man, it just missed. That's been called a strike most of the morning. They're right at the knees. That one was just a hair low. Cassidy Beavers really wanted it. And Lanta Hess did a good job of framing it in the zone, but didn't get the call. Next one is sent out into left field and caught on the run by the center fielder, Lily Harris. Harris had a great read on it out there in center field for Wahoo. And it's 2 big outs for the Warriors after the leadoff single. That was sent out into the gap in left field, but Harris made a good run on it to make the catch for out number 2, and that brings up Reagan Pearson, the shortstop for the Wolves. She's 0 for 1 today with a pop out to Hannah Herrera at second. 1 on, 2 outs now. This one's popped up deep into center field, and it is way gone. A 2-run home run for Elkhorn North as Reagan Pearson sends one over the center field wall. And Wahoo's lead has been cut to 4.
At 11:58 on Friday morning, Reagan Pearson has left the yard with a 2-run home run.
Thomas comes in to score from first. Pearson touches them all. And that brings up the 6-hole hitter, Kelsey Daubert, who's over at first today. She's 0 for 1 with a ground out to Sydney Smart at short. Just the second hit today for Elkhorn North, but it plates 2 runs. And Wahoo leads it 6-2 here in the bottom of the 4th. She knew it as soon as it left her bat. It just was so high up in the air. And it just kept going over the center field wall here at Elkhorn North High School. It's a 6-2 Warrior lead. As Daubert will stand in the right-hand box.
Brand new flag. Brand new and all of this.
And smokes one down the third base side, just barely foul. Lost her, almost got a glove on it. Thankful she didn't. She tried to make the line drive catch. So Cassidy Beavers, after giving up the home run, is ahead in the count 0-2. With nobody on and 2 outs here in the bottom of the fourth. The 0-2 pitch just misses outside. Trying to get Dauber to chase it. She does not. Next pitch high and outside. Beavers, that's only the 10th home run she's given up all season. And that one was maybe one of the deepest that we've seen. Wind helps. But really, it didn't move much. It was hit so hard. The wind really didn't move it much. This one hit down the third base side and over to the Wolves bullpen and foul. So the battle continues. 2 balls and 2 strikes with 2 outs and nobody on here at the bottom of the fourth. And Wahoo leading at 6-2. Beavers ready. Gets her to ground it over to short. Smart gets a glove on it. Over to Snyder in time for out number 3. 2 hits, no walks, 2 runs, and nobody left on base. It's Wahoo 6, Elkhorn North 2. You're tuned in to Wahoo Warrior Softball on Saunders County Online, and we will be right back.
Stop at First Bank of Nebraska to get our new Wahoo Warrior branded debit card. Every transaction gives back to Wahoo Public Schools. All you need is a First Bank of Nebraska checking account and ask for the Warrior card. For more information, go to firstbankne.com. First Bank of Nebraska, serving our communities, investing in you. Member FDIC and equal housing lender.
The best deal in town is at the Wahoo DQ. Our $7 meal deals run all day, every day. For only $7, you get your choice of an original cheeseburger or a 3-piece chicken strip basket. Each option includes a regular order of fries, a medium drink, and a small sundae. Feeling hungrier? Upgrade that sundae to a small blizzard for an extra $2. The Wahoo DQ is located at 1122 North Chestnut Street and open 10 a.m. to 9 p.m. Sunday through Thursday. And then on Fridays and Saturdays.
Austin McNorton here, back with you on Saunders County Online for Wahoo Warrior Softball. Thanks, everyone, for tuning in. Thanks to all of our sponsors for making it happen. As we head to the top of the 5th inning here at Elkhorn North High School, it's your 12-seeded Wahoo Warriors 6 and the 5-seeded Wolves of Elkhorn North 2 as the Wolves get their first 2 hits and first 2 runs of the Friday morning. The Wahoo still with a 4-run lead as it is the 3, 4, 5 hitters due up here for Wahoo. Lily Harris, she's 0 for 2 today with a grounder to short and a line out to center field. She stands in the lefty box and looks at a pitch outside that Pearson tried to frame up in the zone. She just wasn't able to do so. You could see her pull it back into the zone. That's pretty awesome to watch. It's a good hitter's count here for Harris. 2 balls, no strikes. Harris looks at a pitch go high, 3-0. Would love to be a leadoff base runner here for Wahoo to start out the 5th inning. Privnow has walked 2 today for Elkhorn North. Pitch outside. That time Pearson frames it up into the zone successfully for strike number 1. Three balls, 1 strike. Infield in. High ball 4, and it's a leadoff base runner for Wahoo. Lily Harris gets on base, as that is Lily's 10th walk of the year.
Ava Losser.
She has that .534 on base percentage. An exceptional number, and here comes the power hitter for Wahoo, Ava Losser, who is 1 for 2 today with a 2-run home run and a ground out to third. 1 on, nobody out, and she sends one down the first base side foul for strike number 1. Third walk of the day for Wahoo. And again, to kind of give the rest of our schedule today here on Saunders County Online, we will watch game number 2 as Losser sends it to the same place, strike 2. We will have game number 2 here of this district final between the Wolves and Warriors. And that will be at approximately 1 o'clock. And then depending on how that game goes, we'll either have game number 3 as Losser grounds one back to first, over to second for 1 to first. They don't make a throw, but they get the force out at second as Lily Harris is out. So Ava Losser reaches on the fielder's choice.
With 1 out, number 24, Lanta Hits.
And that brings up Lanta Hits, who's 1 for 1 today with a leadoff single in the 4th and a walk in the 1st. And Olivia Wesley has came in to run for her both times and scored both times. 1 on, 1 out for Wahoo, top of the 5th, leading 6-2. So that game was stealing second. I wasn't even looking. It happened so late. But Losser gets the second. It's a very late stolen base for her. And she doesn't do that a lot this year. I think that's her first stolen base of the season. It is. How about that? So runner in scoring position now. This one's hit back up the middle. It does not get through, and so over to first in time for out number 2 on a nice play by Caniglia over there at second. It holds Losser at second, and that brings up Maddie Snyder. She's 1 for 2 today with an RBI single in the 1st and a strikeout in the 4th. One of just 2 strikeouts today from Hallie Privnow on the circle. This pitch drops low, ball 1. And so that game, if there is a game 3, will be at approximately 3 o'clock. And then tonight, your Wahoo Warriors, the number 2 team in the state of Nebraska, as this one's popped up to short, to Pearson for out number 3. So it's 1 walk, no hits, 1 walk, no runs, and 1 left on base. We head to the bottom of the 5th. It's Wahoo 6, Elkhorn North 2. You're tuned into Warrior Softball on Saunders County Online, and we'll be right back.
Wahoo State Bank gives you the home team advantage. From the beginning of your financial experience with Penny Partners, Kids Club with Richie Rover, to student checking for those age 15 through 25, offering a variety of benefits that make banking easy when you're home or away, or if you're looking to finance the future home. Wahoo State Bank has the home team to work with you through life. Member FDIC.
Stop in to say hi to the Rivalry team or go to rivalryapparel.com now to get your gear for fall sports. Then be on the lookout for winter sports apparel for your favorite local teams and schools. Rivalry is open Tuesdays, Thursdays 10 to 6, Wednesdays, Fridays 10 to 5, Saturdays 9 to noon. Call 402-870-0780 for any questions. The team at Rivalry Apparel wants to help you have a winning season. We are your biggest fan. Rivalry Apparel in Wahoo is excited to celebrate their 5th anniversary the month of...
We go to the bottom of the 5th inning.
Thanks so much for tuning in to Warrior Softball here on Saunders County Online. Austin McNorton here with you for Wahoo Warrior Softball. It's district final action here on this now Friday afternoon. Just barely. As Wahoo leads in the bottom of the 5th inning over the 5-seeded Wolves of Elkhorn North, 6-2. As due up for the Wolves are their 7, 8, 9 hitters, and that brings up the pitcher, Hallie Privnow, who's 0 for 1 today with a strikeout. The only strikeout today that Cassidy Beavers has gotten happened to come against the Wolves pitcher. And the first pitch is outside, ball 1. A windy day, and the wind hasn't really let up. Still pretty cool outside, too. And Beavers misses with the first 2 pitches outside. 2-0. As the Wolves just 2 hits, but a big one, the 2-run home run from Reagan Pearson. Wahoo also has a 2-run home run today. This one's grounded right to Ava Losser. Got a great glove on it over to first in time for out number 1. Boy, how about the hot corner for Ava Losser over there at third. Got the glove right on it over to first in time for out number 1, and that brings up Delaney Phelan. She's out in left field today defensively for the Wolves, and she's 0 for 1 with a ground out to Hannah Herrera at second to lead off the bottom of the 3rd inning for Elkhorn North. Cassidy Beavers has looked pretty good out there today. She's only allowed 4 base runners, if you include the home run being a base runner. 2 of those were errors. 1 was a walk, or 1 was a hit, I should say, and then the other, the home run. This one's hit to Hannah Herrera, who can't get a glove on it. It's out into the gap in right center. Rounding first, going to second. It's close play, but sliding in safely for the 1-out double for Delaney Phelan. And a runner in scoring position here for Elkhorn North.
Scores a double for Phelan.
Harris got it back in as quick as she could. And Hannah Herrera almost got a glove on it. She slid over to her right, trying to get the glove down, wasn't able to do so with her left hand. And now a runner in scoring position here for the 9-hole hitter, Michaela Maines. She's 0 for 1 today as she lined out to second there in the 3rd inning.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So she's 0 for 1. But Elkhorn North getting a couple of hits here as the game goes along. As this one's hit out into the gap in right center. That'll be an RBI stand-up double for Michaela Maines. And Elkhorn North pretty fired up right now, back-to-back doubles. And they've cut this lead in half now. And I talked to head coach Trina Kristen for Wahoo before the game got started. And she said, we cannot give up big innings. We got to limit those innings to 1-2 runs at the most. We can't give up some of those 4 or 5-run innings that we've seen throughout the year. Wahoo leads it 6-3 now here in the bottom of the 5th. And here comes the top of the order for Elkhorn North. As Addie Maxwell's 0 for 2 today with a ground out to the pitcher in the 3rd inning. And she reached on an error in the 1st and was left stranded at 3rd. And she watches a pitch go low in the dirt for ball 1. And the next pitch goes high. And this is playoff softball at its finest. A lead, even a big lead, especially in a windy day like this. And head coach Kristen for Wahoo was the one who told me this, is you're really truly never out of it. One swing of the bat, you can come back into this game in a hurry. And Elkhorn North certainly has the momentum right now with back-to-back doubles and a strike to make the count 3-1 now with 1 gone and 1 on here in the bottom of the 5th as Wahoo leads at 6-3 and trying to keep it at that. Maxwell grounds it to Herrera, gets a glove on it, and an easy play over to first for a big out number 2. It does advance Mains over to third, though, so one base closer for the two-hole hitter, Ashlyn Caniglia. She's 1 for 2 today with a leadoff single in the fourth. And she reached on an error in the first and was left stranded at second in that inning. First pitch. Just missed that top right corner for a ball. As Ava Losser is the closest to home. She's standing right next to Mains over there at third. Snyder's back. Herrera's back. This one's grounded through the hole into the left field for an RBI single for the two-hole hitter, Ashlyn Caniglia. And just like that, it's a two-run game. She got it right past the glove of Losser down the third base side.
An RBI single for Caniglia.
The second hit of the day for Caniglia.
23, Reese.
And that brings us up Reese Pearson. She reached on a fielder's choice in the fourth, grounded out to first in the first, and she came around to score on that two-run home run from Reagan Pearson. So it's 3 hits here for the Wolves in this bottom of the fifth to put their total to 5. 4 runs as it's a 6-4 ball game all of a sudden. This game has really tightened up, and that's kind of what we expected. Inside, a quick throw to first. Heck of a play for Maddie Snyder to get a glove on it. That almost went out into right field. And would have gotten Caniglia to second at the very least. Swung on and missed. It's 2 balls and a strike now for Reese Pearson. Trying to keep the rally going here for Elkhorn North as Wahoo leads at 6-4 here in the bottom of the fifth. Here's the pitch, under it, into foul territory, and it will go to the Wahoo dugout over the fence. As Maddie Snyder had a good charge on it to try and make the catch in foul territory. Just goes down for a long strike. Make the count even. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Runner on first here in the bottom of the fifth, and Wahoo leading at 6-4. Pitch outside, cold, strike 3. And down goes Reese Pearson looking.
2 runs on 3 hits. 1
as it's 3 hits, no walks, 2 runs, and 1 left on as we head to the top of the 6th. It's Wahoo 6, Elkhorn North 4. You're tuned in to Wahoo Warriors Softball on Saunders County Online, and we will be right back.
If you're looking for a new career, Dollar General is looking for you. Hiring all positions and all shifts, they are looking for you with a starting pay up to $22 an hour with a $2,000 sign-on bonus. You can find details by going to dollargeneral.com/careers or by texting DG Warehouse to 25,000. Must be 18 or older, but again, starting pay up to $22 an hour with a $2,000 sign-on bonus. Contact them now, dollargeneral.com/careers.
At Medicine Man Pharmacy, we aspire to be the pharmacy provider confidently chosen by our clients for their family's everyday health needs because of our expertise, integrity, and honestly, consistently exceeding their expectations. Reliability, bright spot, value, integrity, community building, and so much more can be found at Medicine Man Pharmacy of Wahoo.
Welcome back to Saunders County Online. Austin McNorton here with you on a Friday afternoon with the wind howling in Elkhorn, Nebraska. We're here at Elkhorn North High School for this district final. It's your 12-seeded Wahoo Warriors leading the 5-seeded Wolves of Elkhorn 6-4. As it'll be the pitcher due up for Wahoo, Cassidy Beavers, and she stands in the right-hand box. And looks at a pitch drop low at her feet and to the backstop. Beavers today is 1 for 2 with an RBI double in the fourth and a line out to right field in the first. It's both teams with 5 hits. Elkhorn North, those 5 hits coming in just the last 2 innings. Beavers sends one to second, and it's caught right by Caniglia at second. She got her glove on it and had to slide to her knees, but she was able to hold on for out number 1.
Number 11, Lily Obert.
And that brings up Lily Obert, who's 0 for 2 today with a grounder to third and a strikeout. One of just 2 strikeouts today thrown by Hallie Privnow. She stands in, first pitch swinging, and it's fouled off down the first base side and out of play. As Wahoo had a leadoff walk in the 5th, but wasn't able to bring her home. Trying to get something going here and take some of the pressure off of Cassidy Beavers out on the circle. After giving her a 6-0 lead, the Wolves, you knew they'd come back, and boy, have they. They have a lot of momentum certainly on their side right now. Obert waits on the pitch, and it's high for a ball. Ball 2. Lily Obert this season for Wahoo, a .298 average with 14 hits and 9 RBIs. That's the designated hitter. She sends one to second, and a great glove by Caniglia over to first for out number 2. Boy, that took a big hop, and Caniglia was still able to get a glove on it with her left hand putting a glove on it and flipping it to first for out number 2. So 2 outs, 2 really impressive outs by Caniglia there at second for Elkhorn North. And that brings up Hannah Herrera. She's 0 for 2 with a fly out to center field and a grounder to shortstop, which got under her glove for an error, which brought in Cassidy Beavers. And then Hannah Herrera came in to score on the RBI double from Sydney Spark, but she lines out to the pitcher, and in the top of the 6th, it's no hits, no walks, no runs, and nobody left on base. 1, 2, 3, down go the Warriors. And to the bottom of the 6th we go. Wahoo still holding on to a 6-4 lead as you're tuned into Warriors Softball on Saunders County Online, and we'll be right back.
Hot Oil and Propane is continuing to be family run and owned for 60 years. OOP Inc. is your Wahoo supplier for gas, diesel, propane, oil, grease, and products for your yard and acreage, including seed, fertilizer, and sprays to help keep your lawn and pastures beautiful. Find them online at oopinkwahoo.com, call 402-443-3563, or stop by 3288 Ponderosa Drive. OOP Inc., serving for 60 years.
At Anchor Insurance, we know your personal life and business needs the right management and insurance to succeed and grow. Give Eric E.J. Hancock a call at 402-858-0557 or stop into his office at 136 East 5th Street in downtown Wahoo, Nebraska today for all of your insurance needs.
And welcome back to this district final here at Elkhorn North High School. Austin McNorton here with you on Saunders County Online. Thanks to everyone for tuning in. It's your 12-seeded Wahoo Warriors 6 and the 5-seeded Wolves 4. And due up for the Wolves are their 4, 5, 6 hitters, and that brings up the third baseman Grayson Coleman, who sends one out into center field, and it's a leadoff single for Elkhorn as their momentum continues here in the 6th, as they didn't have a hit until the 4th inning, and now they have 6. It's still Cassidy Beavers out there on the circle for Wahoo, but here comes up the big hitter here for Elkhorn North, Reagan Pearson. She's 1 for 2 today with a pop out to second and a 2-run home run in the 4th. Now she has a leadoff base runner on for her to maybe try and tie up this game.
Pearson!
Elkhorn North's bats have really come alive here as the game has gone along. It's kind of the midway through the second time through the order. They've kind of figured out Cassidy Beavers. Just trying to keep the 2-run lead here as the pressure tightens for sure. Inside, just missed, 2 balls and no strikes. Thanks everyone for tuning in here on a Friday afternoon. We'll also have football here on tonight as your number 2 team in the state. Your Wahoo Warriors host the Celtics of Columbus SCOTUS.
They're not going to give anything.
3 balls and no strikes, and you wonder if Cassidy Beavers even gives her anything over the plate. She already has a 2-run home run today. Well, that pitch is right down the center for a strike, and now you wonder what Beavers will do. 3-1 the count. I was wondering if they weren't even going to give Reagan a pitch to hit. But now with a 3-1 count, it's a good opportunity here for Pearson, no doubt. The pitch is smoked out to left field, and she was just a bit out in front of that, or else that one's probably gone again. The way she was able to make contact with that. But Beavers has been able to work the count back full now. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Runner at first is Coleman. Here's the full count pitch. Inside, it's ball 4. The first walk drawn today by the Wolves. And now the tying run stands at first. For Kelsey Daubert, who's 0 for 2 today with 2 groundouts to short. And now head coach Trina Christum will come out onto the circle for Wahoo. And you wonder if a pitching change will be made for the Warriors now. As there's 2 on with nobody out. Here in the bottom of the 6th, and Wahoo leading it 6-4. And due up for Elkhorn, 6, 7, 8 hitters. So Kristen comes back into the dugout, leaves Beavers out there. She just wanted to have a conversation with her defense. Big spot here for the first baseman, Kelsey Daubert. She's 0 for 2 today. Sydney Smart has been her kryptonite. But has an opportunity with the tying run standing at first. And her first pitch is inside, just missing the zone for ball 1. Beavers, a strikeout would be huge today, but those have been hard to come by. Only 2 Wolves have struck out. 1 in the 2nd and 1 in the 5th. Low, ball 2, and a good hitters count here again for the Wolves.
You better put it on the hands. So you put something over the plate.
2 balls, no strikes, nobody out, and 2 on here for Elkhorn North. Bottom of the 6th. Strike called. The bottom of the zone. That's been there today, and that time it's called a strike. 2-1 now as Beavers is trying to get out of this jam. She's put herself in here in the bottom of the 6th with nobody out. A tying run standing at first for the Wolves. Pitch way low and inside, and cannot give up another walk here if you're Wahoo. It's a 3-1 now for Daubert. You wonder if she has the green light to swing away. She does and grounds it into her own dugout for a foul ball and a strike, number 2. Another full count pitch here for Cassidy Beavers. The last one, Reagan Pearson drawed a walk. So here we go again with the full count pitch. Big spot for both teams. Swung on, sent out to deep left field, and it is dropped. It's dropped by Adelia Dunlap, who throws it back into the infield. As the Wolves thought it was gone, but everybody is safe now.
She hit it.
As Adelia Dunlap couldn't make the catch in E7, Pearson moves up to second, Coleman over to third. Nobody out, and the bases loaded for Elkhorn North. For Hallie Pribnow, the pitcher could give herself the lead. She's 0 for 2 today with a strikeout and a ground out to third. But now it's a force out at every base for Wahoo, so try and be optimistic about it as the infield is in for the Warriors. Beavers, first pitch, drops low, ball one. The bases loaded and nobody out. A tying run stands at second. Wahoo led this game 6-0. Next pitch misses high for a ball. And again, Beavers falls behind in the count. She's done it every single time in this inning. She has fallen behind in the count. 2-0. That's called a strike. Good pitch that time from Beavers. Froze Pribnow there in the righty box. A force out at every base for Wahoo, but that's a lot easier said than done. 2-1. This one's low and nowhere to put her. 3 balls and a strike again for Beavers. Pribnow, how about an opportunity here? Try and give herself the lead, or at least get on base. She swings, and it's out of the glove of Hannah Herrera. 1 run scores, 2 runs score, but tagged out at second that time will be Kelsey Daubert. But the game, just like that, is tied up with the Hallie Pribnow single.
Oh, yeah.
Pearson scores from second. Coleman scores from third. And just like that, this game is tied. And that might be it for Cassidy Beavers. It is. So Maddie Snyder will come in to pitch. We'll take a break on Saunders County Online. All tied up here in the bottom of the 6th.
Stop at First Bank of Nebraska to get our new Wahoo Warrior branded debit card. Every transaction gives back to Wahoo Public Schools. All you need is a First Bank of Nebraska checking account and ask for the Warrior card. For more information, go to firstbankne.com. First Bank of Nebraska, serving our communities, investing in you. Member FDIC and equal housing lender.
The best deal in town is at the Wahoo DQ. Our $7 meal deals run all day, every day. For only $7, you get your choice of an original cheeseburger or a 3-piece chicken strip basket. Each option includes a regular order of fries, a medium drink, and a small sundae. Feeling hungrier? Upgrade that sundae to a small blizzard for an extra $2. The Wahoo DQ is located at 1122 North Chestnut Street and open 10 a.m. to 9 p.m. Sunday through Thursday. And then on Fridays and Saturdays, 10 a.m. to 10 p.m.
After the 2 RBIs by Prick.
Austin McNorton here with you on Saunders County Online and here in the district final. And welcome back to Elkhorn, Nebraska here at Elkhorn North High School. Wahoo led this game 6-0, but the Wolves here in the last 3 innings have tied it up with the 2 RBI single from Hallie Pribnow. And that'll bring up Delaney Phelan. She's 1 for 2 today with a double and a ground out to second. It's Maddie Snyder out there now for Wahoo. Cassidy Beavers will go over to first. Wahoo just trying to keep it at least tied right now. To be able to say you led this game 6-0 and lose would be pretty heartbreaking. To then have to turn around and say we got to still play another game after blowing that lead.
She caught it. She didn't show the ball. We got to address.
And so the umpire goes out and talks to Maddie Snyder. on her approach, making sure she's showing the softball before the pitch. The runner at first. Is it a courtesy runner over there at first? Number 19 for Elkhorn North.
Lily.
That's Lily. Big spot for Phelan to try and give her team the lead. She already has a double today. And this one's grounded to third. Losser will throw it to second. And Hannah Herrera can't make the catch at second. Could have been an easy out, number 2. Instead, 2 runners on with still only 1 out.
Number 24, Michaela Main.
So now 2 on with still only 1 out. Here in the bottom of the 6th, and Wahoo just trying to keep this thing tied. Maddie Snyder's out there for the first time, and her first look at the 9-hole hitter, Michaela Maines, who's 1 for 2 today with an RBI double in the 5th. And she fouls one off down the first base side. Wahoo racking up some errors now. This one's grounded to Sydney Smart. She'll throw it over to first for 1. That's out number 2, but boy, it felt pretty crucial to have at least that. Phelan goes up to second. Priv now over to third. Bringing back up the top of the order here for Elkhorn North, Addie Maxwell. An opportunity to give her team the lead here in the bottom of the 6th. With 2 runners in scoring position and 2 outs. She is 0 for 3 today. With a grounder to second, a grounder to the pitcher, and reaching on an error in the first. First pitch smoked out into left field, and the Wolves have the lead. 1 run scores, play at the plate, not in time. It's a 2 RBI double, and that's probably the ball game. First pitch over Abel Losser's head at third into left field. 2 runs come in to score, and just like that, the Warriors' 6-run lead is gone.
There's an illegal pitch, but we hit it. Illegal pitch. We hit the ball, and we'll take the outcome.
That'll be a 2 RBI single for Maxwell. Advances to second on the throw.
All of these have come in the later part of today's ball game. But boy, have they been huge for the Wolves, who now lead 8-6. Warriors still got to rally, though, especially due to the fact that there's still another game here to be played today, at the very least. Wahoo kind of feels confident to some degree. You had a 6-0 lead. So Elkhorn North got hot at the right time, and they have not taken their foot off the gas at all.
I think the wind's going to blow it. Look at those poor kids running around the track into that backstretch. Why do you hate people?
And it's Ashlyn Caniglia standing in. She's 2 for 3 today with 2 singles and reaching on an error in the first. As Elkhorn North has had 3 hits and a walk here in this game.
That's what mom teaches.
Yeah. And rap. Just the 2. Yes, it's just 2.
It'll be an interesting decision for that young lady. Hopefully she chooses that.
Maddie Snyder stands in again. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Love to get out of this. It's blooped out into shallow left, and Maddie, how about Sydney Smart making a incredible out number 3 as she retreated out into left field to get it. But the damage has been done.
3 hits. 1 left on base.
As Elkhorn North takes the lead here in the bottom of the 6th with 1, 2, 3 hits, 1 walk, 4 runs, and 1 left on. We head to the top of the 7th. Elkhorn North 8, Wahoo 6. You're tuned into Warriors Softball. Final chance for the Warriors here in game number 1. And we'll be right back.
Wahoo is a proud sponsor of this broadcast. Recognized as a great place to work, the folks at South Haven know the importance of teamwork and the reward that comes from serving older adults. If you're looking for senior care or a rewarding career with a Nebraska-based company, give them a call or check them out online, southaven-wahoo.com. South Haven Living Center in Wahoo is a proud sponsor of this broadcast. Recognized as a great place to work, the folks at South Haven know the importance of teamwork and the reward that comes from serving older adults. If you're looking for senior care or a rewarding career with a Nebraska-based company, give them a call or check them out online, southaven-wahoo.com. South Haven Living Center in Wahoo is a proud sponsor of this broadcast. Recognized as a great place to work.
My daughter's all on there.
Austin McNorton back here with you live on Saunders County Online as Elkhorn North scores 4 runs in the bottom of the 6th to take the lead over the Warriors, who led this game 6-0 and now trail 8-6. And it will be the top of the order, though, here for Wahoo, representing the final 3 outs for the Warriors here in game number 1. Sydney Smart is 1 for 3 today with an RBI double in the 4th. A ground out to third in the 1st and a ground out to short in the 2nd. And she sends one out into deep center field. It's gone! What a start to the 7th inning for Wahoo. Sydney Smart to cut the lead to 1 as she smoked it over the center field wall. The 2nd home run of the afternoon for Wahoo and the 1st for Sydney Smart, but still Elkhorn North, in hindsight, that doesn't really matter too much as you just get 1 run and still nobody on base.
Number 21, Adelia.
They still hold the lead by 1. But that'll help. That'll help the Warriors. And that brings up Adelia Dunlap, who's 0 for 2 today with a couple of ground outs and a walk. She looks at a pitch outside, ball 1. As it's still Pribnow out there on the circle for Elkhorn North. This is her first time working with a lead now. Question is, as playoff softball proves, can she battle the pressure and hang on for her team to get the win? As Dunlap's ahead in the count 2-0 as this pitch goes back to the screen. And yep, immediately the head coach for the Wolves is coming out and saying, we just got to calm down after giving up a 1-pitch home run and then back-to-back balls. And boy, you really hope that error on Hannah Herrera on what would have been out number 2 for Elkhorn North doesn't come back to bite the Warriors, because that would have ended it, and it would be it would have been a 6-6 game. Wahoo could lead 7-6 right now. But Hannah Herrera dropped the ball at second, which would have been an out. And Elkhorn North played 2 runs after that to take the lead. And there's the first pitch strike after the meeting on the mound, on the circle. 2 balls, 1 strike, nobody out, nobody on. Here, top of the 7th. Wahoo trails 8-7 here in what has been kind of what you'd expect playoff softball to be. A lot of runs, a lot of craziness, some nervous errors by both teams. And with this battling in the elements, both teams have played pretty well, no doubt. 3 balls and a strike. Can Dunlap get on with a walk? Outside, ball 4.
You know he's not calling that. You got to have that in.
And the Warriors' tying run stands at first. Adelia Dunlap, she draws her, let's see, that is her 12th walk of the year, as Wahoo now has the tying run at first for Lily Harris, who's 0 for 2 today with a ground out to short, a line out to center, and a walk in the 5th. Her first pitch, she shows bunt and fouls it down the third base side for a strike.
Thank you.
Now, wait a minute. A Warrior just got called out. I didn't see what happened. And the home plate umpire is talking to head coach Kristen. I think.
With one out, number 23, Ava Lasser.
Stepped on the plate.
Oh, they said Lily Harris stepped on the plate on that bunt. Boy, that hurts. She steps on home, and just like that, Wahoo has one out with one on, trailing by one here in the top of the 7th. And that is a tough way to get out number 1. And Ava Losser ticks it off the bat foul. Ava Losser, she is 1 for 3 today with reaching on a fielder's choice in the 5th, grounding out to 3rd in the 3rd, and a 2-run home run in the 1st. Big spot here. And she also drew Adelia Dunlap in on that 2-run home run who walked. So kind of a similar spot here. She looks at the pitch go high. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out, and 1 on for Wahoo in the top of the 7th, trailing 8-7. Sydney Smart had the leadoff home run here in this inning. And Ava Losserer bloops one and through into right field. It'll be a close play at second, but sliding in safely is Adelia Dunlap on the 1-out single from Ava Losserer. And the tying run stands at second for Wahoo, who are still alive. And here comes Lanta Hits.
Number 24, Lanta Hits.
She is 1 for 2 today with a leadoff single in the 4th, a walk in the 1st, in which she came in to score both times, and then she grounded out to second in the 5th. So the tying run standing at second, and she sends one out into deep right field, and it is gone! A Warrior bomb! Unbelievable! Lanta Hits! A 3-run shot, and the Warriors take the lead in the top of the 7th! Boom! Says Lanta Hits over the right field wall. How about these Wahoo Warriors? The wind just continued to push it because Maine's honestly had a good read on it out there in the outfield. But it is gone, and the Warriors take the lead with their 2nd home run of the inning.
7, Madeline Snyder.
Ava Losserer scores from 1st, Adelia Dunlap scores from 2nd, and Lanta Hits touches them all. The 2nd home run of the inning for Wahoo, who now lead this game 10-7, 10-8, with 4 runs here in this inning. How about that? And that brings up Maddie Snyder with 1 ball and 1 strike. Maddie Snyder today is 1 for 3 with an RBI single in the 1st, a strikeout, and a fly out to short. This one's grounded to 3rd. Coleman is there over to Daubert for out number 2. After Lily Harris stepped on the plate for out number 1, Ava Losserer gets a single, and Lanta Hits has the 3-run home run.
Cassidy Beavers.
And here comes up Cassidy Beavers, who gave up the lead. Now stands in trying to maybe add more onto the Warriors' lead. She's 1 for 3 today with a double, a line out to right, and a line out to second. And she looks at the pitch go way high, ball 1. With 2 outs and nobody on for Wahoo, who trailed 8-6 when this inning started and now lead 10-8. This game has had just about everything. This pitch goes inside and low for another ball. Playoff softball, the pressure can get to you. There's no doubt about it. And we'll see if Maddie Snyder can deal with the pressure in the bottom of the 7th now for Wahoo, trying to hold on to the lead. And it's 3-0 as this one drops low. That one has honestly kind of been called a strike most of the day, and that's why you hear the Wolves fans not happy. Here down the first base side. 3 balls. Can Beavers draw a walk? How about that? A 4-pitch walk for Cassidy Beavers, and the line keeps moving for Wahoo, as now their 8th batter will come to the plate, and it is the 8-hole hitter, Lily Obert. Obert is 0 for 3 today, with a ground out to third, a strikeout, and a ground out to second. And now we'll have a courtesy runner for Wahoo. A pinch runner, yeah. Yeah, right, because Cassidy Beavers is not the pitcher anymore. Is it 6? It's Karin Edie out there for Wahoo.
Pinch running at first base, number 6.
Karin Edie. And here comes Lily Obert into the right-hand box.
Number 11.
So Cassidy Beavers' day is done. And due up for the Wolves will be their 3, 4, 5 hitters. So the heart of the order for Elkhorn North will be coming up. So Wahoo would love to keep adding runs if they can, as Obert looks at a strike.
So they come out as a sub. So that's where Kelsey.
So Edie stands at first.
Because if she comes back, that's.
Obert would love to get on today and potentially continue to keep the line moving.
This game, yeah. So she can't come down.
1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs, 1 on for Wahoo here in this incredible top of the 7th. 3 hits and a walk and 4 runs. Here's the pitch. This one's grounded to third. Coleman is there. Over to Daubert for out number 3. But the Warriors take the lead in the top of the 7th with 3 hits, 1 walk, 4 runs, and 1 left on. We head to the bottom of the 7th. Can Wahoo hold on to the lead? They lead it 10-8. And we'll be right back on Saunders County Online.
Hot Oil and Propane is continuing to be family run and owned for 60 years. OOP Inc. is your Wahoo supplier for gas, diesel, propane, oil, grease, and products for your yard and acreage, including seed, fertilizer, and sprays to help keep your lawn and pastures beautiful. Find them online at oopinkwahoo.com, call 402-443-3563, or stop by 3288 Ponderosa Drive. OOP Inc. serving for 60 years thanks to you.
And welcome back to Elkhorn, Nebraska here on Saunders County Online. It's this district final game number 1. It's number 12 Wahoo 10, number 5 Elkhorn North 8.
Number 23.
As Wahoo 3 outs away from winning game number 1 after the Warriors score 4 runs in the top of the 7th to take the lead. It's now the Wolves' turn to try and answer back. And it is their 3, 4, 5 hitter. So the heart of the order, who you'd want up in this spot. And that brings up the catcher, Reese Pearson. She is 0 for 3 today with a ground out to first, reaching on a fielder's choice and striking out in the 5th. As she faces Maddie Snyder for the first time, who came in to replace Cassidy Beavers back in that 6th inning. And Beavers stands over at first for Wahoo. Here's the pitch, high. 2 quick balls for Maddie Snyder, and neither one of them really close to the zone. That's what playoff softball is about. Who can handle the pressure? There's a lot to ask from Maddie Snyder. This one's off the end of the bat, back off the fence for a big strike number 1. Game number 2 will happen, supposed to happen at 1. It will be a little bit later now. As this game won't get over until 1. Now, how much time is there in between?
Just got to turn the field, and the umpire's got to 20 minutes.
20 minutes around is kind of what we're anticipating up here in the broadcast booth. 3 balls, 1 strike here for the leadoff hitter, Reese Pearson. If you're Wahoo, leadoff walks always prove to come back and bite you at all levels of this game. So if you're Wahoo, Love to be able to force her to make contact. Here's the 3-1. It's way outside ball 4. And the leadoff base runner for Elkhorn North is on. And that brings up Grayson Coleman, who's 1 for 3 today with a line out to a double play in the first, a line out to center field in the fourth, and a single in the 6th. She got things going in that 6th inning with a leadoff single. And she came around to score on the Hallie Privnow single, which tied the game. And then Addie Maxwell had a 2-run double to give the Wolves the lead. That's just the second walk of the day for Elkhorn North. And this pitch is high again. Pearson stands over at first. Here in the bottom of the 7th. Wahoo leading it 10-8 with 1 on and nobody out. Pitch inside, just missed for a ball. Maddie wanted it. And Lanta tried to frame it, just inside. Here's the 2-0. Swung on, grounded to short. Sydney Smart will flip it to second for 1. Only 1, but that got the lead runner out. Sydney Smart took a little bit too long to determine whether she wanted to flip it to Herrera at second or take it herself. She flipped it to Hannah to at least get the lead runner.
Number 4.
So 1 on with 1 out now as Grayson Coleman's on first, reaching on the fielder's choice. And here comes Reagan Pearson, who's 1 for 2 today with a 2-run home run in the 4th, a pop out to second in the 2nd, and a walk in the 6th, in which she came around to score on Hallie Privnow's 2 RBI single, and she watches a first pitch drop low in the zone for a strike. With a runner at first and 1 out here in the bottom of the 7th. Wahoo 2 outs away from winning game number 1 against the number 5 seeded Elkhorn North Wolves. Pitch, strike 2, perfectly located on the inside part of the zone. And now Maddie Snyder has a good pitcher's count, 0-2. Pearson has already sent one over the center field wall today. You don't want to give her anything to hit if you can avoid it here. As you know, she'll be battling off pitches, and she gets under one out into deep right field, and it's way over the fence into foul territory. But impressive for her to at least make contact on that one and stay alive. So we do the 0-2 again here for Pearson. This is her first look at Maddie Snyder. She walked against Cassidy Beavers in the 6th. The 0-2 pitch, she swung on it again and flied it off the screen towards us in the booth here. The runner at first is Grayson Coleman, who just reached on the fielder's choice. Thanks, everyone, for tuning in to Wahoo Warrior Softball today. Here on this Friday afternoon with the wind howling. Check swing. She did not go around. Boy, the Warriors wanted it. And Lanta Hicks checks with the first base umpire. It was close. I don't think she went around from my vantage point up here. The Warrior crowd wanted it, and even the Elkhorn North Wolves fans kind of let out a big oh, because everyone knew how close that was to being a K. Here's the 1-2, and it's way low and inside and almost hit her. So after being down 0-2 and fouling off a couple of pitches, she's now worked the count even. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Runner at first with 1 out. Here in the bottom of the 7th, and Wahoo leading it 10-8. The 2-2 pitch now for Maddie Snyder. Gets the sign from hits, deals, and she fouled it off herself and down the third base side. Just again able to make contact, and the Wolves continue to battle. And what an at-bat this is right now from Pearson. She's now fouled off 4 pitches. And the count's even at 2-2. A 2-2 goes way high and over the glove of hits, and so going into scoring position will be Coleman. So the double play ball out now. And Pearson trying to draw a walk now as she has worked this thing full. Runner at second, 1 down, bottom of the 7th. Wahoo 10, Elkhorn North 8. The full count pitch from Maddie Snyder. Swung on and missed, strike 3. A massive strikeout for Snyder, her first of the game. And that's Maddie Snyder's 19th strikeout of the season, and it's a big one. And now it's the final batter for Elkhorn North. Representing the final out is Kelsey Dauber. She's 0 for 3 today with 2 ground outs to short and reaching on an error in the 6th. She pops one up on the infield. The wind takes it out into right field. Miranda Vanya can't make the catch. It's in and out of her glove. A costly error for Wahoo, and a run scores, making it a 1-run game.
That's not good.
My fault. As here at first goes Kelsey Daubert over to first. Grayson Coleman goes from second to home. And now the tying run stands at first. For I believe it'll be Hallie Pribnow. Yep, Hallie Pribnow will come up for Elkhorn North. As the game,
Runner at first base, number 15, Cameron Turner.
just like that,
Number 5.
the wind proves to be such a big factor today here on the hill at Elkhorn North. As that's the third Wahoo error, and it makes it a 1-run game with the tying run at first. Could have been out number 3. Maddie Snyder will deal again to Pribnow, who just had that game-tying 2-run RBI single in the 6th. And she came around to score as well on the RBI double from Addie Maxwell. Here's the pitch, swung on and missed. 1 ball, 1 strike. With 2 outs here in the bottom of the 7th. Pitch way inside. A great catch from Hitz. Back to first. Oh, he was close, and sliding back in safely was Dauber. That's actually a new runner out there over there at first. But boy, that was a close play, and Hitz almost got her. But the count's now 2 balls and 1 strike. For Maddie Snyder trying to get out of this. Almost did. The pitch way high. Good catch from Hitz that time to keep it from going to the backstop. And it's a good hitters count here for Hallie Pribnow, 3-1. Wahoo leading at 10-9. This game has been outstanding. We still have another one to go, which was supposed to have started by now. Here we go. Pitch outside, ball 4. Game could have been over, and now there's 2 on with 2 outs. For Delaney Phelan, who will come in. She's 1 for 3 today with a ground out to second, a double in the 5th, and reaching on a fielder's choice in the 6th. She came around to score on that RBI double from Addie Maxwell. And the tying run stands at second for Elkhorn North, who trail 10-9. Maddie Snyder back. Looking to try and move on here with a close victory. Here's the first pitch, way high, ball 1. She has fallen behind in the count every time here in this bottom of the 7th. The one time she got ahead was against Reagan Pearson, who then worked the count back full, and then was still able to get the strikeout. This one is sent out to straightaway center and caught by Lily Harris, and the Warriors win game number 1. Sent right out to center field. Lily Harris makes the catch, And the two batters on base do not come in to score. And the Warriors hold on to win game number 1, 10-9. What a game it was, no doubt. As they're in the bottom of the 7th, Elkhorn North had 2 walks, no hits. Oh, you're good. No hits, 2 walks, 1 run, and 2 left on. As we head now to a break, we'll come back, give you your final stats, and get you set for game number 2 here on Saunders County Online. You're tuned into Warrior Softball. Do not go anywhere.
If you're looking for a new career, Dollar General is looking for you. Hiring all positions and all shifts, they are looking for you with a starting pay up to $22 an hour with a $2,000 sign-on bonus. You can find details by going to dollargeneral.com/careers or by texting DG Warehouse to 25,000. Must be 18 or older, but again, starting pay up to $22 an hour with a $2,000 sign-on bonus. Contact them now, dollargeneral.com/careers.
At Medicine Man Pharmacy, we aspire to be the pharmacy provider confidently chosen by our clients for their family's everyday health needs because of our expertise, integrity, and honestly, consistently exceeding their expectations. Reliability, bright spot, value, integrity, community building, and so much more can be found at Medicine Man Pharmacy of Wahoo.
Hot Oil and Propane is continuing to be family run and owned for 60 years. OOP Inc. is your Wahoo supplier for gas, diesel, propane, oil, grease, and products for your yard and acreage, including seed, fertilizer, and sprays to help keep your lawn and pastures beautiful. Find them online at oopinkwahoo.com, call 402-443-3563, or stop by 3288 Ponderosa Drive. OOP Inc. serving for 60 years thanks to you.
At Anchor Insurance, we know your personal life and business needs the right management and insurance to succeed and grow. Give Eric E.J. Hancock a call at 402-858-0557 or stop into his office at 136 East 5th Street in downtown Wahoo, Nebraska today for all of your insurance needs.
Stop at First Bank of Nebraska to get our new Wahoo Warrior branded debit card. Every transaction gives back to Wahoo Public Schools. All you need is a First Bank of Nebraska checking account and ask for the Warrior card. For more information, go to firstbankne.com. First Bank of Nebraska, serving our communities, investing in you. Member FDIC and equal housing lender.
The best deal in town is at the Wahoo DQ. Our $7 meal deals run all day, every day. For only $7, you get your choice of an original cheeseburger or a 3-piece chicken strip basket. Each option includes a regular order of fries, a medium drink, and a small sundae. Feeling hungrier? Upgrade that sundae to a small blizzard for an extra $2. The Wahoo DQ is located at 1122 North Chestnut Street and open 10 a.m. to 9 p.m. Sunday through Thursday. And then on Fridays and Saturdays, 10 a.m. to 10 p.m.
Wahoo State Bank gives you the home team advantage. From the beginning of your financial experience with Penny Partners, Kids Club with Richie Rover, to student checking for those age 15 through 25, offering a variety of benefits that make banking easy when you're home or away, or if you're looking to finance the future home. Wahoo State Bank has the home team to work with you through life. Member FDIC.
October. Stop in to say hi to the Rivalry team or go to rivalryapparel.com now to get your gear for fall sports. Then be on the lookout for winter sports apparel for your favorite local teams and schools. Rivalry is open Tuesdays, Thursdays 10 to 6, Wednesdays, Fridays 10 to 5, Saturdays 9 to noon. Call 402-870-0780 for any questions. The team at Rivalry Apparel wants to help you have a winning season. We are your biggest fan. Rivalry Apparel in Wahoo is excited to celebrate their 5th anniversary the month of October. Stop in to say hi to the Rivalry team or go to rivalryapparel.com now to get your gear for fall sports. Then be on the lookout for winter sports apparel for your favorite local teams and schools.
South Haven know the importance of teamwork and the reward that comes from serving older adults. If you're looking for senior care or a rewarding career with a Nebraska-based company, give them a call or check them out online. southaven-wahoo.com. South Haven Living Center in Wahoo is a proud sponsor of this broadcast. Recognized as a great place to work, the folks at South Haven know the importance of teamwork and the reward that comes from serving older adults. If you're looking for senior care or a rewarding career with a Nebraska-based company, give them a call or check them out online. southaven-wahoo.com. South Haven Living Center in Wahoo is a proud sponsor of this broadcast. Recognized as a great place to work, the folks at South Haven know the importance of teamwork and the reward that comes from serving older adults. If you're looking for senior care or a rewarding career with a Nebraska-based company, give them a call or check them out online. southaven-wahoo.com. South Haven Living Center in Wahoo is a proud sponsor of this broadcast. Recognized as a great place to work, the folks at South Haven know the importance of teamwork and the reward that comes from serving older adults. If you're looking for senior care or a rewarding career with a Nebraska-based company, give them a call or check them out online. southaven-wahoo.com.
Austin McNorton here, back with you at Elkhorn North High School here on Saunders County Online. And welcome into the Saunders County Online postgame show as the Warriors win an electric game number. I sound like Pat McAfee. Electric game number 1. 10-9 is your final score. Heck of a game as Wahoo jumped up 6-0 in the first 4 runs. Our first 4 innings, I should say, 6-0. Elkhorn North battled all the way back to take an 8-6 lead in the 6th inning. So Wahoo, down to their final 3 outs, have a home run, a walk, a single, and then 3-run home run to take a lead 4 runs in the top of the 7th inning to lead it 10-8. Elkhorn North battled back, though, with a run of their own, with Kelsey Daubert reaching on the error out in the right field, bringing in Grayson Coleman from second. And then Delaney Phelan lines one out to center field Lily Harris, who makes the catch on the run to end it. And Wahoo wins 10-9 in a crazy game number 1. For Elkhorn North, they had 8 hits, all coming in the 4th inning or later. 3 walks, 9 runs, and 4 batters left on base. For Wahoo today, they had 8 hits, 4 walks, 10 runs, 4 left on base. The star, Sydney Smart, went 2 for 4 today with a double and a home run. Ava Loster went 2 for 4 today with an RBI, or with a single and a 2-run home run. And Lanta Hitz, she went 2 for 3 today with a leadoff single in the 4th, and then the biggest hit of the afternoon, the 3-run home run in the top of the 7th to give the Warriors the lead. And she also had a walk in the 1st and came around to score on the Maddie Snyder single. So, oh my gosh, if game number 2 is going to be anything like what we just saw, I don't know if I'm going to make it to tonight's football game, Warrior fans. I really don't. As Wahoo wins game number 1, 10-9. So you can see on your camera they're getting the field set. The umpires will get ready to go in game number 2. So we'll probably be back in about 10, 15-ish minutes, I would guess. Maybe even a little less than that, as it shouldn't take the field too long to get ready. And the players are warm, so there won't be much of that. coming up here shortly. So game number 2 will come up. This is the best 2 games out of 3 series. But the Warriors, the 12 seed, take game number 1 by a final score of 10-9. Thanks so much for tuning in to Wahoo Warriors softball here on Saunders County Online. We'll mute the mic and leave it set for you right here on Saunders County Online and get you set for game number 2 coming up next. Don't go anywhere. Austin McNorton here, back with you live on Saunders County Online. As Wahoo takes game number 1, 10-9. So here we go, game number 2, where Elkhorn North is actually the away team this time around. And it'll be Maddie Snyder out on the circle for the Warriors, as she faces Addie Maxwell, who also will lead off here just like she did in game number 1. Maxwell, I would assume, is out in center field again today for game number 2. Indeed she is. So pretty much both lineups staying the same. It's just a different pitcher out on the circle this time for Wahoo. Maddie closed out game number 1 for the Warriors, replacing Cassidy late in the 6th inning and ending the game in the 7th. Other than that, the defensive lineup stays the same for the Warriors. This one called a strike on the outside part of the zone.
Where'd you go?
And it's a leadoff walk for Elkhorn North, Addie Maxwell.
Number 2, Ashlyn Caniglia.
And that brings up Ashlyn Caniglia. She's over at second today defensively for the Wolves. And in game number 1,
I know, right?
she went 2 for 4 with 2 singles, and this one's back to Snyder, who throws it over to Beavers in time for out number 1, and Caniglia does a good job of advancing Maxwell up to second and into scoring position here for the Wolves. Here in the top of the first.
Number 23, the catcher, Reese Pearson.
And that brings up Reese Pearson to the plate. She's in the catcher's gear once again.
So I'm also doing the school that I talked to. So anyway,
She stands in the right-hand box and looks at a pitch inside, called a strike. Good pitch that time for Maddie Snyder, and we'll go ahead and look at her numbers here in a moment once I get the rest of my score sheet filled out here.
Craig Bennett was involved. It says that.
As Wahoo now on the season,
And then the
18-10 on the year, and Elkhorn North, they fall to 26-8.
my home run. That was so cool. Yeah. I don't want him to be the boss, man. I know I don't want him.
And this one low and inside, just missing the zone that time. It's 2 balls and 1 strike with 1 out and 1 on second for Reese Pearson standing in the box.
And I said, I'm done. The drivers will now put everything away. They will rotate.
This one just misses outside. Oh, it is called a strike. Well, I thought it was a little bit high and outside. It catches the top right corner of the zone, says the new home plate umpire.
The drivers will be responsible.
The wind is still, as you can see out there in center field, a pretty big factor, to say the least, here in this game. As it is heavily blowing out of the direct north, pretty much. So any balls put up in the air will drift towards right, and there's a strikeout for Maddie Snyder. Got Pearson to go down swinging. And that will bring up, it looks like,
41.
yep, that is number 41, Grayson Coleman, who's over at third again for the Wolves. After the leadoff walk, can Maddie Snyder get out of it?
I should have. I told Jack, I go, as of today, I don't want to talk to you. It caught me down for half day vacation. I'm just going to take the rest of the day off. I don't talk to you. So I go.
She looks at a pitch inside, called a strike. Maddie Snyder, after closing out game number 1, trying to get into a groove here early in game number 2.
We're gonna get this fixed. So I was so mad, Mandy. I'm still not happy. The way he's running it, I'm just really think the drivers who letting those guys run all over you guys. And if you guys call anything out,
This one just misses as Hitz tried to frame it, wasn't able to do so.
I shouldn't went there.
Dropped a little bit low.
No, scratch my truck, hauling the product out for these finals. So I'm done.
Next pitch is swung on and unbelievable. Hit one of the posts here holding up this net at Elkhorn North in this beautiful facility. Sounded like a football hitting the crossbar in football. Still a rain out there. Pretty outstanding.
Yeah, and then April has the audacity. He goes, well, she didn't copy you. I go, she didn't copy me, and I'm involved in this. So now I'm heading.
Again, Austin McNorton here with you on Saunders County Online for Wahoo Warrior District's final softball. Smart over to first in time for out number 3. So the no hits, 1 walk, no runs, and 1 left on base. We head to the bottom of the first scoreless. You're tuned into Warrior Softball on Saunders County Online.
If you're looking for a new career, Dollar General is looking for you. Hiring all positions and all shifts, they are looking for you with a starting pay up to $22 an hour with a $2,000 sign-on bonus. You can find details by going to dollargeneral.com/careers or by texting DG Warehouse to 25,000. Must be 18 or older, but again, starting pay up to $22 an hour with a $2,000 sign-on bonus. Contact them now, dollargeneral.com/careers.
Austin McNorton here, back with you live on Saunders County Online for Wahoo Warrior Softball. It's game number 2 of this district final. Wahoo won game number 1 10-9 in wild fashion. And it's the leadoff hitter for Wahoo, Sydney Smart. First pitch, Sweeney blooped out into shallow center, and it drops in front of all 3 defenders. And it's a leadoff single for Sydney Smart to get things started for Wahoo here in game number 2. And they're bottom of the first. Wahoo is actually the home team here in game number 2 this afternoon.
Number 21, Adelia Dunlap.
And that will bring up Adelia Dunlap now for Wahoo. She'll be out in left field again for the Warriors. And Sydney Smart, you know her being a leadoff base runner is very dangerous. And Adelia Dunlap will show bunt, and it hits off of home plate, goes back foul. And that's kind of been Adelia's role throughout the course of the season. Is Sydney Smart does such a great job of getting on, and Adelia's job is to get her over into scoring position. Whether Sydney steals or she shows a bunt to get her over. And she has been so good at it this year.
Which figured out the other.
And she looks at a pitch inside. 1 ball, 1 strike, nobody out, and 1 on for Wahoo here in the bottom of the first. Game number 2 here in this district final. Ooh. This pitch in there for a strike 2. Caught the outside part of the zone, and I do think is it Privnow out there again? It is. Hallie Privnow gets to start again. She went a complete 7 in game number 1, and she is playing here in game number 2 again. Pitch outside. Pearson tried to frame it up, could not. So it's basically the exact same Same old situation here for Elkhorn North. Priv now on the circle, pitch outside. And a good job by Adelia Dunlap to work this count back full. Adelia Dunlap in game number 1 went 0 for 2, but had 2 walks, and each time she walked, she scored. On a home run, no less. She scored on a 2-run home run from Ava Losser and a 3-run home run as this one's caught on the run. Nice play by Caniglia at second for a big out number 1. As that one just continued to hang up in the air long enough for Caniglia to run under it for out number 1.
Lily Harris.
I'll bring up Lily Harris now for Wahoo. And Ava Losser in game number 1. She went 2 for 4 with a 2-run home run and a single in the 7th. And when she came in to score on that 3-run home run from Lanta Hits. Pitch strike, sliding in safely and stealing second is Sydney Smart. You knew she was going to go. The question was when. Didn't take her long. Just needed 1 pitch to do so. And she's on second here in the bottom of the first with only 1 out. And that brings up Lily Harris to the plate now. She's in the lefty box, and she looks at a ball, 1 strike. This game's going to prove to be interesting for us here on Saunders County Online. Interesting for me and interesting for my partner, the PA announcer here for Elkhorn North. He is the voice of all Elkhorn football. And there is a game at 4 o'clock this afternoon. And so, if we go to a game number 3, his day becomes a lot more interesting, as does mine. Trying to get to Wahoo for Warrior football against the Celtics of Columbus SCOTUS. Here on a Friday night. What's that? I have to travel a little bit further, yes, I do. The Warriors 6-0 on the year. Trying to remain that way before a premier matchup against DC West next week. So this one's grounded down the first base side foul. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes with 1 out, and Sydney Smart standing at second. So the Warriors have gotten a lot of time to look at Hallie Priv now. She pitched the entire first game and now is here for game number 2. This one drops low, and the count is full once again. Last time it was full, Adelia Dunlap lined out to second. But already the Warriors have seen a lot of pitches here early on in this game. Here's the full count pitch. Way outside, it drops in front of home plate, and it's a walk for Lily Harris. And there's 2 on with 1 out for Wahoo here in the bottom of the first.
Third base, number 23, Ava Losser.
And here comes up Ava Loster. She was 2 for 4 with a home run and a single. First pitch, called a strike on her knees, right down the center. Ava wanted to see a couple of pitches first. The last time in the first inning, she saw 1 pitch and sent it over the center field wall for a 2-run home run for Wahoo in the first inning. This time, she's being a little bit more patient.
James might take the taker. This is my concessions. I got IPQ covered. She's getting the Chick-fil-A. Got the workers. Officials are confirmed.
Elkhorn North doesn't have to worry about football tonight. They played last night here in Elkhorn and won 41-0. So it's all softball today here at this high school. Here's the pitch, dropping low. 2 balls, 1 strike, 1 out, 2 on for Wahoo here in this bottom of the first.
If something comes up, I'll holler. Hopefully I don't have to. You're not.
Well, so you can,
Well, I might come watch. I'd like to watch
After
the
you go.
Norris game. Yeah.
If you come up to watch, you're crowd control.
All right.
Swung on and missed. She just did get a piece of it, though, said the home plate umpire. So both of the Warriors will go back to their respective bases.
We have a
Wahoo is
new account.
now 18 and 10 on the year. It is 3 balls and 2 strikes again here for the Warriors in this bottom of the first.
So cut like that there at the hall. And that's not acceptable.
Ava Losser swung on, and she just barely got a piece of it to stay alive. What a battle this is turning into.
All out 10 boxes of soda in my truck. My first
Wahoo has a leadoff single from Sydney Smart, who stands at second, a line out to second, and a walk for Lily Harris, who's over at first. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out for Wahoo. Here in the bottom of the first, trying to jump on early, just the way they did in last game. They were up 3-0 after the first game. This one roped right to third, diving and touching third. What a play by Coleman over there at third. She got a glove on it, had to dive head first to get out Sydney Smart, the lead runner. And so Ava Losser reaches on the fielder's choice. Lily Harris goes up to second, and Sydney Smart is forced out at third barely. She went in sliding. But wasn't able to get her feet down before Coleman got her glove down there at third. And that brings up Lanta Hith, who had the biggest hit of the afternoon for Wahoo. A 3-run home run in the in the top of the 7th. And this one is sent out into shallow right, out there and making the catch nicely. That time out in right field
Runs on a hit, 2 left on base.
was the right fielder is Maines. That's Michaela Maines out there in right field for out number 3. So it's 1 hit, 1 walk, no runs, and 2 left on base. We head to the top of the second. Scoreless, you're tuning to Warrior Softball on Saunders County Online.
Hot Oil and Propane is continuing to be family run and owned for 60 years. OOP Inc. is your Wahoo supplier for gas, diesel, propane, oil, grease, and products for your yard and acreage, including seed, fertilizer, and sprays to help keep your lawn and pastures beautiful. Find them online at oopinkwahoo.com, call 402-443-3563, or stop by 3288 Ponderosa Drive. OOP Inc. serving for 60 years thanks to you.
And welcome back to Saunders County Online. Austin McNorton here with you in Elkhorn, Nebraska at Elkhorn North High School. Here we go, top of the second inning, scoreless. As it'll be Reagan Pearson standing in. She is the 5-hole hitter for Elkhorn North. Looking at Maddie Snyder, who's out on the circle for Wahoo here in game number 2. And look at Maddie's numbers out on the circle. She is a 3.09 ERA. She has given up 26 hits, 10 earned runs, 14 walks, and 18 strikeouts. Now 19 strikeouts for her this season as she struck out a Wolf in game number 1. This one is hit out into deep left field and in fair territory right on the line. Dunlap got a run on it, and it's a stand-up leadoff double for Reagan Pearson here in the top of the second inning.
Leadoff double for Pearson. First base, number 33, Kelsey Daubert.
Now the first baseman, Kelsey Daubert, comes into the right-hand box. We'll pull up her numbers from game number 1. She now has a runner on scoring position with nobody out. Grounded to Ava Losser at third. Throw over to first for 1, but the runner does advance up to third, so Kelsey Daubert does her job of advancing her teammate up another base with 1 out now. We'll have to wait to hear about Daubert's numbers.
Number
And we'll bring up the
5,
pitcher.
Hallie Britnow.
Hallie Privnow steps up. She really wasn't doing much in the batter's box in game number 1 until late, where she started out 0 for 2 with a strikeout and a ground out. Then she had an 2 RBI single, which tied the game at 6. And then she came around to score to take the lead. And then she walked in the 7th inning, but was left stranded at first to end the ball game. So she stands in with a chance to give her team the lead, and importantly, give herself the lead out on the circle and watches a pitch go inside and low. It's 2 balls and no strikes.
Oh, cheaper.
The pitch inside again. This time it's called a strike as it caught that left corner. Good pitch from Maddie Snyder.
Derek played golf.
Each team with a hit here early in the wind, which just has not relented at all. This one swung on and missed. Blew it by her on the outside part of the zone. Strike 2.
That's Hallie Privnow.
Runner at third. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Top of the 2nd. This one swung on and missed. A big strikeout for Maddie Snyder. One pitcher strikes out the other.
The left fielder,
And that brings out the left fielder.
Delaney Phelan.
Delaney Phelan will step up. So it's the same order for both teams here in this ball game. As this one is up into right field, into the gap. First pitch swinging, and it's an RBI double for the 8-hole hitter, Delaney Phelan.
It's an RBI double for Phelan.
As Pearson scores easily, and Delaney Phelan stands on second with 2 outs. And that brings up the 9-hole hitter, Michaela Maines.
He went to Iowa West.
He did. Yeah, I'm still there.
So after getting the big strikeout on Privnow, it's 1 pitch and a double for Phelan. Out into the gap in right center field. And the first pitch into Maines is outside and high, ball 1. Michaela in game number 1 went 1 for 3 with a line out to second, an RBI double in the 5th, and a ground out to short in the 6th. Swung on and missed, strike 1. Maddie Snyder showcasing some of her heat. As Elkhorn North has jumped out here early. They had a walk and left her stranded in the first. Now they've had 2 hits and a run here in the 2nd and lead at 1-0. Inside and boy, it nearly hit her. It was close to hitting her.
You should have. It should grass it all the way to the fence or something.
Unless would they turf that too?
Could. I would request it.
This one is foul. I think that one fouled right off of her foot, as you can see her kind of walking it off, coming over to her coach here on front of the third base dugout. It's Wahoo lead trails 1-0 here on the top of the 2nd. But as we know, you're never out of it here at this ballpark, as Wahoo was up 6-0 in game number 1 and then trailed 8-6, and Maddie Snyder gets the K. So it's 2 hits, no walks, 1 run, and 1 left on. We head to the bottom of the second here at Elkhorn North High School. It's Elkhorn North 1, Wahoo 0. You're tuned into Warriors Softball on Saunders County Online.
Hot Oil and Propane is continuing to be family-run and owned for 60 years. OOP Inc. is your Wahoo supplier for gas, diesel, propane, oil, grease, and products for your yard and acreage, including seed, fertilizer, and sprays to help keep your lawn and pastures beautiful. Find them online at oopinkwahoo.com, call 402-443-3563, or stop by 3288 Ponderosa Drive. OOP Inc. serving for 60 years thanks to you.
Awesome McNorton back here with you live on Saunders County Online for Wahoo Warriors Softball District Final action. Here in game number 2. Wahoo wins game number 1 10-9. But here in game number 2, they trail the Wolves 1-0. 2 up for the Warriors are their 6, 7, 8 hitters, and Maddie Snyder, the pitcher, will stand in. And she's behind in the count 0-2. Here in the bottom of the second. Wahoo with just 1 hit. They also had a walk and left both of the batters stranded in their bottom half of the first inning. This one high for a ball. Maddie does a good job of laying off of it. Thanks everyone for tuning in to Saunders County Online here this afternoon and morning, and swung on and missed strike 3. That's the first strikeout for Hallie Privnow here in game number 2. She had a couple in game number 1.
Number 30, Cassidy Beavers.
And now here comes Cassidy Beavers. She went 1 for 3 in game number 1 with an RBI double, a couple lineouts, and a walk.
I think this was.
Beavers' first pitch drops low. She wanted it, but at the last second, she was able to lay off of it successfully for a ball. It was close, though. That's a great pitch from Privnow, honestly. You get most batters to get up over the top of that and ground it. This one is smoked straight into the center field hole for a leadoff single, or for a 1-out single for Cassidy Beavers. And Wahoo has another base runner for Lily Obert, the designated hitter. Lily in game number 1 went 0 for 3.
Number 11, Lily Obert.
With 3 groundouts and a strikeout. Obert now with Beavers on. Looks at a pitch go way high. Beavers not a threat to run. Cassidy for Wahoo this year does not have a stolen base to her total. Pitch inside, catches the bottom left corner of the zone. What a great pitch that is from Privnow. She looks like she's in a groove here early. She gave up 3 runs in game number 1 in inning number 1. Gave up 6 runs in the first 3 innings to Wahoo. Was able to battle back. Her team got the lead, and then she gave up a 4-run top of the 7th for the loss. So she did us a little bit of everything. She's still out here in game number 2 and playing pretty effective.
It's on the other side of the door. Yeah, right. Exactly.
So now she's ahead 1-2. A pitch drops low. Boy, that's a tough pitch for Lily Obert to lay off of, but she does. The Wolf crowd wanted a strike, and that was a strike called from the home plate umpire in game number 1. Game number 2's home plate umpire is a little bit higher of a strike zone. Swung on and missed, strike 3. Back-to-back Ks, or 2 Ks, I should say, here in the bottom of the second. Beavers had the 1-out single, and she's still at first for the 9-hole hitter, Hannah Herrera.
Number 2.
Hannah in game number 1 went 0 for 3 with a fly out to center, a line out to the pitcher, and she reached on an error in the 4th inning and came around to score on the RBI double from Sydney Smart. And she looks at a pitch that does catch the bottom of the zone, strike 1. Check swing. She does not go around. Now the catcher will look to the first base umpire. He confirms that she does not go around. Hannah Herrera this season for Wahoo, just a 143 average. 6 hits and 42 at-bats. 8 RBIs, though, to her total. Or no, 6 RBIs, sorry. 6 RBIs to her season total. This pitch low, called a strike. Privnow has done a great job here in game number 2 of getting ahead in the counts against the Warriors. 1-2 now is the count. And here's the pitch. Low and outside, ball 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Bottom of the second. Elkhorn leading it 1-0. Runner at first for Wahoo is Cassidy Beavers. Thanks everyone for tuning in to Saunders County Online here this Friday afternoon. Here's the pitch, way inside, nearly hit her. She dodges out of the way, and a good catch by Pearson behind home plate. To not allow it to go to the backstop and keep Beavers at first. Cassidy likely wouldn't have gone anyway. Here's the full count pitch now to Hannah Herrera. Would love to get the top of the order back up. Swung on, popped up on the infield. Daubert is under it for out number 3. It's 1 hit, no walks, no runs, and 1 left on. We head to the top of the 3rd. It is Elkhorn North 1, Wahoo 0. You're tuned in to Warriors Softball on Saunders County Online.
Stop at First Bank of Nebraska to get our new Wahoo Warrior branded debit card. Every transaction gives back to Wahoo Public Schools. All you need is a First Bank of Nebraska checking account and ask for the Warrior card. For more information, go to firstbankne.com. First Bank of Nebraska, serving our communities, investing in you. Member FDIC and equal housing lender.
The best deal in town is at the Wahoo DQ. Our $7 meal deals run all day, every day. For only $7, you get your choice of an original cheeseburger or a 3-piece chicken strip basket. Each option includes a regular order of fries, a medium drink, and a small sundae. Feeling hungrier? Upgrade that sundae to a small blizzard for an extra $2. The Wahoo DQ is located at 1122 North Chestnut Street and open 10 a.m. to 9 p.m. Sunday through Thursday. And then on Fridays and Saturdays, 10 a.m. to 10 p.m.
Welcome back to Saunders County Online here in Elkhorn, Nebraska. Austin McNorton here with you for Wahoo Warrior Playoff Softball. It's the district finals where your 12-seeded Wahoo Warriors defeated the Elkhorn North Wolves, the 5 seed, in game number 1, 10-9. But here in the top of the 3rd of game number 2, the Wolves jump out 1-0. And due up 4 of the Wolves will be their 1-2-3 hitters. Addie Maxwell, she walked her first time up and was left stranded at second in that first inning. She stands in the lefty box, and she always kind of has that slap shot approach, and there it is down the third base side for a strike.
We both know very well. Look at the time he had. Look at the time. $656. I got a phone call.
Kind of busy right now, Ross.
Are you on fire?
What was he asking?
Talk to me about this junior cheer thing, and I go, Roger.
Next pitch, she tries it again, and this one goes over her team's dugout down the third base side, also out of play. And good job this time for Maddie Snyder to start out with a good pitcher's count. Snyder then throws one way in the dirt, doesn't give her one to even really think about, as Maddie this season for Wahoo has appeared in 5 games, 22 and 2/3 innings, giving up 26 hits, 10 earned runs, 14 walks, and 19 strikeouts. This one is smoked to Sydney Smart, who makes it look easy over to first in time for out number 1. That's a play that's hit so hard, but Sydney Smart looks so easy, and that's why she'll be going on to play at Augustana next year at the next level. And that'll bring up the 2-hole hitter, Ashlyn Caniglia. She's at second today defensively. She grounded out to Maddie Snyder her first time up, 0 for 1. But as I was saying, Sydney Smart, that's a play that's hit so hard to her. Right into her glove, over to Beavers in time. So quick, so easy. She makes it look routine. Whereas you see at the high school level, oftentimes it's not routine. This one inside. Too far inside. 1 ball, no strikes. To Ashlyn Caniglia, who, like I said, in game number 1, she went 2 for 4 with 2 singles, reached on an error, and popped out to short. This one smoked down the first base side foul. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. Nobody on for Elkhorn North here in the top of the third, leading it 1-0. It's been a lot more of a pitcher's battle here early on in game number 2 than we saw in game number 1, where Wahoo jumped up 6-0 early. And this one's blooped out on the infield and caught by Sydney Smart, who has both of the outs here in the third. And that'll bring up the catcher, Reese Pearson. She's 0 for 1 today with a strikeout.
Reese Pearson!
Pearson, we didn't really get to say her numbers the first time. In game number 1, she went 0 for 3 with a ground out to first, reached on a fielder's choice and came in to score on a 2-run home run in the 4th, and struck out looking in the 5th and walked in the 7th. This one right back up the middle. Snyder had to duck out of the way, and it's a 2-out single on 1 pitch for Reese Pearson. So she's on, and that brings up, again, the 4-hole hitter, Grayson Coleman, who's 0 for 1. She grounded out to short her first time up. And now the coaches are all kind of coming together. Wahoo's coach comes out and talks to Maddie Snyder. And he'll have a courtesy runner here.
Brings out Mia Turner to run.
Mia Turner will go out and run for Elkhorn North.
Grayson Coleman!
So Mia Turner's at first, as Pearson will go back to her team's dugout to put the catcher's gear back on after her 2-out single.
Yeah, it's Chris.
For the 3rd hit of the afternoon here for Elkhorn.
He does. And he checks his phone.
They had 2 doubles in the 2nd, which brought in their 1 run.
What did you guys?
They had a walk in the 1st. Now I have a hit here in the 3rd.
We're not looking at each other going,
Everybody feeling okay here?
Coleman stands in the right-hand box. Her first pitch against Maddie Snyder, if Maddie kind of takes her time in between batters. The approach now. Pitch inside, strike 1.
that's why.
Yeah, you finished some of your Oklahoma juice.
No, that wasn't last night. So, he went actually ready to jump behind
Okay.
Thanks, everyone, for tuning in. We have a lot going on here on Saunders County. 0-2. A lot going on Saunders County Online today. This district softball final. We'll have, we think, some, if not all, of Wahoo Warrior football tonight, as the Warriors will take on Columbus SCOTUS. This one grounded to first, foul. Just hit across the chalk before Cassidy Beavers got a glove on it. And we do the 0-2 again. As Coleman stays alive. She had an incredible play at third defensively for Elkhorn North in the first inning, where she dove to third and got Sydney Smart sliding in on the force out. Pitch inside. Didn't miss by much, but it's a ball. Lanta Hitch tried to frame it up inside of the strike zone on that inside part. Could not. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Outside, going to second on the steal, and a good catch by Sydney Smart to prevent it from going into the outfield, but Reese Pearson steals second. Smart saves it from going into the outfield on the errant throw by Lanta Hitz. And now a runner in scoring position here for Grayson Coleman, who is evened the count now. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, runner at second. See if Maddie Snyder can just continue to focus her attention at the plate. Pitch way inside, ball 3. After being down 0-2, Coleman has worked the count back full.
Is the Class A districts done?
I believe so. Well, I guess I just heard the South was out.
Oh, they got beat.
Like Lincoln East.
Here's the pitch. Swung on and missed. Strike 3. Hitch dropped it, but she went back to the dugout for out number 3. Big strikeout there for Maddie Snyder. So there in the top of the third inning, Elkhorn North does threaten, but does not score. It's 1 hit, no walks, no runs, and 1 left on base. We head to the bottom of the third. Elkhorn North 1, Wahoo 0. You're tuned in to Warrior Softball on Saunders County Online.
The best deal in town is at the Wahoo DQ. Our $7 meal deals run all day, every day. For only $7, you get your choice of an original cheeseburger or a 3-piece chicken strip basket. Each option includes a regular order of fries, a medium drink, and a small sundae. Feeling hungrier? Upgrade that sundae to a small blizzard for an extra $2. The Wahoo DQ is located at 1122 North Chestnut Street and open 10 a.m. to 9 p.m. Sunday through Thursday. And then on Fridays and Saturdays, 10 a.m. to 10 p.m.
Wahoo State Bank gives you the home team advantage. From the beginning of your financial experience with Penny Partners, Kids Club with Richie Rover, to student checking for those age 15 through 25, offering a variety of benefits that make banking easy when you're home or away, or if you're looking to finance the future home. Wahoo State Bank has the home team to work with you through life. Member FDIC.
Austin McNorton back here with you on Saunders County Online for Wahoo Warrior Playoff Softball. Thanks everyone for tuning in here on this Friday afternoon. Here we go, bottom of the third inning. It's Elkhorn North 1, Wahoo 0. It's the 1-2-3 hitters due up here for Wahoo. And Sydney Smart steps back up. She's 1 for 1 today with a single in the first, in which she was forced out at third on a slide on Ava Losserer's grounder to third. 1 ball, 1 strike. Pitch swung on and smoked down the third base side, but foul. Not able to square that one up. She's just out in front of it. And a good pitch from Privnow kind of pull the string on her a little bit and get her out in front of it. Made good contact on it, but too far and down the left field line, foul. 1 ball, 2 strikes now. Sydney doesn't strike out often. She gets under this one down the third base line and just over the fence, as Maine had a good run on it out there in right field, but the wind helped Sydney Smart stay alive there as it goes out of play in foul territory. So we do the 1-2 again. The pitch just missed the outside part of the zone. That was really close and a really tough pitch for Sydney Smart to lay off of. She looked at it the entire way. The next pitch, it's right at the third baseman, Coleman. It goes in and out of her glove, and she's not able to pick it back up and go over to first. I'm going to mark that as single for Sydney Smart. As Coleman, that would have been a miraculous play at third to be able to hold on to that. It was hit so hard right at her. So Sydney Smart is 2 for 2 today, and it's a leadoff single again for the Warriors. And that brings up Adelia Dunlap, who lined out to second her first time up. Adelia, the lefty, her role pretty much the course of the year has been to move Sydney Smart over to second. The infield is in. The corners are in here for the Wolves. She doesn't show bunt and watches a ball go down and low outside. Sydney Smart, she's capable of going at any moment. I think Elkhorn North knows that as well, as they're pretty keen on her. 1-0, now 2-0. This one misses outside again. They're trying not to put anything over the plate for Adelia Dunlap because they know Adelia wants to lay the bunt down, and so they're trying to get her to show a bunt, but not put it down in play. And now she has a great hitter's count here. 3 balls, no strikes.
And then there's sections. There's sections that the teams. March 21st and 23rd.
I wasn't aware that it was coming back.
Dunlap has a pretty high on base percentage this year. Here's the 3-0. Outside, called a strike. Is a good job of framing it from Pearson from behind home plate, moving her glove into the zone. As Dunlap's on base percentage, .581 this year. And she has walked 11 times this season.
Yeah, we would.
She walked twice, so 13 times this season. She walked twice in the first game. This one grounded to short. Pearson is there over to second to get out Sydney Smart. Good job from Pearson to get out the lead runner. Dunlap at first, 1 out. For Lily Harris, who walked in the first inning and was left stranded at second in that inning.
But I was watching almost no. They're gonna walk right. No, he's 10. Yeah.
This one called a strike inside and low.
You're gonna try and engage chest 5.
Oh,
yeah, just got this the best.
Lily Harris, she's out in center field today defensively for Wahoo. She made the final out of game number 1 with a nice running catch.
We had an Adidas event.
High.
He was here.
2 balls, 1 strike, 1 out, 1 on for Wahoo here in the bottom of the third. Trailing 1-0 and trying to tie it up. They haven't had a lot of action. They had 2 runners on in the first inning, but couldn't bring anybody home. This one is hit back in towards the crowd down the third base side, foul. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 1 out. Privnow already has a strikeout in this game, striking out Maddie Snyder to lead off the second inning. 2 strikeouts. She had 2 of them in that second inning. She also struck out Lily Obert. Here's the pitch, high and outside. Good eye that time from Lily Harris to watch it go just a bit. She looked at it for a while. Pitch way low, and it gets away from Pearson, and going up to second is Adelia Dunlap without a throw. So now a runner in scoring position here for Lily Harris on a full count. And Howie would like to just focus at the plate now and try and get what would be a potentially big strikeout. On Harris, who has already walked once, she'd be all right with doing that again. And Harris does draw the walk, her second time today. Her fourth time today and second time in this game is what I should say. She walked twice in game number 1 and now has walked back-to-back times. Boy, does she see the ball well and see the plate well. And here's Ava Losterer. She's 0 for 1. She reached on a fielder's choice in the first on the ground out to third, where Coleman got the softball and then dove head first into third to tag out Sydney Smart sliding into third. First pitch grounded down that third baseline, but foul. So Ava's been ahead of the softball a little bit here this afternoon. Runner at first and second with 1 out. Here in this bottom of the third, and Wahoo trailing 1-0. But an opportunity here for the Warriors. Ava Losterer. Right person in the right spot. Your head coach, Trina Christen. As this one drops low. A nice play by Pearson behind home plate to not let that one get away from her. Losterer leads the team with 23 RBIs for Wahoo.
That seems really high.
And 6 home runs. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out, 2 on. The pitch sent out to straightaway left and dropped right in front of Phelan. And going into third, everybody's safe. Phelan looked like she had a good play on it, but it just dropped, right in front of her glove, barely. Boy, I don't know what you call that. You can call that an error. So an E7 and Ava Losterer is on with the bases loaded. Dunlap to third. Harris to second. Losterer to first. For Lanta Hits, who's 0 for 1 today with a fly out to right. But she had the biggest hit of the afternoon for Wahoo. A 3-run home run in the top of the 7th in game number 1 to give the Warriors the lead that they did not give up. Bases loaded, pitch inside, ball 1. All started with a leadoff single from Sydney Smart. Adelia Dunlap reached on a fielder's choice, a walk, and then reaching on an error. So the Warriors have reached the base in every single possible way you can, except for being hit by a pitch. Neither team has been hit by a pitch today. This one bounces up in front of Pearson's chest, and it's 2 balls and no strikes, and a good hitter's count here for Lanta Hits, with 1 out and the bases loaded for the Warriors. The pitch in there, strike 1. Nice location that time.
It says men's basketball all session Omaha.
Oh, all
So you get that's 554 for 2 tickets. So you get
2 balls, 1 strike, 1 out, bases loaded for Lanta Hits. The infield is in for Elkhorn North. Able to put one in the gap. You'll likely clear them all. This one is put out into deep center field and caught by Maxwell. Tagging, and the game is tied on the sacrifice fly by Lanta Hits. As coming in to score was Adelia Dunlap, and we're all tied at 1 here in Elkhorn North. And that's an RBI for Lanta Hits on the sacrifice.
Number 7, Maddie.
Harris stays at second. Losterer still at first. And that brings up the pitcher, Maddie Snyder, who's 0 for 1 today with the 1 of 2 strikeouts.
but then you just move in the second game of that session down to those. Game 1, people were sitting.
Pitch in there, strike. And this time, Privnow does a good job of getting ahead in the count.
So one of those teams will leave here and just move. But my tickets will be about right here.
Runner at second is Harris. Lost her at first.
Yeah, that's what
Swung on and off the fence, and she's behind again in the count 0-2 is Maddie Snyder. She struck out her first time up. Has an opportunity here to give her team the lead. As each team now with 3 hits and a run. And a much more defensive battle here in game number 2. As this one is a dropped third strike, going and getting tagged out at third was Lily Harris. So it's 1 hit, 1 walk, 1 run, and 2 left on. We head to the top of the 4th, all tied at 1. You're tuned into Warriors Softball on Saunders County Online.
Rivalries open Tuesdays, Thursdays 10 to 6, Wednesdays, Fridays 10 to 5, Saturdays 9 to noon. Call 402-870-0780 for any questions. The team at Rivalry Apparel wants to help you have a winning season. We are your biggest fan. Rivalry Apparel in Wahoo is excited to celebrate their 5th anniversary the month of October. Stop in to say hi to the Rivalry team or go to rivalryapparel.com now to get your gear for fall sports. Then be on the lookout for winter sports apparel for your favorite local teams and schools.
South Haven Living Center in Wahoo is a proud sponsor of this broadcast. Recognized as a great place to work, the folks at South Haven know the importance of teamwork and the reward that comes from serving older adults. If you're looking for senior care or a rewarding career with a Nebraska-based company, give them a call or check them out online, southaven-wahoo.com. South Haven Living Center in Wahoo is a proud sponsor of this broadcast. Recognize.
Brian Nelson did this stuff.
Just in time. I guess he's the later game.
We go to the top of the 4th, and you're at the plate will be number 4, Reagan Pearson.
Welcome back to Saunders County Online. It's Wahoo Warriors Softball here on a Friday afternoon in Elkhorn, Nebraska. It's district final action. Game number 2. Here we go, top of the 4th, tied at 1. As the Warriors get a hit, a walk, and a run in the bottom of the 3rd to tie it up. And Maddie Snyder comes back out. Ball hit to Ava Losser over to first in time. What a throw. And an extra special stretch from Cassidy Beavers at first for a 1-pitch out to lead off the 4th inning. It went in and out of her glove of Ava Losser, but she stuck with it, and it was a heck of a stretch over at first by Cassidy Beavers to get out number 1. Now bring up the first baseman, Kelsey Daubert, who's 0 for 1 today, with a ground out to 3rd as well. So the first time Pearson was out, she had a double. This one's grounded to 3rd. Losser, a much easier play this time. 2 pitches, 2 ground outs to Ava Losterer.
Be good. Yeah, first game in 10. So yeah.
And that'll bring up the pitcher, Hallie Privnow, who struck out her first time up. So she's 0 for 1, and that was in the 2nd inning. 1 of 3 Maddie Snyder strikeouts. Maddie Snyder looking to go 1-2-3 for the first time here in this afternoon.
Yeah, I saw that. I told you that.
Gretna East isn't bad.
No, I've seen those guys play.
Pitch high and outside.
I don't think they're playing anybody in the back shape.
No, I don't think so.
They do. They think it's more like West.
Trash. That's why we're so high in the Broncos.
Can't have a much better start than Maddie Snyder does. That's only her 3rd pitch and already has 2 outs. Now the next pitch drops low, 2 balls and no strikes. After 2 pitches and 2 ground outs to Ava Losterer at 3rd. Each team with 3 hits and a run. The last game, you could tell there was just a little bit more nerves and adrenaline and all the above. There were a lot of runs, a lot of big swings, a couple home runs, several errors by both teams. So far, both teams have been pretty locked in and focused here in game number 2. As Elkhorn North's season is on the line right now. Team who is the 5 seed coming into today. 26-8 record. Pitch low, 3 balls and a strike.
Thanks for buying lunch. Thanks for being here. Oh, all right.
So Priv now would love to be a 2-out base runner here for the Wolves. Pitch called a strike. Nice throw from Matty Snyder. Got it right on the low part of the strike zone. And the count's full after being behind 2-0. 3 balls now, 2 strikes. Priv now already struck out once. That was in the second. Here we go again. Swung on and missed. Strike 3. Got her to go down again. 3 up, 3 down for the Wolves of Elkhorn North.
3.5.
No hits, no walks, no runs, and nobody left on base. We head to the bottom of the 4th inning here on Saunders County Online. Tied at 1. You're tuned into Warriors Softball. Don't go anywhere.
If you're looking for a new career, Dollar General is looking for you. Hiring all positions and all shifts, they are looking for you with a starting pay up to $22 an hour with a $2,000 sign-on bonus. You can find details by going to dollargeneral.com/careers or by texting DG Warehouse to 25,000. Must be 18 or older, but again, starting pay up to $22 an hour with a $2,000 sign-on bonus. Contact them now, dollargeneral.com/careers.
At Medicine Man Pharmacy, we aspire to be the pharmacy provider confidently chosen by our clients for their family's everyday health needs because of our expertise, integrity, and honestly, consistently exceeding their expectations. Reliability, bright spot, value, integrity, community building, and so much more can be found at Medicine Man Pharmacy of Wahoo.
And welcome back to Elkhorn, Nebraska here on Saunders County Online. Austin McNorton here with you for Warriors Softball. As we head to the bottom of the 4th inning, tied at 1 between the 5-seeded Wolves of Elkhorn North and the 12-seeded Warriors of Wahoo. Due up for the Warriors are their 7, 8, 9 hitters, and Cassidy Beaver steps up, swinging and fouling one off of herself, strike 1. As she is 1 for 1 today with a single in the 2nd inning, in which she was left stranded at first. So looking to get on base again for the Warriors, and this time be a leadoff base runner. This one high. Still Hallie Priv now out there for Elkhorn North, out on the circle for the Wolves. She pitched the complete game number 1 in the losing effort, giving up 10 runs. And she has looked pretty locked in here in game number 2. Next pitch inside and drops low away from Pearson, who gathers it and throws it back to her teammate on the circle. Two balls, 1 strike. Nobody out, nobody on. Bottom of the 4th, tied at 1. Playoff softball. This day has been pretty awesome, despite the elements and the cold weather and the heavy wind that has literally not stopped at all. Out there, you can see the flag waving out there in straightaway center. It has been super consistent. Good hitters count here for Beaver, 3 and 1. It is popped up high into the sky on the infield. It will be a tough catch, but it's made by the pitcher, Priv now. She was the one who ended up getting under it. And that'll bring up Lily Obert. She's 0 for 1 today with a strikeout in the 2nd inning. That thing went as the highest hit ball today. The wind moved it a little bit, but Priv now stuck with it the whole time, looking up into the sun to find it and make the catch, battling with the wind. 1 up, 1 down. Lily Obert steps in. Her first pitch is sent right back out into center field for a 1-out single. And Lily Obert is on and gets the Wahoo bench fired up. As Obert in game number 1 went 0 for 4. So that's the first time that she has been on base here this afternoon. And that brings up Hannah Herrera. She's 0 for 1 today with a pop out to the first baseman Daubert back in the 2nd inning. Herrera today for Wahoo. She's 0 for 3. But she reached in the first game on an error and came around to score. looks at a first pitch ball with Lily Obert standing over at first. Next pitch drops low, but called a strike. Catching the knees. Obert base running this year does not have a stolen base to her total, so not as big of a threat as a lot of the Warriors are once they get on the base path. And now Herrera shows bunt, and it's fouled off for strike two. A bunt that the Wolves weren't expecting, but she wasn't able to put it down fairly and try and move over into scoring position for Sydney Smart, who will come back up in this inning, who's 2 for 2 today with 2 leadoff singles, in which she hasn't been able to come home on. Two balls, 2 strikes, 1 out, 1 on for Wahoo here in the bottom of the 4th, tied at 1 here in this defensive battle in game number 2. Best 2 out of 3. This one inside. Called strike 3. It was a late strike call, but yeah, it looked like one from up here in the box. Strike 3 looking for Hannah Herrera.
Sydney Smart.
And we go back to the top of the order here for Wahoo, as that is now the 4th strikeout of game number 2 here for Hallie Pribnow. Over at first, and to the top of the order we go. Sydney Smart steps up. 2 for 2 today with 2 singles. 2 leadoff singles. And the first pitch is high and outside, ball 1. Sun shining, though, which trying to warm things up, but with that heavy north wind, it's not helping a lot. This one is absolutely crushed over the left field wall. It's a 2-run bomb for Sydney Smart, and the Warriors have the lead. Oh my goodness, she knew it was gone. And how about Sydney Smart, her 2nd home run of the afternoon, her 2nd extra base hit, and her 3rd hit in 3 at-bats here in game number 3. Absolutely crushed. All Maxell could do was watch it go over the left center field wall. And Wahoo, just like that, has taken the lead. On the 5th hit of the day for Wahoo, they now have a 3-1 lead here in the bottom of the 4th. And that brings up the 2-hole hitter, Adelia Dunlap, as Lily Obert scores from first. There's been a lot of home runs from both teams here today. Wahoo had 1, 2, 3 in game number 1. Elkhorn had 1 in game number 1. And this one's grounded to second, over to first in time for out number 3. But damage has been done for Wahoo, as it's 2 hits, no walks, 2 runs, and nobody left on base. We head to the top of the 5th as Wahoo has the lead 3-1. You're tuned into Warrior Softball on Saunders County Online.
Stop at First Bank of Nebraska to get our new Wahoo Warrior branded debit card. Every transaction gives back to Wahoo Public Schools. All you need is a First Bank of Nebraska checking account and ask for the Warrior card. For more information, go to firstbankne.com. First Bank of Nebraska, serving our communities, investing in you. Member FDIC and equal housing lender.
The best deal in town is at the Wahoo DQ. Our $7 meal deals run all day, every day. For only $7, you get your choice of an original cheeseburger or a 3-piece chicken strip basket. Each option includes a regular order of fries, a medium drink, and a small sundae. Feeling hungrier? Upgrade that sundae to a small blizzard for an extra $2. The Wahoo DQ is located at 1122 North Chestnut Street and open 10 a.m. to 9 p.m. Sunday through Thursday. And then on Fridays and Saturdays, 10 a.m. to 10 p.m.
Team Delaney.
You're tuned in to Wahoo Warriors softball here on Saunders County Online on this Friday afternoon as the Warriors' Sydney Smart, a 2-run home run in the 4th inning, gives the Warriors a 3-1 lead as we head to the top of the 5th. Here in game number 2 of this district final, Wahoo won game number 1, 10-9. And due up here for the Wolves are the 8-9-1 hitters, and that brings up the left fielder Delaney Phelan, who is 1 for 1 today with an RBI double in the second. She represents the 1-run driven in for Elkhorn in that second inning, and a pitch skips in on her feet, and it did actually clip her. I thought she skipped out of the way. It did clip her, and that is the first batter for either team who has been put on first by being hit by a pitch.
For Michaela Maines.
First time that either team has been hit by a pitch, and it comes in the top of the 5th of game number 2. And that brings up Michaela Maines, who's 0 for 1 this afternoon with a strikeout here in game number 2. That was back in that second inning. Bunts one down third, lost her to first. Oh, they say it's not in time. My goodness, that was a bang-bang play at first. They say she's safe. And just like that, the Wolves are in business with 2 on and nobody out.
Number 3, Addie Maxwell.
Maines legs it out, getting to first. Phelan goes up to second. And there's 2 on with nobody out for the top of the order here for Elkhorn North. Addie Maxwell will step in 0 for 1 with a ground out to short. And she reached first on a walk in the first inning and was left stranded at second. Her first pitch, she shows bunt, and it goes foul. Just barely in front of Lanta Hits here down the third base side. That was really laying down pretty perfectly, but it just had enough of a spin on it to go across the chalk for just a strike. Two are on with nobody out here in the top of the 5th, and Wahoo leading at 3-1. Bunt again. This time it's foul again, and now the bunt taken away here for the Wolves. Unless you have supreme confidence in being able to put it fair. Pitch grounded down the third base side, swinging and foul again. So 3 straight foul balls down the third base side for Addie Maxwell, who's trying to get her team back into this with the tying run standing at first here in the top of the 5th. As Phelan was hit by a pitch, and then Maines reached on the bunt. And now calling time, Maxwell will step out of the batter's box, step back in, ready to go. Thanks so much to all of our sponsors. Thanks to Kelly Johnson for helping me kind of set things up and pay my way to be here. This one grounded back up the middle. Sydney Smart will ground it over to first in time for out number 1. She thought about stepping on second for maybe a potential double play, but she does get 1 at least. But that's a good job from Addie Maxwell to move the batters up.
Number 2, Ashlyn Caniglia.
As Phelan goes up to third, Maines up to second. And now the second baseman, Ashlyn Caniglia, steps up. She's 0 for 2 here today with a grounder up to the pitcher and a pop out to Sydney Smart at short. So a base hit will bring in both runners to tie up the game here for Caniglia. If she's able to put one out into the outfield, even if you're able to get one in the outfield, it likely will score 1 at the very least. And a ball put out in the outfield is really tough for outfielders to make catches in this wind here today in Elkhorn. We are high up on a hill. They literally call their baseball field the Hill. And I was talking to a senior here at Elkhorn North High School. He said there's only been 5 home runs ever in that ballpark. 5 total. Absolutely insane. And this really, it's basically on the same same height as said baseball field here in the softball complex. Inside, 2 balls and a strike, 1 out, 2 on here in the top of the 5th. Wahoo leading it 3-1. And you couldn't ask for probably a worse day to play at a place that's nicknamed The Hill for this extreme amount of wind coming out of the direct north. This pitch goes way high, away from Lanta hits, and the wild pitch brings in a run for the Wolves. So Phelan comes in, and Maines moves up to third. And just like that, it's a 3-2 game here in the top of the 5th as Hitz couldn't keep her glove on it. And it's 3 balls and a strike for Maddie Snyder against Ashlyn Caniglia, who's looking to bring in that tying run, now a lot closer to home plate. Here's the 3-1. She shows bunt, pulls it back, and it's called a strike. Showing bunt that time was Caniglia. That's something the Warriors didn't expect. They moved in a little bit, but haven't moved in to adjust now. So they know the bunt's away. Full count, big pitch here for Maddie Snyder. It's not even close, and that is ball 4. So runners at the corners now with 1 out.
Reese Pearson.
And that brings up Reese Pearson, who's 1 for 2 today with a strikeout in the first and a single in the third. As runners at the corners now for Elkhorn North as Wahoo leads it 3-2 here on the top of the 5th. The runner at third is Michaela Maines. First pitch drops way low. Good play by Hitz. Throw down to second. Not in time, and stealing second easily was Caniglia. So now the lead run for Elkhorn North stands at second, and a hit will give the Wolves the lead here in the top of the 5th. Here's the pitch, grounded to short. Smart will throw it to third. And the ball gets away from Ava Losserer as the ball was kicked out of her glove. And just like that, the game is tied. As Ava Losserer had it in her glove, and when Caniglia slid into third, she kicked it out of her glove. And so Caniglia is safe at third. And the game is tied. As Pearson moves all the way up to second as well. On the fielder's choice.
Number 41.
Boy, that is a tough play for Wahoo. As Ava Losserer had the tag down and got Caniglia out at third. But couldn't hang on to the softball as the cleat hit her glove. And now it's back up the middle into center field. 2 runs coming to score, and just like that, Elkhorn North has blown this game open. A 2 RBI single for Grayson Coleman. Caniglia scores from third. Pearson scores from second. And it is a 4-run 5th inning.
For the Wolves, number 4, Reagan Pearson.
Finger really pushing the button.
And that'll bring up the 5-hole hitter Reagan Pearson, who's 1 for 2 today with a double and a ground out to third. As Elkhorn North now leads at 5-3 here in the top of the 5th. The runner at first is Grayson Coleman. 2 balls and no strikes into the batter, Reagan Pearson. It's been 5 runs on 5 hits for the Wolves here in game number 2. Wahoo, 5 hits, 3 runs. Elkhorn North still with only 1 out here in this long top half of the 5th inning. Started off with a hit batter, a single, an out, a walk, a fielder's choice, a single, and it drops in front of the left fielder Dunlap, who will throw it in. And the line continues to move for the Wolves. Another single as Coleman moves up to second.
Number 33, Kelsey Dummert.
And Pearson at first. We have now reached the 8th batter of the inning for Elkhorn North. After Wahoo took the lead 3-1, the Wolves have battled back. And still with only 1 out, they are keeping the line moving. So here's the first baseman, Kelsey Daubert. Her first pitch is fouled back off the screen. She's 0 for 2 today with 2 groundouts to Ava Losterer at third. Pitch is popped up on the infield. Hits is under it to make the catch for out number 2. She had a battle over everything. The bat, the umpire, the wind, the sun. She gets an important out number 2 for Wahoo. And now the 9th batter comes to the plate for Elkhorn North, Hallie Privnow, who's 0 for 2 today with 2 strikeouts. She has 2 on with 2 outs now here in the top of the 5th. Elkhorn North leads it 5-3. Maddie Snyder trying to get herself out of this long inning as she throws a first pitch strike. Pitch high, great catch from Lanta Hits to keep that one from going to the backstop because Coleman was ready to go to third. She got about halfway down the line before she said, wow, she caught that and retreated back to second. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs, 2 on, top of the 5th. Elkhorn North leading at 5-3. Pitched low and inside, just missed, ball 2. Swung on and missed. Strike 2. Good pitch that time from Snyder to have the drop ball right at the last second drop low. Getting Privnow to swing over the top of it. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2 on. How about that? Top of the 5th. Swung on and out into right field. Voniek holds on. Boy, it was in her glove, popped up, and she got it back. Nice catch by Miranda Voniek out there in right field to stop the bleeding, as that would have cleared the bases. But the damage has been done for the Wolves of Elkhorn North, as they have 3 hits, 1 walk, 4 runs. 4 runs and 2 left on. We head to the bottom of the 5th. It's Elkhorn North 5, Wahoo 3. You're tuned into Warrior Softball on Saunders County Online.
If you're looking for a new career, Dollar General is looking for you. Hiring all positions and all shifts, they are looking for you with a starting pay up to $22 an hour with a $2,000 sign-on bonus. You can find details by going to dollargeneral.com/careers or by texting DG Warehouse to 25,000. Must be 18 or older, but again, starting pay up to $22 an hour with a $2,000 sign-on bonus. Contact them now, dollargeneral.com/careers.
Hot Oil and Propane is continuing to be family run and owned for 60 years. OOP Inc. is your Wahoo supplier for gas, diesel, propane, oil, grease, and products for your yard and acreage, including seed, fertilizer, and sprays to help keep your lawn and pastures beautiful. Find them online at oopinkwahoo.com, call 402-443-3563, or stop by 3288 Ponderosa Drive.
Austin McNorton back with you live here on Saunders County Online. Lily Harris grounds one to second. Over to first in time was Caniglia over to Daubert for a quick out number one for Wahoo. First time Lily Harris has been out. Here in this bottom of the fifth inning, it's Elkhorn North 5, Wahoo 3 here in game number 2 of this district final. Wahoo won game number 1 10-9 in crazy fashion. But now trail here in the bottom of the fifth to the Wolves 5-3. As it's the 3-4-5 hitters here for Wahoo, and that brings up Ava Losterer, who's 0 for 2 today. She reached on a fielder's choice in the first and reached on an error in the third. One ball, two balls. This one bounces up in front of Pearson. So Ava Losterer with a good hitter's count. And the one thing that head coach Trina Christen said to me for Wahoo today is that she wants her girls to just go out and have fun today. They're the 12 seed. They can go out and have fun. The pressure is on Elkhorn North today for them to win. They're the higher seed. They have the better record. All those things kind of in the playoffs tend to play against those higher seeded teams because they have the pressure of, hey, we're supposed to be the ones that win. So she wanted to see her Warriors just go out and have fun, and also saying, because of this crazy wind, that one swing and you're in it. As this was blooped over the third baseman, Coleman's head, and Ava Losterer is on with a one-out single. So Ava Losterer is on for the third time today, but that's her first official hit.
Warriors number 24.
And that'll bring up Lanta Hitz, who had the biggest hit of the day for Wahoo. The 3-run home run in the top of the 7th inning in game number 1. Here in game number 2, she is 0 for 1 with a fly out to right field. And then she had the sacrifice fly in the third to tie up the game at 1 for Wahoo. First pitch right down the center, strike 1. With 1 out, 1 on, bottom of the 5th, Wahoo trails 5-3 against the Wolves of Elkhorn North. Like I was saying, one swing of the bat in this wind, you're really never out of it. We've seen a lot of home runs today from both teams. We've seen one in this game from Sydney Smart. A 2-run home run in the 4th inning, which gave Wahoo the 3-1 lead that then they gave up in the top of the 5th. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out, 1 on. The pitch inside and low. Lanta Hitz seeing a lot of pitches right now here in this at-bat. Hitz drives one out into left field down in front of Phelan. And the rally continues for Wahoo. Back-to-back singles from Ava Losterer and Lanta Hitz.
Up for the Warriors.
Losterer moves up to second. Hits it first. For Maddie Snyder, the pitcher, trying to get her team back into it and give herself a chance as she's 0 for 2 today with 2 strikeouts. Both of those came in the second and third innings. So here she goes in a big spot with the tying run standing at first now for Wahoo. And only one out. This one bunted to short and thrown over to third for the force. So not an effective at-bat there. Atlanta hits, moves up to second, and Snyder reaches on the fielder's choice.
Number 30, Cassidy Beavers.
And now a big spot here for the first baseman, Cassidy Beavers. She's 1 for 2 in this game with a single, and then she popped out to the pitcher in the fourth inning. It is hits at second, Snyder at first for Wahoo. And Beavers ducks out of the way of the first pitch, inside, ball 1. These two teams have definitely put on a show here today. In Elkhorn, Nebraska, no doubt. Game number 1 was truly insane. Wahoo was up 6-0, and then Elkhorn scored the next 8 runs to lead 8-6. In the top of the 7th, Wahoo scored 4 runs to lead 10-8. Elkhorn North plated a run in the bottom of the 7th, and that ended it. This game is a little bit more of a defensive battle, as this one's grounded to the third base dugout foul. 2 balls, 1 strike for Cassidy Beavers with 2 outs and 2 on. Big spot here for the Warriors. For Cassidy Beavers on the season, she has 11 RBIs to her total. This one is popped up in right field, and it drifts foul with the wind over the fence. So just goes down for a long strike, number 2. My gosh, did the wind take that? That probably goes fair. If there's not wind, I'm telling you, man, at Hackberry Park, that drops for a single in Wahoo. But the wind here in Elkhorn pushes that way foul down the first base line. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2 on. Bottom of the 5th. Elkhorn leading it by 2, 5-3. Next pitch. This one is hit out into deep right field. Going back, it's off the bottom of the wall. 1 run scores. Coming in and scoring. We're tied at 5 on the double from Cassidy Beavers. Over the head of Michaela Miranda, Michaela Maines. Yeah, I was like, Michaela Miranda. It's Miranda Boniek for Wahoo. Michaela Maines for Elkhorn North. And we are all tied at 5 on the 2 RBI double from Cassidy Beavers. What a hit from Beavers as Lanta Hits came in to score from second. And Maddie Snyder goes from first to home on the double out into deep right field. It hit off the bottom of the wall. And now we'll have a courtesy runner for Cassidy Beavers. And you wonder if that means Beavers will come into pitch to start out the top of the 6th for Wahoo. If I'm guessing, that's what I would guess. As Beavers pitched 5 1/3 in game number 1 before Maddie Snyder came on. And Maddie Snyder goes 5 complete here in game number 2. Obert stands in. First pitch is blooped over the first base side and back towards the Wahoo bullpen, foul. For a strike. 2 outs, and the lead run stands at second. I think is it number 6 out there at second? Can't see it. Number.
No.
This one.
That's number 2. That's connected. Oh, running. Sorry.
Can't see. I think it's either a 6 or a 5. I think it's Carnegie standing out there at second for Wahoo. Ober She is 1 for 2 today with a strikeout and a single, in which she came in to score on the 2-run home run from Sydney Smart. Two balls, one strike. The wind really picking up now. You can hear it howling in through the windows of the press box here. Just has not let up from 10 o'clock this morning, really. This one's back up the middle. Nice glove by Pribnow over to first in time for out number 3. But the Warriors tie the ball game back up with 3 hits, no walks, 2 runs, and 1 left on. We head to the top of the 6th, all tied at 5. It's playoff softball here on Saunders County Online. Don't go anywhere.
Hot Oil and Propane is continuing to be family run and owned for 60 years. OOP Inc. is your Wahoo supplier for gas, diesel, propane, oil, grease, and products for your yard and acreage, including seed, fertilizer, and sprays to help keep your lawn and pastures beautiful. Find them online at oopinkwahoo.com, call 402-443-3563, or stop by 3288 Ponderosa Drive. OOP Inc. serving for 60 years thanks to you.
At Anchor Insurance, we know your personal life and business needs the right management and insurance to succeed and grow. Give Eric E.J. Hancock a call at 402-858-0557 or stop into his office at 136 East 5th Street in downtown Wahoo, Nebraska today for all of your insurance needs.
Awesome McNorton back here with you on Saunders County Online for Wahoo Warriors softball. It's playoff softball, district final here in Elkhorn, Nebraska. Today we are at Elkhorn North High School, where the 5-seeded Wolves and your 12-seeded Warriors are all tied at 5, heading into the final 2 innings as the first pitch is sent down the right field wall and foul. As due up here for the Wolves, I should say, is their 8-9-1 hitters. Delaney Phelan stands up as she had a leadoff hit by a pitch in the 5th inning and came around to score on the RBI single from Michaela Maines. So she almost got hit again as this one drops low and inside on her feet. 1 ball, 1 strike. We head to the final 2 innings of this playoff game, tied at 5. As the Wolves season hangs on, the Warriors would like to not go to a game 3 as this pitch catches the outside part of the zone. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Elkhorn North, to keep their season alive, has to win to go to game number 3, which was supposed to have started by now if there was a game number 3. We will go way into the afternoon of this one. This one's grounded through the hole on the side of third. And it's another leadoff base runner for Elkhorn North as Delaney Phelan is on again for the 3rd time she's on, and her second hit is the leadoff single this time.
The hit by Phelan brings up number 24, Michaela Maines.
That'll bring up Michaela Maines, who's 1 for 2 with the RBI single in the 5th and a strikeout in the 2nd. Maddie Snyder still out there for Wahoo on the circle. First pitch shown bunt, dropped, fair, thrown to first, and it goes into right field. Honestly, a bad break for Wahoo. It would have been better if it would have just went foul. And just like that, you have runners at the corners on the E2. As Phelan goes up to third, Maines at first as we go back to the top of the order. Addie Maxwell to try and give her Wolves the lead with nobody out and runners at the corners. Maxwell is 0 for 2 today with two ground outs and a walk in the 1st inning. She shows bunt, pops it up, and it drops in front of Lanta Hits, foul. Lanta almost got a glove on it, but it dropped right in front of her and hit home plate. It was almost close. It almost got to the point where hits almost touched it before it went foul, which then would have made things a lot more interesting on that play. So Snyder will get the sign from hits, and Maxwell steps into the box. The pitch, slap shots, absolutely crushed. Everyone duck out of the way down the third base side, foul. She's behind the count 0-2. And well, if you're Maddie Snyder, you couldn't ask for anything better right now than a strikeout. As she has 5 of those here in game number 2. The 0-2 pitch. Outside, thrown to second. Boy, what a gamble from Lanta Hits to try and throw it at second. If Sydney Smart's not there, that gives the lead run home. As Michaela Maines was definitely not going, but Lanta threw it down to second anyway. 1 ball, 2 strikes, and nobody out. Runners at the corners here for Elkhorn North. Tied at 5 here in the top of the 6th. Snyder, the 1-2 is grounded to Sydney Smart, who will flip it to second for 1 on the fielder's choice, but the RBI is granted to Addie Maxwell, and the Wolves take the lead. As Delaney Phelan comes in to score.
1, which brings up number 2, Ashlyn Caniglia.
So Maxwell reaches on the fielder's choice.
What?
1 on with 1 gone. Here in the top of the 6th, and Elkhorn North retakes the lead. Grounded through the hole on the right side into right field. Fania gets a good throw on it to keep Maxwell standing at second. But it's a 1-out single for Ashlyn Caniglia. Her second time that she's been on today.
Up for the Wolves, number 23, Reese Pearson.
Elkhorn North leads at 6-5 here in the top of the 6th with 2 on and 1 out.
You went in here? Yeah.
8 hits today for the Elkhorn North Wolves, trying to keep this line alive with 1 out and 2 on. Runner at second is Maxwell. Caniglia stands at first. For the 3-hole hitter, Reese Pearson, who's 1 for 3 today, with a single in the 3rd, a strikeout in the 1st, and she reached on a fielder's choice in the 5th and came around to score on the RBI single from Grayson Coleman. She looks at a pitch high, ball 1. Next pitch drops low, ball 2. Maddie Snyder, her team gave her the tie game, and once again, she can't hold on. She had a lead 3-1. Couldn't hang on to the lead. Had the game tied at 5 and couldn't keep it tied. And now trying to keep it just a 1-run game here for Wahoo. This one's way outside. Throw back to first. Beavers can't lay the tag down on Caniglia. And it's a 3-0 count now, as none of the pitches have been really close to the strike zone here. So Reese Pearson. Wahoo, you don't want the bases loaded here in this situation. And they certainly are. None of those pitches were close.
Walking to the plate is number
Ashlyn Caniglia goes to second. Addie Maxwell goes to third. And Reese Pearson stands at first now. So the base is loaded for Elkhorn North. And an opportunity for Grayson Coleman, who already has a couple RBIs today on a single, 1 for 3, could really blow this game open now.
Running on first base, number 25, Mia Turner.
Mia Turner goes over to first to run in place of the catcher, Reese Pearson, so she can go put her gear on. 1 out, bases loaded here for the Wolves of Elkhorn North. An opportunity for them to really blow this one open, as they lead it 6-5 here in the top of the 6th. First pitch swinging, absolutely crushed and caught by the center fielder, Lily Harris. Well, that prevented a much bigger run total, but the sacrifice fly for Grayson Coleman is granted. As Maxwell scores from third, Caniglia tags from second. She goes to third, and Pearson stays at first.
Pearson.
But what a catch from Lily Harris out there in center field for Wahoo. But another run for the Wolves, who now lead 7-5. Runners at the corners with 2 outs. At first is Pearson. Caniglia stands at third. First pitch is crushed to deep center field and gone. A 3-run home run for Reagan Pearson. And the Wolves have now officially blown this game open. As going from third is Ashlyn Caniglia. Going first to home is Reese Pearson.
Ladies and gentlemen, we had a 3-run bomb by Pearson. Well, that's it. I do this part. Oh, you do that part? He just talks. Number 3, Kelsey Dauber.
And Elkhorn North now leads this one 10-5. Here in the top of the 6th. Grounded to third and through under the glove of Ava Losser out into left field. And the line continues to move for the Wolves. So that's the first time today that Kelsey Dauber has reached on the 2-out single, and that should bring up Hallie Privnow back out to the plate. I don't think it is. I think it's a new batter for Elkhorn North, and we might have a new pitcher as well. It is indeed a new pitcher for Wahoo, as I think it's Lily Obert out there to pitch for Wahoo now. So Maddie Snyder's day on the circle is done, and we'll be back on Saunders County Online.
Stop at First Bank of Nebraska to get our new Wahoo Warrior branded debit card. Every transaction gives back to Wahoo Public Schools. All you need is a First Bank of Nebraska checking account and ask for the Warrior card. For more information, go to firstbankne.com. First Bank of Nebraska, serving our communities, investing in you. Member FDIC and equal housing lender.
Austin McNorton back here with you on Saunders County Online for Wahoo Warriors softball. As here we are, top of the 6th inning. It's Elkhorn North 10, Wahoo 5. As there's 2 outs, 1 on here in the top of the 6th, and 5 runs have come in to score for Elkhorn North as the game was tied to start this inning. And now out to pitch, replacing Maddie Snyder for Wahoo, is Lily Obert. This is her 5th appearance for Wahoo this season. A .47 ERA for Obert in 15 innings pitched. Now, that's a wild pitch, and going up to second without a throw is Daubert. But Obert has given up 15 hits, 1 earned run, 4 walks, and struck out 8 batters in 67 batters faced this season for the Warriors. But now a runner in scoring position here for Lily Lawfrey, getting some action here in game number 2. Watches a pitch called a strike on the outside part of the zone. 2 balls, 1 strike, 2 outs. Kelsey Dombert stands at second for the Elkhorn North Wolves, who lead this game 10-5. As they've had 4 hits and 5 runs here in this inning. And that pitch misses. 3-1. Obert for Wahoo this year has walked 4 for the Warriors. As this one is absolutely crushed out to left, but right at Adelia Dunlap for out number 3. So it is 1, 2, 3, 4 hits, 1 walk, 5 runs, and 1 left on. We head to the bottom of the 6th here at Elkhorn, Nebraska. It's Elkhorn North 10, Wahoo 5. You're tuned into Warrior Softball on Saunders County Online.
Is open Tuesdays, Thursdays 10 to 6, Wednesdays, Fridays 10 to 5, Saturdays 9 to noon. Call 402-870-0780 for any questions. The team at Rivalry Apparel wants to help you have a winning season. We are your biggest fan. Rivalry Apparel in Wahoo is excited to celebrate their 5th anniversary the month of October. Stop in to say hi to the Rivalry team or go to rivalryapparel.com now to get your gear for fall sports. Then be on the lookout for winter sports apparel for your favorite local teams and schools. Rivalry is open Tuesdays, Thursdays 10 to 6, Wednesdays, Fridays 10 to 5, Saturdays 9 to noon. Call 402-870-0780 for any questions. The team at Rivalry Apparel wants to help you have a winning season. We are your biggest fan. Rivalry Apparel in Wahoo is excited to celebrate their 5th anniversary the month of October. Stop in to say hi to the Rivalry team or go to rivalryapparel.com now to get your gear for fall sports.
Austin McNorton here with you on Saunders County Online for Wahoo Warriors Softball. Thanks, everyone, for tuning in. Thanks to all of our sponsors who make it happen. Here we are, game number 2, bottom of the 6th. It's Elkhorn North 10, Wahoo 5. As the Wolves plate 5 in their top half of the 6th after the Warriors tied it up in the bottom of the 5th. And so due up for Wahoo now are their 9-1-2 hitters. I thought there was someone there. 9-1-2 hitter, so Hannah Herrera steps in, and her first pitch is blooped out into shallow center and caught on the slide. Unbelievable catch by Maxwell out there in center field to rob a leadoff single away from Hannah Herrera.
For the Warriors, number 1.
That brings up Sydney Smart, who is red hot. She is 3 for 3 today with 2 singles and a 2-run home run. She would have loved to have had Hannah Herrera on, but now she'll step up with 1 out and looks at a pitch drop low for a ball. Wahoo led this one 3-1, then trailed 5-3, tied it up at 5, and then gave up the lead there in the top of this inning. As this one looks like it's headed for game number 3, which greatly impacts the Warrior football game tonight on Saunders County Online. I don't know how I'm going to be able to do that, to be honest.
Hastings 1 and 2. They do better from both teams. Blair on both. Nothing else is different.
1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out for Sydney Smart, who just got hit in the head. So she's on for the 4th time today. This time being hit by a pitch.
I got to host a conference volleyball.
And that brings up Adelia Dunlap, who's 0 for 3 today with a line out to second, reaching on a fielder's choice in the 3rd and coming in to score, and grounding out to second in the 4th. 1 out, 1 on for Dunlap. Coleman is in at 3rd for Elkhorn North, and the pitch goes high, called a strike. Sydney Smart, we know her base running aggressiveness. She's capable of kind of going at any point in time. Next pitch drops low, and there goes Smart. Right on cue, rounding second and staying there. This pitch dropped away just enough from Pearson, and Sydney with her wheels. That's easy. So she's at second with 1 out for Wahoo, trailing by 5 here in the bottom of the 6th. 5 outs remain for the Warriors here in game number 2, but Wahoo won game number 1, 10-9, and this one is blooped and drops down in front of the shortstop Pearson. So it's an infield single. I'm going to call it a single. I'm going to give Adelia the credit there. Sydney Smart has to stay at second. So there's 2 on now here for Lily Harris, who's 0 for 1 today with a ground out to second. She's also walked twice in today's ballgame. Would love to be able to walk and get the bases loaded up for Ava Loster, potentially for Wahoo. Harris, first pitch, drops low. That's a great pitch, though. From Pribnow, still out on the circle for the Wolves. Dropped at the absolute last second, and Lily recognized it and was able to lay off. 1 ball, no strikes, 1 out, 2 on for Wahoo here in the bottom of the 6th, trailing 10-5. Pitch drops low again in the dirt. 2-0, and a good hitters count here for Lily Harris. Lily for Wahoo this year, a .438 average, 16 RBIs. Love to add a couple here if she could. Get her team within striking distance, if nothing else. Right down the center, strike 1. She had the red light all the way there from head coach Trina Kristen. Kristen standing on the third base side here, right in front of the Wolves dugout. 2 balls, 1 strike, 1 out. The pitch, outside. Pearson tried to frame it, couldn't. She's done that successfully a couple of times here this afternoon. Wasn't able to do so there. Here we go with the 3-1 now. Harris has already walked twice. And this one, she swings. It's out into shallow left, and on the run, it falls in front of the left fielder, Phelan. Sydney Smart will go to third safely, as Phelan made a heck of a run on it and made a diving play, and it dropped right in front of her. And just like that, the bases are loaded for Wahoo. Smart to third, Dunlap to second, and Harris is on with a 1-out single as well. For Ava Loster, and the bases loaded for the Wahoo Warriors. A big spot here for Wahoo, trailing by 5 in the bottom of the 6th, trying to put pressure on the Wolves of Elkhorn North to try and avoid going to a game number 3. And welcome back. So here we are, bottom of the 6th. Ava Loster, she is 1 for 3 today with a single in the 5th. She reached on an error in the 3rd and reached on a fielder's choice in the 1st. So she's been on all 3 times, but just 1 for 3 to her day. But now it's a huge spot for Ava, the third baseman for Wahoo, with the bases loaded and only 1 out. Loster in the right-hand box. First pitch, swung on and fouled down the first base side. I think school is now officially out at Elkhorn North High School. So expect the students to now come and make an impact here on the hill if they want to brave the wind and cold. No football on a Friday night for the Wolves. They won last night, 41-0. Here's the pitch. It's popped up on the infield. It will go towards the first base side, and it will continue. Thank you, the wind here in Elkhorn. In Hackberry Park, that's probably an out, but the wind pushes it over the first base dugout, and Ava Loster stays alive, 0-2. Right now, Pribnow would love a strikeout with the bases loaded and only 1 out. Pitch drops low, and a great catch, great block from Pearson behind home plate to keep that one from rolling to the backstop, because if it does, Sydney Smart would score. It's the fastest Warrior standing at third. 1-2 now the count for Loster. She had a 2-run home run in game number 1. And here we go. Drops low. Good eye from Loster. Ava was 2 for 3. Or she was 2 for 4, I should say, with that 2-run home run, an RBI single in the 7th as well. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out, bases loaded. Losser swings, grounds into third, under the glove of Coleman. 1 run scores, and rounding third and scoring again is Adelia Dunlap. Sliding back safely to second was Lily Harris, and it's a couple of RBIs for Ava Losser under the glove of Coleman at third. And Wahoo keeps the line moving with 3 straight singles. Sydney Smart scores from third. Adelia Dunlap scores from second. Harris moves up to second. Losser at first. Verlanta hits. She is 1 for 2 today with an RBI single in the with a single in the 5th. She had a sacrifice fly in the 3rd and a pop out to right in the 1st. She had the biggest hit of the afternoon here in Elkhorn in game number 1. Top of the 7th, she had a 3-run home run over the right field wall, which proved to be the difference as Wahoo won 10-9. Her run was the difference. This one is smoked out into deep left field, and it's gone! Her second 3-run home run of the game, and just like that, we are tied at 10. Lanta hits, you've got to be kidding. The last name very fitting as she smokes it over the left field wall, and we are all tied at 10 here in Elkhorn. How about Lanta hits today? Her second 3-run bomb of the afternoon. Right when I was talking about it, she steps up, and it is absolutely crushed over the left center field wall.
Number 7, Madeline Snyder.
Harris comes in to score from second. Ava Loster comes in to score from first. And the Warriors, after giving up 5 runs in the top half of this inning, have scored 5 runs themselves. And this has been a 10-run inning combined. Unbelievable. After the way this game started out, this 6th inning has been absolutely insane. We're tied at 10. Game number 1 was 10-9. Here in the bottom of the 6th, we're tied at 10. Can you ask for much more in playoff softball? I mean, this is outstanding. Absolutely outstanding. And in the 7th inning, I'm going to get some help as Elkhorn North senior Spencer Schnartz. Oh, I got it right. He'll be joining me here in the broadcast booth. He's been broadcasting all of the Wolves games this season. Football, soccer, baseball. The dude does it all. Has been doing it all since his freshman year, and he'll be helping me out because I think I might have a football game tonight. I don't know, but if I do, I'd like to have at least a little bit of a voice. But the way the Warriors have had home runs today, they're not helping that. Here's Maddie Snyder standing in. She's 0 for 3 today with 2 strikeouts and reaching on a fielder's choice in the 5th, in which he came in to score on Cassidy Beaver's RBI double. We are all tied at 10. It's a 2-1 count with 1 out and nobody on here for Maddie Snyder. And you wonder now for Wahoo who will come out and pitch the top of the 7th. Will it be Beavers or Snyder to continue? Because you got to think about still playing a 3rd game. As this one has a wicked spin back to Privnow over to first. I mean, that looked like a bowling ball going down the lane with how much spin that thing had. Privnow gets a glove on it over to Dauber in time for out number 2.
Cassidy Beaver.
And here comes up Cassidy Beaver. She's 2 for 3 today with a single, a pop out to the pitcher, and an RBI double in the 5th. We are tied at 10 here in this one. I had to update the box score you're looking at. 12 hits for Wahoo, 10 runs. 9 hits for Elkhorn North, 10 runs. At least that's how I have it here on my score sheet. 1 ball, no strikes. 2 outs and nobody on for Beavers as the next pitch drops in low. And due up, well, I don't even remember due up for the Wolves, and their top of the 7th will be the 8-9-1 hitters with Delaney Phelan, who will start us off. She's been great here in game number 2. Beavers swung on and missed. Strike 1 is the drop ball right at the last second. Beavers thought it was coming right down the center the whole way. It drops at the last second. 2 balls, 1 strike. With 2 outs, nobody on. Bottom of the 6th, tied at 10. You heard that right. Tied at 10. And it was tied at 5 before this inning started, believe it or not. 5 runs for Elkhorn North, 5 for Wahoo, all in this 6th inning. Crazy. It's a 3-1 count for Cassidy Beavers, who would love to keep the line moving for Wahoo. The 3-1 count. Drops low for ball 4. And Beavers is on for the 3rd time today. And that brings up Lily Obert, who came out and pitched that last out of inning number 6. And Lily Obert is 1 for 3 today with a single, a strikeout, and a ground out to first, or ground out to the pitcher. And Lily Obert, she scored on the 2-run home run from Sydney Smart back in the 4th inning. So this is the 9th batter to come to the plate for Wahoo, just the way that Elkhorn North had 9 batters come to the plate in the top half of this inning. And we will have a new pitcher out there for the Wolves. You're tuned in to Warrior Softball on Saunders County Online, and we'll be back in just a moment to get your new pitcher for Elkhorn North coming up next.
As a great place to work, the folks at South Haven know the importance of teamwork and the reward that comes from serving older adults. If you're looking for senior care or a rewarding career with a Nebraska-based company, give them a call or check them out online, southaven-wahoo.com. South Haven Living Center in Wahoo is a proud sponsor of this broadcast. Recognized as a great place to work, the folks at South Haven know the importance of teamwork and the reward that comes from serving older adults. If you're looking for senior care or a rewarding career with a Nebraska-based company, give them a call or check them out online, southaven-wahoo.com.
And welcome back to Wahoo Warrior Softball on Saunders County Online, here from Elkhorn, Nebraska at Elkhorn North High School. Here we are, bottom of the 6th inning, tied at 10, and a new pitcher out on the circle for the Wolves. It's number 38, McKenna Fiala, standing out there for Elkhorn North as she faces the 8-hole hitter Lily Obert for Wahoo today. Has a 1 ball, no strike, and it's Cassidy Beavers over at first for Wahoo. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs. As Wahoo, here in this bottom of the 6th, 1, 2, 3, 4 hits, 1 walk, 5 runs. As I'm now joined by Spencer Schnartz here in this bottom of the 6th inning. He's a Wolf, so now we counterbalance it a little bit.
That is true.
So I appreciate you even me out here a little bit. As Obert stands in now, 2 balls, 1 strike. Beavers at first. Pitch is sent and off the glove of the first baseman, Daubert. So rounding second, Beavers will go to third. And we'll wonder if they send her home, and Trina Christen will hold her at third on the 2-out double from Lily Obert. Trina Christen had a chance to send Cassidy Beavers to the plate to give the Warriors the lead here in the bottom of the 6th. She holds her at third as Lily Obert moves up to second on the double. Do you like the decision there, Spencer, to hold her at third with 2 outs here in the bottom of the 6th.
Yeah, I would definitely hold the runner there, considering Michaela Maines threw the ball in very fast for the Wolves as it just got over the glove of Daubert there on first base.
Rolled all the way into the corner out there against the wall. But you're right. Michaela Maines has a great arm. This one's grounded to short. Pearson is there over to first in time, and the threat does not happen for Wahoo. But damage has been done for the Warriors as they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hits, 1 walk, 5 runs, and 2 left on as we will head to the top of the 7th, tied at 10. You're tuned into Wahoo Warriors Softball on Saunders County Online, and we'll be right back.
If you're looking for a new career, Dollar General is looking for you. Hiring all positions and all shifts, they are looking for you with a starting pay up to $22 an hour with a $2,000 sign-on bonus. You can find details by going to dollargeneral.com/careers or by texting DG Warehouse to 25,000. Must be 18 or older, but again, starting pay up to $22 an hour with a $2,000 sign-on bonus. Contact them now, dollargeneral.com/careers.
At Anchor Insurance, we know your personal life and business needs the right management and insurance to succeed and grow. Give Eric E.J. Hancock a call at 402-858-0557 or stop into his office at 136 East 5th Street in downtown Wahoo, Nebraska today for all of your insurance needs.
Austin McNorton and Spencer Schnartz here with you on Saunders County Online for Wahoo Warriors Softball in a windy Elkhorn, Nebraska Friday afternoon. Here we go, top of the 7th inning, tied at 10 as Lily Oberts will come back out for Wahoo. Lily Oberts, she came in relief in the top of the 6th for Wahoo and got out Lily Lawfrey on the line out to left. So now she faces the 8-9-1 hitters here of the Wolves. And that will be Delaney Phelan, who has reached base all 3 times today with a double in the 2nd. She was hit by a pitch in the 5th and a leadoff single in the 6th. Would love to be another leadoff base runner here for the Wolves in this half of the inning. The score, believe it or not, was tied at 5 going into the 6th inning. The Wolves scored 5. The Warriors scored 5. So now we'll do it again here in the top of the 7th, tied at 10. And Spencer, if you're both these teams, what mindset do you have in going into this last inning?
Yeah, I think if you're Wahoo, you're coming into this game the lower seed, but you won game 1. And then you're coming here now and you just tied back up to the number 5 seed in the Wolves. You're feeling great. If you're the Wolves, after this double here by the Wolves, again, the Wolves need this win to continue going on their journey to state. They need this and the next game to win. Their mindset's going to be a little bit more tense here than Wahoo. Wahoo's playing to lose here. Like, they're playing to win. They need to win, but at the same time, they're a little bit more loose than the Wolves.
It's a leadoff double for Delaney Phelan. And just like that, the lead run is in scoring position here for the 9-hole hitter, Michaela Maines, who's 1 for 3 today with a strikeout, a RBI single in the 5th, and she reached on an error in the 6th, and now she bunts one perfectly down the first base line, and Lily Obert flips it over to first. Bad mistake that time from Lily Obert. She tried flipping it over to first, over the head of Beavers, and Delaney Phelan scores from second to home, and just like that, Elkhorn North has the lead 11-10.
Yeah, Michaela Maines lays down the bunt there, bringing in the run from second. Just an incredible play there by Maines. Plays just like her brother did, and they play just alike.
She lays it perfectly down the first base side. Obert tried to flip it to Beavers at first. Maybe ill-advised there. Just keep it in your glove and keep the run at third. And now another bunt shown, this time by Addie Maxill. So a runner at first and one across here with 2 hits here in this one. Which I think, if I do quick math, 6, 9, 10, 12. That's 12 hits for the Wolves here today. And 11 runs. Bunt laid perfectly down again. Obert doesn't even throw it over to first. As Ober looked to Ava Losterer on what to do with it. A bad miscommunication, and back-to-back bunts lead to back-to-back hits for the Wolves.
And in game one, you didn't get to see that much, but that is how this team plays. They are a very small ball team. They're going to bunt. They're going to try to get people on base to score here. And in a game like this, you're going to need people on base in order to win.
And 2 are on with nobody out, and 1 already across here in the top of the 7th. A strike called is showing bunt again, trying to play small ball with Ashlyn Caniglia. She is 1 for 3 today with an RBI single in the 6th. She grounded out to the pitcher in the 1st, popped out to the shortstop in the 3rd, and reached on a walk and came in to score on the 5th. Shows bunt again, and it drops foul for strike 2. So now the bunt out of the equation here for Caniglia. As it's Maines at second, Maxwell at first, both with a lot of speed on the base pass, right, Spencer?
Oh, yeah, these are the 2 fastest girls out there right now. If you're a Wolves fan, you're loving to see that.
This one's popped up on the infield. The wind will take it. Hannah Herrera makes the catch on the run for a big out number 1 there for Wahoo. Kind of the best case scenario other than a strikeout there for Wahoo. To get an infield pop-up, keep both the base runners at their respective spots, and brings up the 3-hole hitter catcher, Reese Pearson. She is 1 for 3 today with a single in the 3rd, a strikeout in the 1st. She reached on a fielder's choice in the 5th and scored, and walked in the 6th and scored. So her first look at Lily Obert is outside strike 1. It's Maxwell at second, or Maines at second, Maxwell at first. And that one's called a strike. Wahoo would love to just keep it a 1-run game here. However, I say that. The Warriors were down by 2 in game number 1 going into their 7th inning, and they scored 4 runs to take the lead and win it. So you're really never out of it, especially in the playoffs, man.
Oh, yeah. Playoff softball is a little bit different than active season, softball. For these girls, they're going to go out there and they're going to compete their hardest, and we've seen that tonight, especially with the wind playing a factor here in this stadium.
This one is sent out deep to right field and caught at the wall by Miranda Vonyek. Tagging second, going to third is Maines, but what an incredible catch at the wall from Miranda Vonyek out in right field, battling with that wind to hold on. So a big out there, out number 2, as Maines goes to second. Maxwell holds it first. For number 41, the third baseman, Grayson Coleman. She's 1 for 3 today with a single in the 5th, a strikeout in the 3rd, a ground out to short in the 1st, and she also had a sacrifice fly in the 6th. But how about that catch against the wall for Vonyek out there for Wahoo?
Oh, yeah, the wind's been a factor today. 19 mile per hour steady winds, 32 gust here.
Oh my
Especially when you're up
gosh.
on a hill, the ball will carry.
First pitch, it's popped up into shallow left. Sydney Smart sprints, and it drops out of her glove. Look at the wind there. Now a throw down to third. She's safe. Look at the wind there. It was hit so high into the air out to left, pretty much anywhere else. That's hit out to left field for an easy pop-up to Adelia Dunlap. Instead, Sydney Smart has to make the run on it. It goes out of her glove, and a big run there for Elkhorn North. As Maine scores from third, Addie Maxwell goes from first to third, and Grayson Coleman goes to second on the E6. Boy, one play, we see the win and an incredible catch in right field. The very next pitch, it's on the infield, and it drove Sydney Smart out from shallow left, basically all the way to the circle on the infield.
Yeah, you said it there, and that's how the games have been all day. The morning game at 11, the ball was carrying to center right the whole entire time. We saw it go from the S to the L earlier tonight. And so that's just how it's going to be today, and they're going to have to adapt.
This one's grounded foul down on the third base side off the backstop as it's Reagan Pearson standing in. And this has been the dominant hitter today for Elkhorn North here in this game number 2. She is 3 for 4 with a double, a single, and a home run. Home run coming in that 6th inning, and it was a 3-run blast. This one's high and outside. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs, and 2 on for Elkhorn North, who lead this one now 12-10. And that was Wahoo's, I believe, first error of game number 2. Oh, that's their second, I should say. And both of them coming here in the last 2 innings. Trying to get my scoreboard. There's so many numbers to keep track of. I mean, it's 10 runs, 13 hits for Wahoo, 12 runs, 13 hits for Elkhorn North. This has been absolutely crazy. And that pitch drops low and outside. And what an at-bat right now for Reagan Pearson. She's seen a lot of pitches from Lily Obert.
Oh, yeah, and that's what you love to see here if you're a Wolf. They're fighting on the plate to keep this game alive. They have 2 runners on base. You do not want to leave them stranded here.
Here's the 2-2. It's grounded again, foul. And once again, Pearson is able to stay alive and seen a lot of pitches from Lily Obert. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2 on, and 2 across. How about that here in the top of the 7th? Deuce is wild, right? Here's Obert with the pitch again, and this one again sent down the third base side and foul. What a battle at the plate right now. It's Coleman at second, Maxwell at third for Elkhorn North. Phelan and Maines both came in to score after a leadoff double, a single, and then another single. The 2-2 drops low, and the count is full.
They do have an open base on first, so a walk necessarily wouldn't hurt the Warriors here.
And right now, I don't think you want to give Reagan Pearson anything too easy to hit. She has been the hottest bat for the Wolves here in game number 2. Already has a 3-run home run. As this one is crushed out to left field and drops in front of Adelia Dunlap. 1, 2 runs score, and it's a 2 RBI double, and the base is cleared nicely that time by Reagan Pearson.
And again, Wahoo just made the mistake there. You threw it to the hottest hitter. She's going to make you pay. You throw it right down the middle. She's going to hit it into the gap for a 2-run score there. Wolves are now leading 14-10 over Wahoo here in this top of the 7th.
Yep, you talked about it, Spencer. You give the best hitter something to hit. She won't miss it, and she does not. How about her afternoon? She is 4 for 5 with 2 doubles, a home run, and a single. And the next pitch drops in low, gets way by Lanta Hits, and she will move to third now. For Kelsey Dauber, who stands in, she's 1 for 4 today with a single in the 6th, a ground out to third, a pop out to Lanta Hits the catcher, and another ground out to third in the 2nd inning. This has been an absolutely insane inning and a half, as we have seen 14 runs come in to score here in the last inning and a half. Inning and 2/3. Absolutely crazy. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs, runner at third for Elkhorn North. Swung on and missed. Strike 2. Pulled the string on her that time. As Lily Obert does not have a strikeout in her relief. She came in to replace Maddie Snyder in the top of the 6th inning and got 1 out and has pitched this entire 7th. This one's just off the end of the bat foul. And again, Spencer, the Wolves are doing such a great job of battling at the plate and fouling so many pitches off.
Yeah, that's the thing for baseball and softball for this program. They're going to battle They're not going to give anything up. They're not going to look a strike into the mid, especially if it's strike three. And that's what they preach, grittiness, and they have it.
Here's the 1-2. It's hit out into deep left field. Adelia Dunlap right there, though, to get a big out, number 3. But the damage has been done for Elkhorn as they have 1, 2, 3, 4 hits, no walks, 4 runs, and 1 left on base. We head to the bottom of the 7th. Last chance for Wahoo here in game number 2, trailing 14-10 as you're tuned in to Warrior Softball on Saunders County Online.
At Medicine Man Pharmacy, we aspire to be the pharmacy provider confidently chosen by our clients for their family's everyday health needs because of our expertise, integrity, and honestly, consistently exceeding their expectations. Reliability, bright spot, value, integrity, community building, and so much more can be found at Medicine Man Pharmacy of Wahoo.
The best deal in town is at the Wahoo DQ. Our $7 meal deals run all day, every day. For only $7, you get your choice of an original cheeseburger or a 3-piece chicken strip basket. Each option includes a regular order of fries, a medium drink, and a small sundae. Feeling hungrier? Upgrade that sundae to a small blizzard for an extra $2. The Wahoo DQ is located at 1122 North Chestnut.
And welcome back to Wahoo Warrior Playoff Softball here on Saunders County Online on a cold, windy afternoon in Elkhorn, Nebraska at Elkhorn North High School. Here we go. Last chance for Wahoo in game number 2 as they trail the Wolves of Elkhorn North 14-10. We were tied at 10. We were tied at 5 going into the 6th inning. Tied at 10 going into the 7th inning. And Elkhorn North plates 4. And Sydney Smart starts things off with a gap shot into left field. Sydney Smart will get at least 2. And it's a stand-up double to start things off for Sydney Smart. And the Warriors are not done yet. Sydney Smart have herself a day. She is now 4 for 4 in game number 2 and has reached base 5 times as she was hit by a pitch in the 6th inning. And this is very eerily similar to how things happened in the top of the 7th inning in game number 1. The Warriors had the top of the order up. Sydney Smart got things started with a home run. And the Warriors kept the line moving to score 4 runs in the top of the 7th to win game number 1, 10-9. So it's a leadoff double. Go ahead, Spencer.
If the Warriors look to advance here, they're going to need at least 5 runs in this inning. A little bit more than last inning, but very doable as we saw in game 1. If you are joining us, though, Wahoo has won the first game. If they win this game, they are the home team for this game 2. If they win this, they move on to the state rounds.
Does that add extra pressure for the Wolves saying, all right, we have the lead, but 3 outs to keep our season alive here?
I mean, definitely. I mean, you're playing at home, but you're the away team, so you don't get that last at-bat. It's crucial to get the lead, which they did, but you lose your star pitcher in Hallie Prim now as she got taken out. So now it's up to the rest of the team to kind of back her up.
And it is McKenna Fiala out there for Elkhorn North. And she faces Adelia Dunlap and has a 2-1 count against her with Sydney Smart standing at second for the Warriors. Adelia Dunlap today is 1 for 4 with a single in the 6th. She reached on a fielder's choice in the 3rd, but grounded out to second and lined out to second her other 2 times. This one drops low. Sydney Smart does not go to 3rd. It's a nice play by Pearson behind home plate to keep that ball in front of her.
Yep.
Those are the kind of playoff plays if you're Elkhorn North, you'd love to see.
Yep, you need them to keep this game going, and they did just that.
3 balls and a strike here. Good hitters count for Dunlap. Looks at a pitch. Catch the bottom left corner of the zone. What a pitch that time from Fiala. She hit it. 3-2 as the count's full. So McKenna battles back. Would love to get a strikeout here if possible. The full count pitch is roped right to 3rd, back to 2nd. What a catch by Coleman, the third baseman on the hot corner.
Amazing reflex there to be able to have that ball coming at you, but then you were able to catch that. Unfortunately for the Wolves, you did not have anybody covering second in that split second, but you do get that out.
So Sydney Smart remains alive at second for Lily Harris, who steps up. She's 1 for 2 today with a single and a ground out, and she walked twice as well earlier. That's a heck of a catch from Coleman. And yeah, you just mentioned it, Spencer, just kind of a reaction play for her to just stick her glove out and hold on to the ball. The pitch is in there for strike one on the inside part and low. Just caught the zone. 1 out, 1 on for Wahoo, trailing 14-10 here in the bottom of the 7th. And that one's in there for a strike. The wind continuing to howl here on the hill of Elkhorn North High School. And a great pitcher's count here for Fiala. 0-2, and Harris stays alive by fouling it off the end of her bat down the third base side. Can Wahoo battle off some pitches now, just the way Elkhorn North did in the top of this inning? They battled off so many pitches. 0-2 again, swung on and missed, strike 3. And after the leadoff double, Fiala has worked back to get a line out and a strikeout. And that brings up Ava Losterer, who has gone 2 for 4 today with 2 singles, reached on an error in the third, and reached on a fielder's choice in the first. So she's gotten on base every single time today. Love to keep the line moving and keep the game alive for Wahoo to try and avoid going to a game number 3. That's the way it's looking. It's headed right now. Wahoo, the 12 seed. Elkhorn North, the 5 seed. Wahoo won game number 1, 10-9. This one is hit right to first. Daubert is there to step on the bag herself for out number 3. So Wahoo has 1 hit, no walks, no runs, and 1 left on. They're in the top of the 7th. And the final score is Elkhorn North 14, Wahoo 10. And Spencer, I know you weren't able to be here for all of game number 2, but I know you were able to watch some of it. So your thoughts on that wild game number 2?
Oh, yeah. As you were saying, the game was tied many times per this game, just like it was kind of in game 1. But game 2 definitely had more points put on the board. The Wolves needed to win in order to keep it alive for game 3. If you're a Wahoo fan, you now are starting to maybe worry a little bit. You're the 12 seed. You come to Elkhorn North. You lost game 2. Momentum rides with Elkhorn North. You won game 1, though. So you still do have that with you. If you're the Wolves, you absolutely need to just put the foot to the metal pedal here and just kind of try to blow out Wahoo the best you can.
It is do or die time for both teams as we head to a deciding sudden death game at number 3. Winner moves on to the state tournament in Hastings. Loser and the season is over as Wahoo wins game number 1, 10-9. Elkhorn North wins game number 2, 14-10. Thanks so much for tuning in to Wahoo Warrior Softball on Saunders County Online. We will mute our mics, take a break, and when we come back, we'll get you set for game number 3. Austin McNorton and Spencer Shedard here with you on Saunders County Online. We'll be right back. And welcome back to Elkhorn, Nebraska here on Saunders County Online. We are ready for game number 3 in this Class B5 district final. As Wahoo wins game number 1 10-9. Elkhorn North wins game number 2 14-10. Austin McNorton and Spencer Schnartz here with you live. The senior from Elkhorn North High School joining me for game number 3. As Elkhorn North 27-8 on the year, Wahoo 18-11. The Warriors now the road team here in game number 3. So technically both the home teams have lost today. Elkhorn North in game number 1, Wahoo in game number 2. So it's the 1-2-3 hitters due up here for Wahoo. As Sydney Smart will face McKenna Fiala, who closed out game number 2 for the Wolves. She pitched the last couple outs of inning number 6 and pitched all of inning number 7. And has a 1-ball, 1-strike count to Sydney Smart, who was absolutely spectacular in game number 2. She went 4 for 4 with 2 singles, a double, a home run, and she was hit by a pitch. This one grounded down the third baseline foul. But Spencer, the first question I'll ask you is, this is it, do or die time. Winner moves on to the state tournament in Hastings. Loser, season over. What's the mentality both these teams come in with?
I think the Wolves come in with a little bit more momentum here after beating Wahoo by 4 last game. But again, Wahoo played spoiler to the Wolves in the first game, and they were the away team in that. So Wahoo doesn't necessarily feel like they need to execute everything perfect right now because it is still knotted up at 0. We are still early on here in the first inning. But both teams are going to be a little bit tense here. It's the B5 district game here. The winner goes to state, as you said, win or go home for both teams.
Sydney Smart gets hit right on her lower back. Thank you for a leadoff base runner for the Warriors. That's the second time in 2 games that she's been hit by a pitch. She tried to duck out of the way, could not. She gets over to first, kind of wincing a little bit. But I talked to head coach Trina Kristen before today got started for Wahoo, and she said, we're just out here having fun. We're the 12 seed. Elkhorn North is the 5 seed, so the pressure is on the Wolves. They're the team on paper that was expected to win today and move on. So Wahoo just wanted to have some fun, and you could tell that they did that in game number 1, jumping out to a 6-0 lead and holding on to that and coming back to win after trailing 8-6. They came back to win 10-9. Elkhorn North, the pressure on them. They battled a bunt laid down the third base line. Adelia Dunlap moves Sydney Smart over to second, but now she goes off of second too far and is caught in a rundown. Sydney Smart will have to make something crazy happen. She's still caught between all of the Wolves players. She's running back between third and second, and she's tagged out. And that's a back-breaking play for Wahoo to start out the ball game.
Yeah, it's unfortunate getting stuck in a pickle there, but you know, if she stayed on the bag, of course she would have been safe. But Wahoo still does have one batter, or they still have one out here. So things will be interesting here.
So I think that is 2 outs, right? Because they got 2 outs. Because they did throw Adelia Dunlap's bunt over at first successfully, and then rounding second, Sydney Smart got tagged out. So 2 up, 2 down for Wahoo, and that brings up the center fielder Lily Harris. But as we were kind of talking about, so Wahoo was playing free, and then in game number 2, the pressure was put on the Wolves. They answered that call, and now you wonder if both of the pressure is on both teams here, because both teams know, hey, we're 1 win away from the state tournament. That's about as nerve-wracking as you can get.
Yeah, I think you're right in that sense. I still think the Wolves probably have a little bit more pressure on them. I mean, you have the home team. You have your fans here. You have your students here. And they need to win. They're the higher seed. And so all that pressure is on them. Meanwhile, Wahoo came out, played game 1 excellence. And, unfortunately, tough break. They're losing game 2. But you still are very much able to win this game.
As they're in the top of the first, the Warriors go down with no hits, no walks, no runs, and nobody left on base. We head to the bottom of the first scoreless. You're tuned into Warrior Softball District Final on Saunders County Online.
If you're looking for a new career, Dollar General is looking for you. Hiring all positions and all shifts, they are looking for you with a starting pay up to $22 an hour with a $2,000 sign-on bonus. You can find details by going to dollargeneral.com/careers or by texting DG Warehouse to 25,000. Must be 18 or older, but again, starting pay up to $22 an hour with a $2,000 sign-on bonus. Contact them now, dollargeneral.com/careers.
At Medicine Man Pharmacy, we aspire to be the pharmacy provider confidently chosen by our clients for their family's everyday health needs because of our expertise, integrity, and honestly, consistently exceeding their expectations. Reliability, bright spot, value, integrity, community building, and so much more can be found at Medicine Man Pharmacy of Wahoo.
And welcome back to Elkhorn, Nebraska here on Saunders County Online. Austin McNorton and Spencer Schnartz here with you live. For Wahoo Warrior Playoff Softball, it's the district final, and we have gone to an if necessary game number 3. Wahoo wins game number 1, 10-9. Elkhorn North wins game number 2, 14-10. And out for Wahoo to pitch here in game number 3 will once again be Cassidy Beaver. She pitched 5 2/3 of game number 1 for Wahoo. And so now she gets the start in game number 3 against the home seeded 5, against the home Wolves, the 5 seed in Class B. Elkhorn North, much larger school district and size than Wahoo. Wahoo is the smallest school in Class B, the way that it breaks up between Class B and C. Wahoo, the smallest Class B school, but hanging in with the number 5 team in the state right now as we have gone to a deciding game number 3. And a bunt laid down. Beavers will glove it over to first. In time, barely. That was a lot closer play than I was expecting it to be, but Hannah Herrera gets her foot down. Oh man, that was close, Spencer. I gotta be honest. I don't know if she got her foot down in time.
Yeah, that was a bang play there.
The Wolves, number 2, Ashlyn.
My she was safe, and yours she was out. Just a story of two tales there.
So the Warriors fans clap. The Wolves fans grimace as 1 up, 1 down here in the bottom of the first, and that brings up Ashlyn Caniglia. She's over at second today defensively for Elkhorn North, who's again in the all whites as this one popped up into shallow center field, and Lily Harris makes the catch on the run for 2 quick outs for Wahoo to start out the first. And Spencer, it'll be the theme of game number 3 because the wind has not let up at all.
Definitely has not. The Wolf is blowing inward out of the fence. If you do hit it to the right, that's probably your best shot to hit a home run here tonight because that is where it's blowing at. But again, it is still blowing, and if it pops up there, gosh knows where it's going.
Here comes up Reese Pearson to the plate. And she looks at a pitch strike against Cassidy Beavers as Reese in game number 2, she went 1 for 4 with a single, reached on a fielder's choice, struck out, lined out, and walked. So she came to the plate 5 times in that 14-run game. And that game, for those just tuning in, game number 3 was crazy as it was tied at 5 going into the 6th inning. Elkhorn North scored 5 runs. Wahoo scored 5 runs in the 6th. So they went in tied at 10 in the 7th. Elkhorn North plated 4 in the top of the 7th to win it. As this one's blooped out into deep right field. It keeps going back, and there it is, Spencer. The wind helps Elkhorn North out into right field, and it's gone.
Incredible hit there by the Wolves, hitting it out right where I said it would carry. And they put up the first run here in game 3.
Because it really looked like she didn't get much of it. She got under that softball. That's normally a routine pop fly, but today it's a home run over the right field wall. So up here, I said it was popped up, but it just kept going over the wall, and Elkhorn North jumps out to a 1-run lead here in game number 3. And can't ask for a much better start there for Elkhorn. Using the wind to their advantage, and that brings up the third baseman, Grayson Coleman. And she's hit, and she'll be on with 2 outs. So both pitchers here in the first inning have hit a batter now. As Sydney Smart got hit by a pitch Grayson Coleman gets hit by a pitch. And that brings up Reagan Pearson, now the shortstop, into the right-hand box.
Number 4, Reagan Pearson.
And now we'll see if Elkhorn North can just, quote-unquote, keep the line moving.
Everything working for you guys? Would you know if it's not?
Yep, we're still good. I think we might be having some internet difficulties up here in the press box, but everything's still good for me. Thanks, everyone, by the way, for tuning in to Saunders County Online. I've kind of been off and on checking, and there's been several of you who not able to make it over to Elkhorn here on a Friday morning and now late afternoon. So now a lot of you are probably headed to Wahoo High School for home football tonight. As this one drops low, it's 2 balls, no strikes, 1 on and 2 away. 3-0 now the count, I think. Is it? Yep. Okay. Yeah. 3-0. I thought it was 2-0, and then I heard the Wolves dugout all chanting the 3-0, 3-0, 3-0. And so here we have the 3-0 pitch. Strike 1 on the outside part of the zone. And Reagan Pearson, she had the hot bat, and she was in a very similar situation in the top of the 7th inning for Elkhorn North in the last game. A 3-1 count, and she had essentially a game-winning RBI double when she was given something to hit. This time she fouls it off, and the count is full. In game number 2, she was outstanding. She went 4 for 5 with 2 doubles, a single, and a 3-run home run. Do you give her anything to hit on a full count pitch? She's red hot.
I think, considering it's the first inning, I think you do have to kind of throw this ball just to try to get out of it. If you walk it, you bring up another hitter, and you don't want the bases kind of getting heavy here, especially early on in the first inning. If this was later in the game, I necessarily would probably walk them. But as of right now, you do not want that score running up.
So they do pitch to her, and she fouls it off the screen again. So we do the full count again. 2 outs, 1 on, 3 balls, 2 strikes to Reagan Pearson. Beavers delivers high, ball 4. Try and get Pearson to chase it out of the zone. She did not. Coleman will move up to second. Pearson will move over to first. As this inning started out so quick and easy for Cassidy Beavers. A 1-pitch ground out to herself. A 1-pitch fly out to center field. Then the home run, hit batter, and walk. And there's 2 on with 2 outs for Kelsey Daubert, first baseman today for Elkhorn North. First pitch swinging, grounded to Hannah Herrera, gets a glove on it, flips it to first in time for out number 3. So it's 1 hit, 1 walk, 1 run, and 2 left on. We head to the top of the second. It's Elkhorn North 1, Wahoo 0. You're tuned into Warrior Softball on Saunders County Online.
Hot Oil and Propane is continuing to be family run and owned for 60 years. OOP Inc. is your Wahoo supplier for gas, diesel, propane, oil, grease, and products for your yard and acreage, including seed, fertilizer, and sprays to help keep your lawn and pastures beautiful. Find them online at oopinkwahoo.com, call 402-443-3563, or stop by 3288 Ponderosa Drive. OOP Inc. serving for 60 years thanks to you.
At Anchor Insurance, we know your personal life and business needs the right management and insurance to succeed and grow. Give Eric E.J. Hancock a call at 402-858-0557 or stop into his office at 136 East 5th Street in downtown Wahoo, Nebraska today for all of your insurance needs.
Austin McNorton and Spencer Chenard here with you on Saunders County Online for Wahoo Warrior Softball in this Class B District Final. It's the 5-seeded Elkhorn North Wolves here on their home field, leading the 12-seeded Wahoo Warriors 1-0 here in a deciding game number 3. Winner moves on to the state tournament, and the loser's season is done. Wahoo won game number 1 10-9. Elkhorn North won game 2, 14-10, and Ava Losserer gets the second inning started with a leadoff single out into center field and the first hit of the day for Wahoo here in game number 3.
Good, nice little line drive there, right to center field. They get the person on first.
They had a leadoff base runner in the first inning as Sydney Smart was hit by a pitch. But then on Adelia Dunlap's bunt, Sydney Smart rounded second and got caught in a rundown for out number 2, and then they pop out to third for out number 3. As Lanta Hitch shows a bunt and gets a strike called on 0-1. Lanta Hitch, she was the big bat for Wahoo in game number 1 and really game number 2. She had a 3-run home run in the top of the 7th for Wahoo to win game number 1. This was bunted perfectly down the first base side. Hits is safe. That was a really close play. She legged it out. And the Warriors have back-to-back singles to start the second inning.
Runners on first and second, brings up number
Losserer goes up to second, hits to first. But right now, Spencer, both of the hot bats for both Elkhorn North and Reese Pearson and Lanta Hitch for Wahoo have just been proven too tough to get out here in both of the games, and now game number 3.
Yeah, bunting was a thing that the Wolves decided to try to do in the 7th inning of last game, and they were successful. That's how they got their 4 runs. And, Wahoo's deciding to put it right back at them here, and they put 2 on.
Put the ball in play and make the defense work has kind of been key for both teams here today. As now Maddie Snyder steps up. She's the 6-hole hitter here in this game. Her first look with 2 on as she shows bunt, pulls it back as it drops low for a ball, and Coleman kind of tripped coming in, the third baseman for Elkhorn North. She came sprinting in and kind of tripped over herself, but the ball not put in play. As Maddie Snyder's trying to move both the base runners up 1 for Cassidy Beavers. She shows bunt again as it's way outside, ball 2. And right now, Fiala is just trying to avoid the center of the plate. It looks like trying to prevent that bunt from happening, but you don't want to fall down too far in the count, 2-0. Snyder will see if she shows bunt again as the infield, the corners are in. Coleman and Dauber both in for Elkhorn North. She shows bunt, pulls it way back, and it's not close again. 3-0 now here for Maddie Snyder. You wonder if now she'll show bunt or say, I would be more than okay taking ball 4. And she'll step back and look at head coach Kristen again for the call. She says, I don't know what to do here. 3-0. She does show bunt, and it goes foul. Do you like the decision there to still show the bunt despite the 3-0 call?
Yeah.
It's tough. This is a tough decision, really.
I don't necessarily like the idea to bunt there, considering they're probably going to throw it right down the middle. You probably have a chance to get a better hit, especially with the wind playing today. At the same time, they've been not throwing it around you. You might just be able to get that 4-0 count.
So here's the 3-1 now. She shows bunt again. It's outside, called a strike. And wow, now the bunt out of the equation here for Maddie Snyder. And if you're Maddie, you cannot strike out after getting a 3-0 count, showing bunt every single time, fouling one off, and then getting a strike called on the outside part of the zone. Now the bunt probably out of the equation, and it's a full count with 2 on and nobody out. Here's the pitch from Fiala. It's off the screen as Snyder was just able to make contact. So Maddie pitched game number 2. She's over at first today in game number 3. She was at first in game number 1 when Cassidy Beavers was pitching, so that's the same role she plays here in game 3. Here's the 3-2 again. It's high, ball 4. What a crazy at-bat. That had just a little bit of everything. 3 straight balls, a foul ball, a strike, another foul ball, and then ball 4. And the bases are loaded for Wahoo with nobody out here in the top of the second. For Cassidy Beavers, who could give herself at least a tie or the lead as the infield is in. First pitch grounded to third, out to home for 1, over to first for 2. Worst case scenario there for Wahoo. And a perfect defensive execution by Coleman and Daubert at first, home, and third. Outstanding.
Yep, Wolves defense executed to perfection there. Only thing better would have been a triple play, but they will take a double play any day of the week.
A 5-2-3 double play as Loster moves up to, or Loster is out at home as this one's grounded to short. Pearson is there, over to first for out number 3. And 2 on with nobody out. The Beavers can't score any as we head to the bottom of the second, and Elkhorn North leads it 1-0. You're tuned into Warrior Softball on Saunders County Online.
Oil and Propane is continuing to be family run and owned for 60 years. OOP Inc. is your Wahoo supplier for gas, diesel, propane, oil, grease, and products for your yard and acreage, including seed, fertilizer, and sprays to help keep your lawn and pastures beautiful. Find them online at oopinkwahoo.com, call 402-443-3563, or stop by 3288 Ponderosa Drive. OOP Inc. serving for 60 years thanks to you.
Awesome McNorton and Spencer Schnartz here with you on Saunders County Online for Wahoo Warriors Softball here on a Friday afternoon.
First up,
As it's Elkhorn North 1, Wahoo 0. As the Warriors had the bases loaded with nobody out and could not score a run. As Cassidy Beavers grounded into a 5-2-3 double play, and then Lily Obert grounded out to shortstop on the very next pitch. So Elkhorn North leads at 1-0 after the bases loaded threat proves to be nothing for Wahoo, and they can look to add on to their 1-0 lead here. As Hallie Pribnow, who is now the designated hitter, at least so far early in this game, she pitched in games 1 and 2, and so now she's getting a little bit of a break for her arm here in the early part of game number 3, and she sends one out into shallow left, and it will be dropped by Adelia Dunlap out in left field. She made the run on it, fighting with the wind, and Hallie Pribnow will go to second on the E7.
Double by Pribnow brings up number 17.
That's a tough play out there. As we saw that in game number 2, a ball that was hit into shallow left field, pushed so far in, and the Warriors not able to catch it back-to-back times now.
Yeah, the wind has definitely played a factor here in both games and will continue to play a factor here in game 3. Has not slowed down. If anything, it has probably gotten a little bit worse.
Yeah, I would completely agree. This one is hit out into shallow right field for a single. Rounding third coming in is Pribnow, and Elkhorn North doubles their lead 2-0. The Warriors had the bases loaded with nobody out, couldn't score. And Delaney Phelan with an RBI single, and Elkhorn North doubles their lead. Perfect piece of hitting, finding a hole in the shallow right field.
Oh yeah, Pribnow comes to score there for the Wolves. Wolves now lead this 2-0.
And that will bring up Michaela Maines, who's out in right field, a 9-hole hitter here. So the bottom of the order, putting in work for Elkhorn North, going to second and going back to first. The ball was thrown into the right field, but Phelan will stay there as a strike is called on Michaela Maines in the right-hand batter's box. So 0-1. As Lanta hits through it down to first, it got out into right field, but Phelan doesn't go anywhere. So Elkhorn North leads at 2-0 here in the bottom of the second. On Cassidy Beavers, pitch, bunt, laid down, foul. So now the bunt probably out of the equation. She's down in the count 0-2. Now Wahoo right now, you just want to keep this game close. As talking to head coach Trina Christen before the day got started, she says we cannot allow big innings. Got to keep this thing close, because if you're able to keep it close, with the way the weather is today, any swing of the bat, you're in it. There's no doubt about that. That's been the case for both teams today.
Yeah, as in game one, we saw balls leave the park very early, and last game, or this game especially, ball looked like it was a line drive, just kept going up and up and went out.
Here's the 1-2. This one is hit into shallow left and pushed on the infield to Sydney Smart for out number 1. You can tell every time it's out in the left field, the chances of it coming back on the infield are pretty high. So 1 on with 1 out as we go back to the top of the order. Addie Maxwell is in. She's 0 for 1 with a ground out to Cassidy Beavers in the first inning. So 1 out, 1 on, and 1 across here in the bottom of the second for Elkhorn North, who lead it 2-0. So her second look at Cassidy Beavers now. Her third look total day, grounds it down the third base side foul. And how is that? How much of a factor is that as we go later into this third inning where both teams have now seen all the pitchers on each squad, so you know they're kind of keying in on every single pitch. They've seen it before. There's nothing that they haven't seen yet.
Yeah, and that's one of the things about district games, especially with the best of the 3 games, is you will get to see all their pitchers. And so by the time it comes into a game 3, you will know what to expect there. And it does play a factor. I mean, the pitchers won't be able to use stuff that you were able to use in games 1 and 2.
As Wahoo saw everything from Hallie Pribnow, who pitched games 1 and pitched, how many? About 5 1/3 of game number 2. And Cassidy Beavers pitched 5 2/3, and a perfect bunt laid down the first base line is good for a single for Addie Maxwell. And the bunts for both teams are really effective, but Elkhorn North, they're proving it to be dominant right now.
They are a very small ball team. That's almost how they got that 5 seed, is just by playing small ball. They aren't a team that's going to be able to hit it out of the park or hit very well in gaps. And so they've been able to execute small ball here, and it's working.
That's how they won game number 2 in the top of the 7th, with plays just like that. Bunts right back to the pitcher in between all 3 Wahoo defenders. This one's grounded to third. Losser can't glove it, and it's an E5 for Wahoo. Their second error of the inning, and that one hurts because now the bases are loaded. Maxwell goes up to second. Phelan goes over to third. And Spencer, you wonder if the fatigue factor might be setting in. Routine plays are not routine right now.
And that's what happens when you're playing a triple header, basically, and you're playing the same team. You're not only seeing the same batters if you're a pitcher, you're seeing the same defense if you're a hitter. And it's going to prove hard here for both the hitters and the defenders, especially once the counts get long and they have to battle for it. This is just a team of who is more determined at this point.
And Ava Losser looked like she was just trying to determine what to do there. And instead of just putting the ball in her glove, she was thinking, do I tag out the runner coming right by me? Do I flip it to second? Do I throw the long ball to first? And when she was deciding all of that, she just failed to keep the softball in her glove, and now the bases are loaded here for Elkhorn North with 1 out. The infield in for Wahoo, and this one is sent out deep into the gap in left center, and that will likely clear them all as Reese Pearson plates 2 on the RBI double. Caniglia goes over to third. Maxwell scores from second, and Delaney Phelan scores from third. And just like that, Elkhorn North leads this one 4-0.
Again, we've seen in both games 1 and 2, a 4-0 lead means absolutely nothing.
It's true. That is true. Wahoo led game number 1 6-0. And Elkhorn North came back to take the lead. And then in game number 2, Elkhorn North led Wahoo 10-5. And Wahoo came back to tie the game. So you're exactly right. 4 runs normally would say, all right, we're feeling pretty confident, but that's definitely not the case here today. As now it's Grayson Coleman back up. She was hit by a pitch the first time. She was up and was left stranded at second in the first inning. But the runner at third is Caniglia. Pearson stands at second. For Elkhorn North, with 1 out and a 1-0 count to Grayson Coleman in the right-hand boxes. Elkhorn North looks to advance to the state tournament in Hastings next week. And when will that game be played? Because the first couple rounds are in Hastings.
2 o'clock Wednesday.
2 o'clock on Wednesday. And that will be in Hastings, as the first couple rounds of the state tournament this year are in Hastings. And then the finals are at University of Nebraska Omaha's campus on their softball field. So that's kind of the new change this year. It's typically always been all of the rounds in Hastings.
They moved it to Cal Anderson so the championship game can get on TV.
Okay, and they moved it to UNO so that the championship game could be on TV, and it's a 4-pitch walk for Grayson Coleman. So now the base is loaded again.
Number 4, Reagan Pearson.
Here for the Wolves. Coleman at first, Pearson at second, Caniglia at third. And a big spot here for Elkhorn North to really almost try and put this game away here early in the third. A big hit here could almost, you want to say, put it out of reach. This one's popped up and will go off the screen, foul behind home plate. Reagan Pearson walked her first time up in the first inning, but didn't go anywhere as Kelsey Daubert grounded out to second. Here's the pitch. Just missed the bottom of the strike zone. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. Bases loaded here in the bottom of the second inning. Elkhorn North leading it 4-0 over the 12-seeded Wahoo Warriors. Cassidy Beavers just trying to get out of this as this one's blooped into shallow left and down for a hit. 1 run scores. Play at the plate. She's safe. As it was a close play, but Reese Pearson scores from second, and 2 more to the Wolves total.
Pearson single brings in.
And the single for Pearson.
Number 33.
And right now, Spencer, this game is getting out of hand.
It is, but this is exactly how game 1 went, except the team just flipped the scores. Wahoo was beating the Wolves 6-0 in game 1, for the Wolves decided to come back 8-6. But the Wolves ended up losing that 10-9. Again, the scoring is just dramatic there in game 1 and game 2. I mean,
it has been a wild Friday afternoon here at this complex at Elkhorn North High School, here on the hill. It's been absolutely nuts. So at second is Grayson Coleman. At first is Reagan Pearson. For Kelsey Daubert, who's 0 for 1 today with a ground out to second, her first time up in the first inning. She looks at a pitch outside, strike 1. With still only 1 out here in this second inning. Gotta make sure my math is correct here. This one is popped up behind home plate, and I honestly couldn't tell. Lanta hits, made the catch, back to second. Got her! You've got to be kidding! What an insane way to end the inning. Lanta hits, makes a diving catch behind home plate, throws it all the way down to second, which you got to scratch your head as to why Grayson Coleman was so far off the bag at second. But Lanta hits, throws it back down for out number 3. My gosh, give me your thoughts there.
I mean, the Wolves put up 6. They put up 6 total runs there. The issue is Wahoo now comes in with momentum there after making that great catch, throw down to second. But now Wahoo's up to bat, and they need runs at least to feel a little bit comfortable here.
So it's 4 hits, 5 runs. Let's see, 1 walk and 1 left on there for Elkhorn North in the bottom of the second. And so the Wolves lead your Warriors as we go to the top of the third inning, 6-0. And Spencer, right now, if you're Wahoo, how do you try and carry this momentum now into your bats?
Maybe you give the Wolves a taste of their own medicine. Maybe come back and play some small ball right at the Wolves. Try to get runners on, and that's what you're going to need. You're going to need people on the bases here. Even though home runs are cool, you do not need them if anybody's not on base.
So it still is Fiala out there for Elkhorn North out on the circle, as she got out of a bases loaded jam in the second inning with nobody out by getting a ground out double play and then a ground out to end it. And her first pitch into the 9-hole hitter, Hannah Herrera. This is her first time up. And looks at a pitch go outside for a ball. Hannah Herrera now. The other interesting factor of this game now, the wind has still been consistent, if not getting worse. The other interesting factor now is home plate is in the shade. So now it's an interesting, the batters, looking at the ball in the shade, and how much of a factor does you think that plays here as the game continues on?
Yeah, definitely. Shadows will also play a little bit of a
pitch outside. Here. I think the count's 3-0 right now.
2-0.
Yeah, I think it's 3-0, yep. As I heard the Warrior dugout do the same chant that Elkhorn North did earlier in the game, 3-0, 3-0, 3-0. Hannah Herrera would love to be a leadoff walk for the Warriors. 3-0 count. Low. Ball 4, and not a great way to start the inning for McKenna Fiala. And we'll see if Wahoo, now with the top of the order coming up, can capitalize on the leadoff base runner.
And if you're Wahoo, you want to work that count?
Yep.
Especially here, you might now see them lay down a bunt here to try to advance that runner.
Sydney Smart, her first time up, she was hit by a pitch, and then she got caught in a rundown on the bunt from Adelia Dunlap. And she looks at a pitch go outside, 1-0. So 5 straight balls to start the third inning for McKenna Fiala. You don't want to give this Wahoo team any life if you're the Wolves. And we'll see if that double play was the life that Wahoo needed. That pitch inside, it's called a strike. Looked like Sydney kind of had to duck out of the way, but it still catches the zone. Says the home plate umpire. 1 ball, 1 strike, nobody out, and 1 on for Wahoo here in the top of the third, trailing 6-0. That one's outside, 2-1. And it has just been a battle as the hitters have the advantage in this game. It all goes to basically halfway through game number 2. The hitters got the advantage, obviously. As the 6th inning, there were 14 runs from the 6th inning on in game number 2. This one's popped up into shallow right and caught. Now quick throw back to first. They got her. Why Hannah Herrera was off of first so much is a head-scratching mystery. And just like that, 2 are gone.
Double play brings up number 21, Adelia Dunlap.
And now, Wahoo's first base coach is having a conversation with the home plate umpire. I thought Hannah Herrera was out. It was close.
Yeah, it looked like it was out too.
Just like that, 2 are gone quickly for Wahoo having a leadoff base runner. Not able to capitalize on Wahoo just kind of beating themselves right now. They've had a leadoff base runner in every single inning and have beaten themselves from being able to plate any runs or really even threaten. They had a leadoff base runner and Sydney Smart got caught in a rundown. They had a leadoff base runner and Hannah Herrera gets tagged out on a routine pop-up to right field. And then they had the bases loaded in the second inning, grounded into a double play and then another ground out. Well, how about McKenna Fiala to be able to work her way out of it? Just like that, 2 up, 2 down with nobody on. And a 2-0 count for Wahoo, trailing 6-0 here in the top of the third. The pitch outside, swung on off the fence, or off the net. It's a fence at Wahoo. It's a net here at Elkhorn. An incredible facility, and we got word as well that next year this will all look a lot different, potentially, with an upcoming bond issue vote, and this could all look like turf here next year. And that could be a lot of fun.
Could be.
Outside part of the zone, strike called. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. For Adelia Dunlap, who's 0 for 1, she grounded out to third her first time up in the first inning. And that was the bunt. And there's a strikeout. 1 walk, no runs, nobody left on base. We head to the bottom of the third. Elkhorn North running away with it. They lead 6-0 here on Saunders County Online, and we'll be right back.
At Anchor Insurance, we know your personal life and business needs the right management and insurance to succeed and grow. Give Eric E.J. Hancock a call at 402-858-0557 or stop into his office at 136 East 5th Street in downtown Wahoo, Nebraska today for all of your insurance needs.
Stop at First Bank of Nebraska to get our new Wahoo Warrior branded debit card. Every transaction gives back to Wahoo Public Schools. All you need is a First Bank of Nebraska checking account and ask for the Warrior card. For more information, go to firstbankne.com. First Bank of Nebraska, serving our communities, investing in you. Member FDIC and equal housing lender.
And welcome back to Wahoo Warrior Softball on Saunders County Online here on this Friday afternoon from Elkhorn, Nebraska. We're here at Elkhorn North High School for this district final in Class B. It's the 5-seeded Wolves of Elkhorn North 6 and your 12-seeded Wahoo Warriors 0. So we head to the bottom of the third. It's the 7-8-9 hitters due up here for the Wolves, where Hallie Pribb now steps up, and she's 0 for 1 today with reaching on an error to lead off the second inning, in which he came in to score on Delaney Phelan's RBI single. And that wasn't all. They had 3 more hits and 4 more runs after that. This one's popped up in shallow left, but pushed onto the infield, and Sydney Smart makes a running catch over the bag at second. That is just so fascinating to watch that ball go up into the air. I mean, no play is easy, and Smart makes it happen for out number 1. And that brings up Phelan, who's 1 for 1 today with the RBI single, and she came in to score on Addie Maxwell's RBI single. Delaney Phelan steps up. First pitch swinging, grounded to second. Hannah Herrera gets a glove on it, over to first in time for a quick out number 2, and that brings up the 9-hole hitter, Michaela Maines, as Cassidy Beavers is trying to go 1-2-3 for the first time here in game number 3. And right now, if you're Elkhorn, you can't get too comfortable. You want to keep your foot on the gas because, as we've seen, a 6-run lead has already been given up once today.
Yeah, and it could very well be given up again. But what the Wolves do have is, I mean, Wahoo is getting outs pretty fast here, and that means this game is going to move along a little faster, which kind of favors the Wolves here because their pitching's kind of made for that. They're not going to be that team that wants to get in a lot of counts here.
Okay. They want their pitchers to get back out onto the circle and back out dealing as soon as possible. So Beavers, next pitch into Maines is a little bit low and outside. 2 balls and no strikes after the quick outs to Pribnow and Phelan. Michaela Maines is 0 for 1 with a pop-out to Sydney Smart at short. In that play where it really would have been a pop-out to left field, but the wind drove it back into the infield. This one's sent out to deep center field and caught at the wall on the warning track by Lily Harris. She got a good read on it looking into the sun here at Elkhorn, saw the ball the whole way and made the catch at the wall. So for the first time today, Elkhorn goes 3 up, 3 down, and we head to the top of the 4th here in Elkhorn as the Wolves lead at 6-0. You're tuned into Warrior Softball on Saunders County Online, and we will be right back.
The best deal in town is at the Wahoo DQ. Our $7 meal deals run all day, every day. For only $7, you get your choice of an original cheeseburger or a 3-piece chicken strip basket. Each option includes a regular order of fries, a medium drink, and a small sundae. Feeling hungrier? Upgrade that sundae to a small blizzard for an extra $2. The Wahoo DQ is located at 1122 North Chestnut Street and open 10 a.m. to 9 p.m. Sunday through Thursday. And then on Fridays and Saturdays, 10 a.m. to 10 p.m.
Wahoo State Bank gives you the home team advantage. From the beginning of your financial experience with Penny Partners, Kids Club with Richie Rover, to student checking for those age 15 through 25, offering a variety of benefits that make banking easy when you're home or away, or if you're looking to finance the future home. Wahoo State Bank has the home team to work with you through life. Member FDIC.
And welcome back to Elkhorn, Nebraska here on Saunders County Online. Austin McNorton and Spencer Schnartz here with you. For Wahoo Warrior Playoff Softball, it's the Class B District Final, game number 3. Do or die time for both teams. Winner moves on to the state tournament in Hastings next week. Loser, season over. And due up for the Warriors here in the top of the 4th are the 3-4-5 hitters. Lily Harris steps up into the lefty box. She's 0 for 1 today with a pop out to third, her first time up. And she has a 2-1 count here against McKenna Fiala, who's still out on the circle for the Wolves. Wahoo has had a leadoff base runner in every inning here today. They've just kind of beat themselves once they get somebody on. This one's high, 3-1. If you're Wahoo, right now, the problem is maybe a little bit too much aggression on the base path, would you say, Spencer?
Yeah, definitely. They need to kind of play this smart. If they try to get a little bit too big of leads, and if they don't get back in time, you're going to see what happened last inning, and you're just going to get thrown out. And that happened for both teams, actually, with the play there at second and at back at first. For
right,
the Wolves.
yeah,
so
it's happened both times.
teams need it.
So, again, Wahoo starts out an inning with a leadoff base runner as Lily Harris draws a walk. And that brings up Ava Loster, who's 1 for 1 today with a leadoff single in the second, in which she was stranded at third with the bases loaded her last time up. So Ava Loster, the third baseman for Wahoo, hoping this isn't her final softball game in a Wahoo uniform. Trailing 6-0, though, here in the top of the 4th, and watches the pitch go inside, and a good hitters count 2-0. Fiala has now thrown 6 straight balls, and she'll have her head coach come out and talk to her, as well as the defense and catcher. So Pearson, Fiala, and who is the head coach for Elkhorn North here? Kelsey Maxwell. She's out there talking to her pitcher and catcher after 6 straight balls thrown. And Ava Losser is a good hitters count, and that's someone you don't want to give good hitters count to. She's been pretty good today for Wahoo. In game number 2, she went 2 for 5 with 2 singles. And she had a 2-run home run in game number 1 earlier this morning. That was in the first inning of game number 1, so at about 11:10. This one's grounded to second, flipped to short, over to first. In time, they say, for out number 2. And just like that, the Wahoo's leadoff base runner proves to be ineffective on the 4-6-3 double play.
Great play there by the Elkhorn North Wolves. Again, as you were talking about, Wahoo's had a base runner lead, or having a lead base runner every single inning so far, and it has proven nothing.
You know, you got to give credit to the Elkhorn North defense for just kind of, it seems like whenever there is somebody on base, their defense just kind of stiffens up that much more. They're more locked in, not giving anything. Next pitch is a grounder to Coleman, over to first in time for another 1-2-3 inning after a leadoff base runner. The Warriors are not able to capitalize against the Wolves. So it's 1 walk, no runs, no hits, and nobody left on base. We head to the bottom of the 4th. Elkhorn North still leading it 6-0 as you're tuned in to Wahoo Warrior Softball on Saunders County Online.
Be on the lookout for winter sports apparel for your favorite local teams and schools. Rivalry is open Tuesdays, Thursdays 10 to 6, Wednesdays, Fridays 10 to 5, Saturdays 9 to noon. Call 402-870-0780 for any questions. The team at Rivalry Apparel wants to help you have a winning season. We are your biggest fan. Rivalry Apparel in Wahoo is excited to celebrate their 5th anniversary the month of October. Stop in to say hi to the Rivalry team or go to rivalryapparel.com now to get your gear for fall sports. Then be on the lookout for winter sports apparel for your favorite local teams and schools. Rivalry is open Tuesdays, Thursdays. South Haven Living Center in Wahoo is a proud sponsor of this broadcast. Recognized as a great place to work, the folks at South Haven know the importance of teamwork and the reward that comes from serving older adults. If you're looking for senior care or a rewarding career with a Nebraska-based company, give them a call or check them out online, southaven-wahoo.com. South Haven Living Center in
And welcome back to Elkhorn, Nebraska, here on Saunders County Online. Here at Elkhorn North High School, the Hill they call it, here on a windy Friday afternoon. It's Elkhorn North 6, Wahoo 0, as we head to the bottom of the fourth inning. As Wahoo has had a leadoff base runner in all 4 innings today, but has not been able to bring any of them to threaten and score. And we go to the top of the order here for Elkhorn North as Addie Maxwell steps up. She's 1 for 2 today with an RBI single and a ground out to Cassidy Beavers, the pitcher. So she steps up as the order starts over for Elkhorn North here in this fourth inning. Trying to hold on and maybe add on to their 6-run lead. Wahoo has gotten somebody on in every inning, but there's been 2 double plays and a couple batters caught in rundowns and tagged out on pop flies, etc. It's been pretty unfortunate as this one's hit out into the gap in center field and Lily Harris makes the catch on the run. Boy, that is spectacular. She was positioned on the right side of second base and made a dead sprint out to the gap in left center field for a loud out number 1.
Incredible play there by Wahoo.
Well, yeah, you said it, Spencer, because she made that play look a lot easier than it was because she was way over, kind of towards right center, and had to make a dead sprint. This one's grounded to Sydney Smart, who backhands it over to first in time for out number 2. Sydney Smart doesn't let much get by her. And she'll be going on to play at Augustana next year for Wahoo at the next level.
Number 20.
2 up, 2 down, and now that brings up the catcher, Reese Pearson, who is red hot. She has a solo home run and a 2 RBI double. First pitch is out to right field and foul over the fence. But boy, she got a lot of that one, didn't she?
She sure did.
You can tell. How much confidence does that give a batter to there, Spencer, when you know how well she played in game 2? She's continued that here in game number 3 to step up, and she says, I feel confident that I'm going to be able to get another hit.
Oh, yeah, definitely. And you have the win on your as a factor here, and it's going to help you as that was just kind of lobbed in there. But, yeah, regardless, you have the win as a factor, and you're feeling confident as a hitter.
1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs, and nobody on here for the Wolves in their half of the fourth inning. Wahoo trails 6-0 and trying to not let it get more than that. This one is again sent out to left field and down. 3 for 3 today is Reese Pearson. She has a double, a home run, and a single. This one comes with 2 outs, and that brings up Grayson Coleman. She's looking for her first official at-bat as she was hit by a pitch in the first, walked in the second, and now steps up with 2 outs and 1 on. There will be a courtesy runner now for the Wolves. I think it's Mia Turner.
25.
Yep, it is Mia Turner over there. I've been here so long today that I'm starting to learn the Wolves players just by seeing them run out onto the field. That's how wild of an afternoon it's been here in Elkhorn. Mia Turner's over at first for Grayson Coleman in the right-hand box against Cassidy Beavers. She shows bunt, pulls it back, throw down to second, and Sydney Smart saves the ball from going into the outfield on the throw from Lanta Hits. First pitch steal. Love the aggression that time from the Wolves. Mia Turner coming in and getting some big varsity minutes here in the playoffs.
Not surprising there that a steal is on the way. She leads the team, I want to believe, in steals this year.
Okay.
She's one of their faster ones. So good for her to get out here. Pitch run. Again, 6-0. Kind of surprised by the steal, by the big lead. But again, 6 runs doesn't mean a whole lot here, especially with the way the wind is playing.
That's definitely been the case today. Coleman now has a good hitters count, 2-0 against Beavers, with a runner in scoring position, trying to add on to this 6-run lead. It drops low, ball 3. Beavers, after 2 quick outs, gives up the 2-out single, and now falls behind 3-0 to the 4-hole hitter, Coleman. And you don't want to bring up Reagan Pearson if you can avoid it. Strike called. as Pearson was absolutely dominant in game number 2 today. 2 doubles, a single, and a 3-run home run. She's already 1 for 1 in this game. This one's grounded to short. Smart gets a glove on it. Over to Snyder in time for out number 3. So it's 1 hit, no walks, no runs, and 1 left on that time for Elkhorn North as we head to the top of the 5th inning here in Elkhorn. And it's the Wolves 6 and your Wahoo Warriors 0, and you're tuned in to Saunders County Online.
If you're looking for a new career, Dollar General is looking for you. Hiring all positions and all shifts, they are looking for you with a starting pay up to $22 an hour with a $2,000 sign-on bonus. You can find details by going to dollargeneral.com/careers or by texting DG Warehouse to 25,000. Must be 18 or older, but again, starting pay up to $22 an hour with a $2,000 sign-on bonus. Contact them now, dollargeneral.com/careers. At Medicine Man Pharmacy, we aspire to be the pharmacy provider confidently chosen by our clients for their family's everyday health needs because of our expertise, integrity, and honestly, consistently exceeding their expectations. Reliability, bright spot, value, integrity, community building, and so much more can be found at Medicine Man Pharmacy of Wahoo.
Austin McNorton and Spencer Chenards here with you on Saunders County Online for Wahoo Warriors softball. Here on this Friday afternoon, it's playoff softball in this Class B district final. It's Maddie Snyder, first pitch grounded to short, over to first. Oh my gosh, what a throw. Pearson just threw it from her knees to get Maddie Snyder out at first. That's just not fair.
Well, unfortunate for the Wahoo Warriors there because life is unfair. And so they got out.
As the first time this afternoon in game number 3 that the Wahoo Warriors have not had a leadoff base runner. Thanks to an incredible play by Pearson at short. And now Cassidy Beavers looks at a first pitch strike. Beavers is 0 for 1 today as she had the bases loaded and nobody out in the second inning and grounded into a 5-2-3 double play. Trying to get her team into this. Trailing 6-0. With 1 out, nobody on here in the top of the 5th. That is just an incredible play by Pearson to short, throwing it from her knees on a rope to Daubert at first. Beavers dodges being hit by the pitch on the inside part. Now has a good hitter's count, 3-1. Wahoo has done a good job of seeing a lot of pitches from Fiala. They've drawn 3 walks today. Just have not been able to do much more than that. Only 2 hits, 3 walks. They've only left 2 batters on base as well. A lot of those walks were then tagged out on base. Cassidy Beavers draws a walk for Wahoo. A 1-out walk. Walk number 4 for Wahoo here this afternoon. And that brings up Lily Ober, who's 0 for 1. She's the designated hitter today. She's 0 for 1 with a ground out to short to end the top half of inning number 2. So you can really see the shadows continuing to go across the infield here. As home plate is kind of partial. The batter's standing in the sun in the righty box. The left-hand batter's box is completely in the shade, and that pitch is on the outside part of the zone for a strike. That's a great pitch that time from Fiala.
Oh, yeah. Catcher framed it pretty well there, too.
Yeah, she's done a good job. Pearson is behind home plate. We've been able to watch her work from up here in the box all day long. She does such a good job of pulling those pitches up into the zone. This one is hit to second, in and out of the glove of Caniglia. And the Warriors have 2 on with 1 out on the E4. Caniglia tried to flip it up out of her glove before it was in her glove, trying to get Olivia Wesley out at second. Wasn't able to do so, so there's 2 on with 1 out here for Wahoo. for Hannah Herrera, who's looking for her first official at bat as she walked to lead off the third inning and was left. And then she got tagged out at first. This one's grounded to short. Pearson throws it to third for one for the fielder's choice out. So Wesley gets tagged out at third. Obert moves up to second, and Herrera's at first for the top of the order, Sydney Smart. She's 0 for 1 today with a fly out to right field, which turned into a double play because Hannah Herrera got tagged out at first on the right field tag out, and Smart smokes one into the gap in left center. 1 run will score. Katrina Kristen is waving in the Warrior base runner who's tagged out immediately. Hannah Herrera didn't have a chance there. She got tagged out, and so only 1 run will come in to score for Wahoo. As Lily Obert comes in to score. Lily Obert comes in to score, and Hannah Herrera gets tagged out at home on the Sydney Smart RBI double. But that ends the inning. Wahoo with 1 hit, 1 walk, 1 run, and 1 left on. We head to the bottom of the 5th. It's Elkhorn North 6, Wahoo 1. You're tuned in to Warrior Softball on Saunders County Online.
Hot Oil and Propane is continuing to be family run and owned for 60 years. OOP Inc. is your Wahoo supplier for gas, diesel, propane, oil, grease, and products for your yard and acreage, including seed, fertilizer, and sprays to help keep your lawn and pastures beautiful. Find them online at oopinkwahoo.com. Call 402-443-3563 or stop by 3288 Ponderosa Drive. OOP Inc. serving for 60 years thanks to you.
At Anchor Insurance, we know your personal life and business needs the right management and insurance to succeed and grow. Give Eric E.J. Hancock a call at 402-858-0557 or stop into his office at 136 East 5th Street in downtown Wahoo, Nebraska today for all of your insurance needs.
Welcome back to Elkhorn, Nebraska here on Saunders County Online. We're at Elkhorn North High School. We've been here since 10 o'clock this morning. As here we are, game number 3 to the deciding game for both of these teams to advance to the state tournament. As the 5-seeded Wolves of Elkhorn North 6 and the 12-seeded Warriors of Wahoo 1. As the Warriors score on Sydney Smart's RBI double. Plating Lily Ober and then Hannah Herrera tried to give the Warriors 2 runs, but got tagged out on home plate on an incredible throw from Phelan out in left field to Pearson at home for the final out. So now due up here for the Wolves are their 5, 6, 7 hitters, and that brings up Reagan Pearson, who had an insanely great play at shortstop to start out this inning, throwing from her knees to get the Warriors out for out number 1. She stands in 1 for 1 today with a single and a walk. And she gets one off the end of the bat and fouled off the screen in by the Warriors' first base dugout. Foul. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and no outs. As far as we go here on Saunders County Online, I will try my hardest to get to Wahoo in a timely fashion for Warrior football as the number 2 team in the state of Nebraska hosts Columbus SCOTUS at Wahoo. And there's a strikeout. Cassidy Beavers. A much-needed one there for Cassidy. That is her first strikeout here in game number 3.
Kelsey Goddard.
That brings up Kelsey Daubert, who's over at first. 0 for 2 today with a ground out to second and a pop out to Lanta Hitz behind home plate, who made a sliding catch for the out. Beavers got the first pitch hit back off of her, and she's able to field it over to first in time for out number 2. How about that? That's not an easy play of being able to stay with it after it hits off your chest like that.
Oh, yeah. Definitely not easy.
Allie Britnow.
Pitcher versus pitcher matchup here.
Yep. Beavers has gotten the best of her here in this game. She's 0 for 2. Pribnow reached on an error in the second and came around to score. And then she popped out to Sydney Smart in the third inning. 2 up, 2 down here for Elkhorn North, who leads it 6-1 here in the bottom of the 5th inning. But the Wolves largely focused on their pitching and defense, knowing they only have 6 outs remaining to make it to the state tournament next week in Hastings. They lost game number 1 here to Wahoo 10-9. As this one's hit out into deep left field. Dunlap didn't get a great read on it, but came back to make the diving catch for out number 3. She retreated and then ran forward, sliding on the grass. 3 up, 3 down. No hits, no walks, no runs, and nobody left on base. We head to the top of the 6th. It's Elkhorn North 6, Wahoo 1. You're tuned into Warrior Softball on Saunders County Online.
Stop at First Bank of Nebraska to get our new Wahoo Warrior branded debit card. Every transaction gives back to Wahoo Public Schools. All you need is a First Bank of Nebraska checking account and ask for the Warrior card. For more information, go to firstbankne.com. First Bank of Nebraska, serving our communities, investing in you. Member FDIC and equal housing lender.
The best deal in town is at the Wahoo DQ. Our $7 meal deals run all day, every day. For only $7, you get your choice of an original cheeseburger or a 3-piece chicken strip basket. Each option includes a regular order of fries, a medium drink, and a small sundae. Feeling hungrier? Upgrade that sundae to a small blizzard for an extra $2. The Wahoo DQ is located at 1122 North Chestnut Street and open 10 a.m. to 9 p.m. Sunday through Thursday. And then on Fridays and Saturdays, 10 a.m. to 10 p.m.
Austin McNorton and Spencer Schnartz here with you on Saunders County Online for Wahoo Warrior Softball. Here we go, top of the 6th inning. 6 outs remain for Elkhorn North to try and advance to next week's state tournament in Hastings as they lead your Warriors 6-1. Due up for the Warriors are their 2, 3, 4 hitters. Zedelia Dunlap pitches and fouls one off the third base side. 1 ball, 1 strike. After Sydney Smart ended the top of the 5th with an RBI double, but Hannah Herrera got tagged out at home to end that 5th on an incredible throw from Phelan to Pearson. So Dunlap ropes one to second, right at Caniglia, over to Daubert in time for out number 1. And that brings up Lily Harris. She's 0 for 1 today with a pop out to third. She also walked to lead off the 4th inning, but then was out on the Ava Losterer double play ground out. It's been a lot of that here in game number 3 for Wahoo. This game we've seen a lot more defense, and I'll tell you what, McKenna Fiala has looked outstanding ever since she has come into the game. She came in relief of Hallie Pribnow of Elkhorn North in the 6th inning of game number 2. She locked down Wahoo in the 7th, and ever since then has really done a great job. Talk about that. I mean, she's coming in as the number 2 pitcher here for Elkhorn North. It's been the Hallie Pribnow show all season, but she has looked great today.
Oh, yeah. We have a couple of good pitchers that follow up Hallie's performances. Fortunately, Hallie has not been that great today. Thankfully, the offense has been able to back her up in that win of last game. But definitely more of a defensive matchup here in game number 3.
Wahoo's Lily Harris gets hit by the pitch, so she's on for the second time today. For Ava Losser, who's 1 for 2 with a single in the 2nd and ground out double play in the 4th. So she gets another opportunity with a batter on and looks at a pitch drop low. It gets away from Pearson, and Harris will go up to second. So a runner in scoring position now for Ava Losser, and the double play ball out of the equation. With 1 out, 1 on, and a 1-0 count. For Wahoo, trailing 6-1 here in the top of the 6th. Down to the Warriors' final 5 outs of the season. Trying to pull off a major upset here on the road today. They won game number 1 in wild fashion. They weren't able to pull out game number 2 despite leading 3-1 and being tied at 10 in the 7th inning. They've trailed from start to this point in the game, start to present, here in game number 3, is really it's been the pitching and the defense for Elkhorn North that has been so dominant here in game number 3.
Yeah, and that's normally how Elkhorn North is. I mean, they're a very defensive-minded team, which is why they play a lot of small ball, because they need those runs if their defense gives up stuff. But as you've seen here today, offense has been plenty, and they were able to kind of go out there, and their offense or defense wasn't able to kind of match their offense.
Right. Ava Loster draws the 4-pitch walk, and now Lanta Hitz will step up with 2 on and 1 out. She already has 2 3-run home runs today. One in game number 1, which ended up being the winning run for Wahoo. And then she had the tying 3-run home run in game number 2. When they were down by 5, they were down 10-7, and then she had a 3-run home run to tie it at 10 going into the 7th inning. And now some clouds for the first time here over Elkhorn North High School, and boy, that will drop the temperature significantly here, Spencer.
Oh, yeah.
Expected to, you were saying a freeze warning, right?
Yeah, frost warning is in effect here over the Elkhorn area.
Goodness. What a great pitch to start the at-bat from Fiala. After the 4-pitch walk, she throws a breaking ball right down the center for strike 1. Lanta hits 1 for 2 with a single and ground out to third in the 4th.
The wind did die down, but now it's picking back up as this cloud coverage. So the temperature's dropping, wind's getting more. It's definitely going to get frigid down there.
Just when you think the wind's dying down, you see the flag just instantly go back blowing and whipping out there in center field. Still blowing pretty much directly out of the north. Here's the 1-1. This one's hit out into left field and caught on the run by Phelan for a big out, number 2. Wahoo with 2 on and only 1 out. The Warriors have just left too many Warriors on base today. And this is a big spot here for Maddie Snyder. She's 0 for 1 with a ground out, and she walked in the 2nd inning and was left stranded at second with the bases loaded. It is Lily Harris at second, Ava Loster at first for Wahoo. As she looks at a ball 1-0. Clouds over and the lights on here on the hill at Elkhorn North. They turned those lights on in anticipation for this one going long, and that was a good call. That was a good call. It's now the cloud showing as this one's off her bat and off the screen for a strike. How do you approach this bat right now if you're Maddie Snyder, knowing that you're kind of getting down to it, 4 outs remain in your season?
I mean, you always kind of got to take it 1 out at a time here, no matter what, even if it's not at the end of the season. You have 2 people on base here. You have a great shot here to put runs on the board.
She sends what foul down the first base side, so just trying to stay alive. 1-2 now, the count, though.
Yeah, you definitely can't be too tense here in this situation. You got to be a little bit relaxed here. You just got to try to put the bat to the ball and hope the wind can carry, and we've seen that plenty today. And if it does, it could very well go over the fence here for a 3-run shot.
It's a lot easier said than done. As this one's popped up, it will drift foul over the Wahoo dugout, thanks to the help of the wind, as Caniglia, Maines, and Daubert were all over there running to try and make the catch. As the ball gets back onto the field quickly, and Pearson will flip the ball to the home plate umpire. 1-2, 2 outs and 2 on for Wahoo here in the top of the 6th. Trailing 6-1, but sitting in a good spot here. The pitch is out into left field and over the head of Pearson. And Trina Christen will hold the runner at third. So the bases are loaded here for Cassidy Beavers again. The last time she was in this spot with the bases loaded, she grounded into a double play. Harris at third, Loster at second, and Maddie Snyder at first after the single. Cassidy Beavers is 0 for 1 with that ground out into a double play, and she walked in the 5th inning. But now the bases loaded. Seems like an incredible spot here for the Warriors. Down 6-1 here with only 4 outs remaining in the season. Pitch high and outside, ball 1. Right now, if you're Beavers, you'd love to maybe try and work another walk out of McKenna Fiala. That's a lot easier said than done, though. Wahoo has gotten 5 walks off of her today, but Whenever they do, McKenna just seems to lock in and not allow anything else. Inside, called a strike. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs. Bases loaded here for Wahoo. This one's grounded down the third base side and foul. One ball, 2 strikes. Same exact count that Maddie Snyder had before she blooped a single out into shallow left. Bases loaded here for Wahoo on the road, trying to upset the number 5 seed in the state Class B. Here's the 1-2. It is smoked out into shallow center. 1 run scores, and Trina Chrism will hold on another incredible throw from Maxwell out in center field. And right now, the Warriors are able to keep the line moving, but the outfield for Elkhorn North is doing such a good job of getting the ball back in that it turns to be a 1-run single instead of 2.
Yeah, and that's the story for Elkhorn North. They have amazing outfielders out there with Maines and Maxwell leading the charge for the seniors. They can get the ball in very quick, as we saw Maines kind of throw out the runner at first a couple of innings ago.
And we've already seen Phelan throw out a Warrior at home plate. As the first pitch into Lily Obert is fouled off the screen. Obert is 0 for 2 today with a ground out to short, and she reached on an error in the 5th and scored on Sydney Smart's RBI double. But Wahoo, 2 hits in this inning and a run now. Trail 6-2 to the Wolves of Elkhorn North. Obert looks at a pitch drop and a great block by Pearson at home plate to keep it in front of her and keep all the Warriors on their respective bases. It's Losterer at third, Snyder at second, and Beavers at first, who got a courtesy runner for Olivia Wesley over at first. Wesley at first, Snyder at second, Losterer at third, for Lily Obert at the plate, who has a 2-1 count now for her. Obert, the tying run for Wahoo, trailing by 4 here with only 4 outs remaining on the season for the Wahoo Warriors. We've seen it already today. You put one up into the air in right field, you can certainly watch it sail. Obert would love to do that here. Instead, she grounds it to third, and the play will be to first for out number 3. So Wahoo, again, with the bases loaded, not able to do much with it. They have 2 hits, 1 walk, 1 run, and 3 left on as we head to the bottom of the 6th. It's Elkhorn North 6, Wahoo 2. You're tuned into Warrior Softball on Saunders County Online.
If you're looking for a new career, Dollar General is looking for you. Hiring all positions and all shifts, they are looking for you with a starting pay up to $22 an hour with a $2,000 sign-on bonus. You can find details by going to dollargeneral.com/careers or by texting DG Warehouse to 25,000. Must be 18 or older, but again, starting pay up to $22 an hour with a $2,000 sign-on bonus. Contact them now, dollargeneral.com/careers.
At Medicine Man Pharmacy, we aspire to be the pharmacy provider confidently chosen by our clients for their family's everyday health needs because of our expertise, integrity, and honestly, consistently exceeding their expectations. Reliability, bright spot, value, integrity, community building, and so much more can be found at Medicine Man Pharmacy of Wahoo.
Welcome back to Warrior Softball on Saunders County Online. Austin McNorton and Spencer Schnartz here with you for Wahoo Warrior Softball. To the bottom of the 6th we go. It's Elkhorn North 6, Wahoo 2. As the Warriors have 2 hits, 1 walk, 1 run, and 3 batters left on bases. This one's out in the right field and caught by Miranda Vonyek. Goodness, that was close, and she's able to get a glove for out number 1.
Good catch there by the Wahoo outfielder. Again, Maine's now up to bat here for the Wolves.
Miranda Vonyek battling with the wind and now the clouds here in Elkhorn on top of the hill of Elkhorn North High School. Makes the catch for out number 1 against Delaney Phelan, and that brings up Maines, who's 0 for 2, and she sends one out into right field, and this time Vonyek can't grab it. It's way over her head. Vonyek will get it in, but rounding second, it is a sliding triple for Elkhorn North as Michaela Maines sends one over Vonyek's head.
There
And
you go.
slides into third, pumping up her teammates in her third base dugout. He was going crazy when she reached third base.
Triple for Maine brings up number 3.
And that goes out to the top of the order now here for Elkhorn, where anytime they've had a runner in scoring position, they have capitalized. That's been the difference here in game number 3 between the Wolves and the Warriors. As this one's bunted right in front of home plate and reaching without a throw is Addie Maxwell. That's the second time today that she's done just exactly that. Runners at the corners now with only 1 out. Still Cassidy Beavers out on the circle for Wahoo, but there's the small ball that you were talking about, Spencer.
Yeah, exactly. That went probably not even 5 feet. I mean, it was
Right.
dropped right at that plate. And again, Wahoo decided not to throw it to first because they had Maines at third, who would have probably just went home with their speed.
Yep. And that brings up Ashlyn Caniglia, who shockingly is 0 for 3 here in game number 3. And
Small
she
ball.
lays
Maines
one
is going.
perfectly, and Wahoo not even able to get a glove on it. As Maddie Snyder ran in, but didn't help Cassidy Beavers at all as it rolls by all 3 of them. And it's an RBI single for Ashlyn Caniglia. Small ball again proves to be dominant for Elkhorn North as Maxwell moves up to second. Caniglia at first, and Maine scores from third easy. If you're Wahoo, surprising they didn't execute that a little bit better. You knew it. I mean, everyone here knew it was going to happen. Seemed like everyone knew except for Wahoo that that's what was going to happen. And the Warriors can't even get a glove on the bunt. So everybody's safe with 1 out and now another run across for Elkhorn, who lead it 7-2. That's called a strike on the outside part of the zone. Small ball. As Elkhorn, it really started in the top of the 6th inning in game number 2 when they started to play that you say the way they know how.
Yeah, and that's exactly what you said. That's how they play. And that one's deep.
Wow. Well, that's not small ball. That's a deep home run to center field. And Elkhorn, I think, just walked it off. As that is a run rule on a 3-run home run for Reese Pearson. Sends it over the center field wall. Caniglia scores from first. Maxwell scores from second. And that is the ball game. 4 hits, no walks, 4 runs, nobody left on base. As Elkhorn North wins it 11-2 in game number 3, and the Warriors season comes to an end. And Spencer, thank you so much for your help here in game number 3. And I'll ask you your final thoughts here as your Elkhorn Wolves, my friend, are going to the state tournament.
And that is impressive here for the Wolves. They were the 5 seed, struggled early on in the first game, ended up losing that one 10-9, bounced back in the second game, won that one 14-10, and here you go. They won this one 10-2.
Down there and I give you a thumbs up.
An incredible win for Elkhorn North today as they win by a final score of 10-2 here on their home field, and that will do it for Wahoo Warriors softball. They end the season 18-12, and we'll be back to wrap it all up here on Saunders County Online as the Warriors softball season comes to an end here in Elkhorn, Nebraska.
If you're looking for a new career, Dollar General is looking for you. Hiring all positions and all shifts, they are looking for you with a starting pay up to $22 an hour with a $2,000 sign-on bonus. You can find details by going to dollargeneral.com/careers or by texting DG Warehouse to 25,000. Must be 18 or older, but again, starting pay up to $22 an hour with a $2,000 sign-on bonus. Contact them now, dollargeneral.com/careers.
At Medicine Man Pharmacy, we aspire to be the pharmacy provider confidently chosen by our clients for their family's everyday health needs because of our expertise, integrity, and honestly, consistently exceeding their expectations. Reliability, bright spot, value, integrity, community building, and so much more can be found at Medicine Man Pharmacy of Wahoo.
Hot Oil and Propane is continuing to be family run and owned for 60 years. OOP Inc. is your Wahoo supplier for gas, diesel, propane, oil, grease, and products for your yard and acreage, including seed, fertilizer, and sprays to help keep your lawn and pastures beautiful. Find them online at oopinkwahoo.com, call 402-443-3563, or stop by 3288 Ponderosa Drive. OOP Inc. serving for 60 years thanks to you.
At Anchor Insurance, we know your personal life and business needs the right management and insurance to succeed and grow. Give Eric E.J. Hancock a call at 402-858-0557 or stop into his office at 136 East 5th Street in downtown Wahoo, Nebraska today for all of your insurance needs.
Stop at First Bank of Nebraska to get our new Wahoo Warrior branded debit card. Every transaction gives back to Wahoo Public Schools. All you need is a First Bank of Nebraska checking account and ask for the Warrior card. For more information, go to firstbankne.com. First Bank of Nebraska, serving our communities, investing in you. Member FDIC and equal housing lender.
The best deal in town is at the Wahoo DQ. Our $7 meal deals run all day, every day. For only $7, you get your choice of an original cheeseburger or a 3-piece chicken strip basket. Each option includes a regular order of fries, a medium drink, and a small sundae. Feeling hungrier? Upgrade that sundae to a small blizzard for an extra $2. The Wahoo DQ is located at 1122 North Chestnut Street and open 10 a.m. to 9 p.m. Sunday through Thursday. And then on Fridays and Saturdays, 10 a.m. to 10 p.m.
Welcome into the Saunders County Online postgame show here in Elkhorn, Nebraska, and thanks to everyone for tuning in all season long to Wahoo Warrior softball. The Warriors end their season today in Elkhorn, falling to the Wolves of Elkhorn North in games 2 and 3. They won game number 1. Wahoo won game number 1 10-9. They lost game number 2 14-10 and lost game number 3 in a run rule 10-2 after 6 innings. For Elkhorn North here in game number 3, they had 10 hits, 2 walks. They had, 10 hits, 2 walks, 10 runs, and 4 batters left on base. For Wahoo today, they had 5 hits, 5 walks, 2 runs, and 6 Warriors were left on base. Elkhorn North improves to their first ever state tournament in school history, as they will travel to Hastings next week and await their opponent with a 28-8 record. And Wahoo's season here in Class B, the smallest team in Class B, gave the number 5 team in the state a run as they won game number 1 and made the Wolves have to battle with the pressure. And credit to the Wolves. They answered that call and got the victory as Wahoo will fall to 18-12 on the season. Heck of a season it was for Wahoo. I had such a pleasure covering them all season long. As got to give a shout out to all the seniors for Wahoo as their season comes to an end today. Understandably emotional. Credit to the coaching staff, head coach Trina Christian. Shout out to Robert Barrett for all of his help throughout the Wahoo Warrior softball season this year. And everyone who makes this team special. It is special, and we're excited to see what they can bring back and what they will look like next year with a definitely different-looking group and a younger group next season for Wahoo. This was a fun ride and a fun season as Wahoo makes the district final and come up one game shy of making it to the state tournament in Hastings next week. So thanks so much for tuning in all afternoon and morning here on Friday to Wahoo Warrior softball. I'm going to pack up everything as quick as I can and head to Wahoo High School for Warrior football as your number 2 Wahoo Warriors host the Celtics of Columbus SCOTUS. Coming up next on Saunders County Online, we'll get that broadcast started for you as soon as possible. I might miss a couple minutes, maybe even a quarter. It depends on how fast I can get over there and get everything set and ready to go. But again, thanks to all of our sponsors. Thanks to Kelly Johnson. Thanks to Blake for broadcasting a couple games. Thanks to Spencer Schnartz for ending the year with me here, the senior from Elkhorn North. He was great. But boy, has it been a fun season, and we're sad to see it end. Somebody had to go home sad, and Elkhorn North on their home field makes their first ever state tournament appearance, and that honestly brings a little bit of joy to my heart today. So, final score here in games 1, 2, and 3. Wahoo wins game 1 10-9, and they fall game 2 14-10, and finally end their year with a 10-8 loss to the Wolves here on the road in game number 3. Thanks so much for tuning in to Wahoo Warrior Softball on Saunders County Online. For Austin McNorton saying so long.